The Obsidian Chamber, Sam Reilly, Book 20. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Prologue. Pompeii, August 24, A.D. 79, 5:16 a.m. At 16 years of age, Aurelia Servilius was as beautiful as she was unique. Tall, with dark skin, she had long raven-colored hair set in an intricate braid that draped from her shoulders, and a perfect set of white teeth beneath an easy-going smile. She was well known in Pompeii for her stunningly beautiful appearance, as well as her fine craft. Although no one knew Aurelia's parents, it was said that her mother had been the daughter of a famous Roman poet, while her father was a wealthy gold merchant from Ethiopia. The exotic blend of noble Roman and dark-skinned Ethiopian bloodlines gave her an attractive appearance, while her striking eyes and rich intelligence gave her an air of mystery. She entered the resort city of Pompeii via Porta di Nocera, carrying nothing but a small leather satchel which housed the tools of her trade. Invigorated, she breathed in the clean, fresh sea air. There was a cool breeze coming from the south, and Aurelia could almost taste the salt as the wind swept across the nearby Bay of Naples. Her lips curled upward into a smile. It looked like it was going to be a nice day. To her left she passed the newly built amphitheater, the largest arena in the whole of the Roman Empire. It was capable of housing more than the entire population of Pompeii. At the intersection of Via dell'Abbondanza and Via Stabiana, an equal number of male and female prostitutes showed their wares out the front of Lupanare, the most famous brothel in Pompeii. They were all slaves, brought in from Roman conquests of distant lands, who served a utilitarian function and nothing else. Phalluses, engraved on the basalt road surface or on stones set into the facades of houses, gave visitors clear indications on how to reach the brothel. Aurelia politely declined their wares and took Via Stabiana through the center of the city and headed west. The people of Pompeii started their days at sunrise. Already the streets were crowded, the market full of life. Sellers sold and citizens bought what they needed. Everyone was at work, from noble merchants to slaves. Shops were open, markets were ready, farmers were in the fields. Everyone was performing his or her personal job. Nearby, scholars had already begun their debates at the Forum, while others cleansed themselves at the Stabian baths. Behind her, the intermittent clank of steel on steel could be heard coming from the gladiators' barracks, where men honed their deadly skills in preparation for battle. To the south, the Temple of Apollo stood erect as a proud reminder of Roman ingenuity and unsurpassed architecture. Aurelia continued to the western side of Pompeii along Via del Mercurio until she reached the House of Faun. She greeted her fellow tradespeople before walking through to the rear of the gardens to the House of the Labyrinth at the back, where she prepared to continue the detailed mosaic for which she had been hired. Aurelia took one last glance at the sky beneath the early sunlight. There wasn't a cloud in sight, and the sun shined magnificently over the peak of Mount Vesuvius, some 5 miles to the north. It made her smile. If she was lucky, she would finish the mosaic today. She stepped inside, removed her tools, and studied her artwork. The mosaic was a depiction of a black labyrinth on a white tiled ground. At the center of the labyrinth, a decorative panel featured a mythological scene of Theseus fighting the Minotaur. Any educated Roman knew the story, but what they didn't know, what they could never have imagined, was that, like most persisting myths, the story was based on real events that just hadn't yet taken place. She grinned. Her job, if she could do it correctly, was to tell the story that future generations needed to hear. That was her purpose, her legacy. And like all people who were admirably performing the task for which they were born, she felt proud of her achievement. A moment later, the ground shook violently, and Pompeii suffered the first of many tremors that would come that day. Aurelia expelled a deep breath. It wasn't the first tremor that Pompeii had suffered recently. In fact, Pompeii had been afflicted by a series of tremors all week, each one progressively worsening. But this one seemed different. This one felt finite somehow, like the conclusion to an existing problem that was about to come to its violent end. The pace of her heartbeat quickened. Something about the innocuous tremor frightened her, and she was overcome with a foreboding sense that it marked the times to come. Aurelia began her work, focusing on the Minotaur. That was the important part. She needed to complete that to tell her story. She worked the plaster glue needed to place the fractured tiles that shaped the mosaic. Driven to the point of obsession, she didn't stop all morning, and the tremors continued to come. It was just past noon when Aurelia felt the final tremor shake the earth. She fell to the floor on which she was working and protected her head with her arms as the ground shook. The entire room filled with the sound of hundreds of terracotta tiles falling from nearby roofs. When the ground finally settled, she stepped outside and glanced up at Mount Vesuvius. A plume of dark cloud seemed to be spurting into the sky, high above its crest. Aurelia felt her world crumble. She glanced up at Mount Vesuvius. "No, please, not yet. I'm not finished. I just need a little more time, and then you can take me." As the first signs of molten lava began to spew from the distant mountain, Aurelia returned to her work, feverishly trying to complete the faces of Theseus and the Minotaur. If she failed now, if the details in the faces were lost, then the truth would remain buried forever, and with it the world's last hope for survival. With that thought, she made the decision to finish her mosaic, even if it meant dying in the process. Misenum Harbor, Bay of Naples, 1 p.m. At the northwestern end of the Bay of Naples, the peninsula formed a natural harbor in which the bulk of the Roman imperial fleet were currently housed. The picturesque harbor, with its beautiful natural setting, was riddled with Roman luxury villas and the most sought-after posting within the Roman Empire. Gaius Plinius Secundus, known as Pliny, was enjoying his day. He still couldn't believe his good fortune. As the son of an equestrian, it was hard to believe how far he'd risen in the Roman Republic. His life had seen him become a successful author, naturalist, and philosopher. But it was his latest appointment that had been the source of his greatest happiness. It was here that he'd been appointed Prefect Classus, commander of the Roman Imperial Navy. While Rome was enjoying a period of relative peace, most of his duties focused on protection of the nearby waterways from piracy. It was a task that was achievable while the fleet were all stationed in the harbor. All in all, it meant that he would have plenty of time to work on his writings and enjoy the luxuries bestowed upon him in his maturing years. At 56 years of age, and after a lifetime of hard work and gluttonous rewards, Pliny was a corpulent man with a barrel chest and an even more rounded tummy bolstered further by his recent appointment. He ate a decadent lunch of olives, lentils, nuts, and fish. As an elite Roman citizen, he was enjoying trialing a range of superior delicacies, including giraffe meat and sea urchins. Despite his size, he was able to move surprisingly fast when he needed to. His luxury villa overlooked the Bay of Naples, with Herculaneum, Oplantus, Pompeii, and Stabia positioned along the bay on the distant shores, and Mount Vesuvius rising proudly over the distant horizon. Pliny frowned. Something about the water caught his attention. The sea appeared to be receding from the shore, as if pushed back by the multitude of earthquakes throughout the day. He stood up to watch the water retreat. He'd seen the phenomenon just once before, after a particularly bad earthquake. He still remembered how the water then returned with deadly force in the form of giant land-swallowing waves. His brow furrowed, and though his eyes glanced out at the retreating sea, his mind was lost in dark recollections of his past, a time when hundreds of people were killed in the coastal town of Herculaneum after just such a wave. Pliny had no wife or children of his own, and at Misenum, his widowed sister and her teenage son, Pliny the Younger, lived with him. His thoughts were interrupted, and his mind returned to the present, when his sister pointed at a large cloud rising from Mount Vesuvius. "What is that?" she asked, her mouth open, her eyes wide. Pliny stared at the cloud. It was an unusual shape and size, resembling an umbrella pine, rising from Mount Vesuvius. His eyes narrowed, and interest piqued by what he thought was a relatively benign natural phenomenon. "I have no idea, but I intend to find out." His sister folded her arms across her chest. "What will you do?" Pliny's eyes swept across the Bay of Naples. In the distance, the clouds turned a horrible black, broken by sinuous shapes of flaming wind that appeared to originate from the mouth of Mount Vesuvius. In an instant, realization dawned on him. Good God! Vesuvius is erupting! To make matters worse, Pliny had a foreboding sense he knew what had triggered it. His sister said something, but he didn't hear a word of it. Instead, he turned to his assistant. "Marcus, I want every ship ready to set sail immediately. If Vesuvius fully erupts, those people will be trapped along the beach." "Yes, sir," Pliny said. "And Marcus." "Yes." "Have the packs made ready to set sail. I want to see firsthand what's going on over there." The Pax was a Liburnian galley, one of the small, fast ships originally used by the pirates of Dalmatia. It utilized a large sail instead of rowers, which, given the current winds, would blow them straight to Herculaneum. Marcus looked up. "Understood, sir." His sister touched his arm and repeated the words she had previously tried to tell him. "Senator Pomponianus and Rectina will be at their villa in Stabia." "If they're still there, and Vesuvius is indeed erupting, they will be trapped by now." Pliny expelled a breath, paused for a second, and said, "I'll see what the situation is like in Herculaneum, and then sail straight to Stabia." She smiled at him. "Thank you." "It's going to be all right. Pomponianus has been a good friend to me all these years. I promise I will do all that I can to save him and Rectina." She forced a smile. "Good luck, and Godspeed." Pliny made his way down to the harbor and boarded the Pax. The Bay of Naples was filled with the warships Pliny ordered to the opposite side of the bay to assist with the naval rescue mission, one of the largest in history. There were more than 60 ships in total, including hexaremes, quinquiremes, and quadriremes. The most prominent vessels were the quadriremes, the largest ships in his fleet, at 120 feet in length and 12 feet of beam. Each was powered by 232 oarsmen, arranged in 4 banks called reams, hence the name of the ships. Attached to the bow of each vessel was a large metal beak called a rostrum, designed for ramming enemy ships to sink or disable them, the oarsmen providing the power. Oar power also made the ships highly maneuverable, ideal for the tricky situation into which they were going. Sails were used to get the ships to and from battle sites, and were most likely used to get the ships across the bay. The wind blowing from the northwest was in their favor, meaning they would most likely reach Herculaneum and Pompeii by 5 p.m. Pliny took charge of the rescue operation himself, commanding from the deck of the Pax. Unlike the rest of the fleet, who sailed in the much larger, slower warships, he sailed a fast-sailing cutter. It was a decision that would cost him his life. Herculaneum and Pompeii were just under 20 miles away. At an estimated speed of 7.5 knots, Pliny predicted they would reach the unfortunate cities within 3 hours. Glancing back at his fleet, he asked, "Where's the rest of my armada?" His aide said, "I don't know, sir. They never made it out of the harbor." Pliny imagined several possibilities, but each of them meant that more of his men were dead because of him. He dismissed the thought to the back of his mind. There was nothing he could do about it right now, and he needed to focus on rescuing those still alive. On the way, Pliny kept dictating and taking notes on each new movement and phase of the eruption. At 5 p.m., hot ash started falling thickly on the ships, followed by pumice, as they neared the coast. Suddenly, the water became shallow, caused by the seabed rising as Vesuvius's magma chamber filled, and they were prevented from getting any closer to the shore by rafts of pumice. As the light vessel approached the shore near Herculaneum, cinders and pumice began to fall on it. Pliny's helmsman said, "This wind is going to trap us. We need to go back." Pliny grinned. "Fortune favors the brave. Steer toward Stabia. That's where Pomponianus is, and that's where I damned well intend to go." The helmsman made the course correction without further discussion. "Understood, sir." At Stabia, Pliny hugged and comforted Pomponianus, who informed him that Rectina had gone to Pompeii in the morning and hadn't returned. They quickly loaded the cutter with valuables from Pomponianus's villa, but the same winds that had brought them to Stabia now prevented them from leaving. He stayed in his friend's villa. Pliny reassured his party by feasting, bathing, and sleeping while waiting for the wind to abate. During the night, more pumice had fallen, the level rising so high there was danger of Pliny being stuck inside his bedroom. He joined the others, and they debated whether to stay indoors or take their chance in the open, as every structure was now shaking violently. It was a debate that was happening throughout Pompeii. Remaining indoors or escaping to the street, many tied pillows to their heads to protect themselves from falling debris. Ultimately, countless people left buildings for fear of collapse, trying their luck against the potentially lethal rain of pumice. At 2 a.m., hundreds of people flocked to Stabia, relaying horror stories of the eruption entering a deadly phase. A pyroclastic surge of superheated gas and ash raced down upon Herculaneum, killing everyone there instantly. Pomponianus asked, "Should we try to leave by foot?" Pliny frowned. "No, if we do that, we're just as likely to get killed by this damned falling pumice debris." Pomponianus took a swig of wine. He handed the cask to Pliny, who took it gratefully. "If these reports are to be believed, we might all die here if another surge of heat comes through." "No," Pliny reassured him. "We're far enough away from Vesuvius that we'll be safe." Through the night, more people flocked to Stabia, where they became trapped between the violent anger of Vesuvius's wrath and the Bay of Naples. Reports arrived of 3 more surges of intense heat bombarding the nearby cities of Herculaneum, Oplontis, and Pompeii. The 4th rush of heat, and the ones that came quickly after that, caused panic in Stabia, 9 miles from the crater. Flames and the smell of sulfur gave warning of the approaching wave. Due to Stabia's distance from Vesuvius and possibly the intervening Sarno River, the surge that reached Stabia had cooled, so wasn't fatal to all those present. Even so, Pliny knew that he could not survive for much longer. Already, the fumes and ash made the air thick and difficult to breathe, wreaking havoc on his lungs and triggering the asthma that had plagued him since childhood. At 7:15 a.m., he was greeted outside the villa by a captain of one of his warships. "Good God, Pliny, what are you still doing here?" Pliny's eyes narrowed. "Cicero?" "Yes, my friend." The man's eyes drifted downward, casting their gaze sympathetically on Pliny's labored and rapid breathing. "Are you all right?" Pliny was gasping, speaking through heavily pursed lips. "It's the air. I can't breathe." "Come with me. The Minerva is in the bay. There's still time to reach her." Pomponianus exchanged a glance with him and stood up, eager to move. "We need to leave, Pliny." Pliny slowed him with a wave of his hand. "Go, my friend. I just need to catch my breath." Cicero said to Pomponianus, "I have a man waiting with a rowboat on the beach to bring you out to the Minerva. I'll wait here until Pliny regains his energy." Pomponianus ran his eye across Pliny, opened his mouth to protest leaving him, and then, having met his eye, closed his mouth again. "Good luck, my friend." "Good luck," Pliny replied. "You too, Cicero. Give me a minute, but don't wait too long. If I don't regain my strength soon, I fear I never will." Cicero left, and more people arrived in Stabia, having fled Pompeii. His eyes narrowed, and a new sort of fear washed over him as he spotted a dark-skinned woman running at speed. He recognized her at once. How could he not? After all, she was his only daughter, a woman he'd never publicly acknowledged, due to political tensions in Rome at the time of her birth. It was a terrible relief to see her one last time. His lips curled into a smile of pure joy, which he felt instantly ashamed of. She leaned down to embrace him. He kissed her. "My God, Aurelia, what are you still doing here?" "I was in Pompeii completing the mosaic of Theseus, fighting the Minotaur of the labyrinth." Pliny felt his heart in his mouth. "Did you have time to complete it?" "Yes, father. It nearly cost me my life, but as we both know, it needed to be completed in every detail. The image had to be immortalized, or the tragedy of today will pale compared to those which will inflict the world in the future." "Exactly. You did the right thing." "No, father." Her lips hardened into a thin strip. "We did something very wrong, and it will cost us to make it right." He squeezed her hand. "We never could have predicted what would happen. It's not your fault." "Even so, it looks like we're both going to have to pay with our lives." "No!" His voice took an emphatic tone. "Aurelia, you must survive and make certain the world knows the truth about everything, especially about the Minotaur." Her lips twisted into a puzzled grin. "How? We're both trapped here, and if there's another surge, we'll die." "Cicero, the captain of the Minerva, is waiting for you down at the beach." Her eyes filled with panic. What about you? He shook his head. I can barely breathe. I won't make it. No, father, I won't leave you. Pliny took out a piece of papyrus parchment and quickly wrote something using pen and ink, making certain to sign the document with his official wax seal. When he was finished, he gave her the document. Give this to Cicero. It will place the Minerva, along with him as her captain, under your command. I won't do it, she tried to protest. He dismissed her with a wave of his hand. You will. You have to. You understand, as well as I do, that there's no certainty your mosaic of Theseus fighting the Minotaur will survive. And even if it does, the Obsidian Chamber is still out there. You know what needs to be done. Promise me you will complete the task bestowed upon you alone. Aurelia bowed her head. Very well, I will do this, but you must come with me. I'm sorry, my daughter. I cannot. She tried to motivate him, but somehow his breathing worsened as he accepted the fate given to him. The toxic gases, ash, and debris filled his weak lungs. His breath wheezed, and he gasped for air. Yet no matter how hard he tried, there wasn't enough. Panic rose and fell almost as quickly as it had originated. In its place, a sense of calm enveloped him. He looked at his daughter, the greatest achievement of his life, one last time. A smile crept across his face, and instead of fear, all he felt was pride for the strong and intelligent woman she'd become. If the world was doomed, he couldn't think of anyone better to save it than Aurelia. It was the last conscious thought he had, before a wave of darkness swept over him, taking with it the final beat of his heart. Stabia, 7:25 a.m. Aurelia squeezed Pliny's dead hand. Goodbye, father. A rift of hot ash rushed past her, whipping the burning air into a riled frenzy. For a moment she thought she'd left it too late. She ducked down behind a boulder, expecting the pyroclastic surge to sweep her to her death. The killing gases didn't come, and she kept running. The trail led down from the villa's highest vantage points, along the escarpment, and down to the beach along the edge of the peninsula. Aurelia moved quickly, with diffident sure-footedness, along the narrow trail. Massive pieces of pumice showered the entire region, each one falling like stone projectiles launched from deadly siege engines like gastrophetes or catapults. With fatalism, she kept going. If just one of those pieces of pumice struck her, she'd be dead before she realized it. To make matters worse, even though sunrise had been hours earlier, all light had failed to pierce the darkness that shrouded the sky. Behind her, the city of Stabia rang out with the shrill cries of terror. There was no doubt in her mind that people were dying. It was enough to motivate her to keep going. If she died now, at least she had tried to take her chance. Minutes later, she reached the beach where Cicero was supposed to be waiting. Her eyes swept the beach in the darkness. The Bay of Naples, normally placid, was turbid and discombobulated, a violent boiling pot, still building up pressure. Superheated pumice speckled the water, turning parts of the sea to steam. The once rocky beach was now feculent, covered in mud and debris, revealing evidence of a recent rogue wave that had swallowed the nearby region before retreating back into the sea. In the far distance, she watched the flicker of light from a small rowboat. She called out and waved her hands. "Cicero!" The man exchanged words with his companions, and for a moment Aurelia thought they were going to refuse to come back for her. She considered swimming, but one look at the turbulent water, and she knew she would be asking for a death sentence. The man beside Cicero appeared to have recognized her, and the decision was made to come back for her. That man was her father's dear friend, Senator Pomponianus. He greeted her with a warm hug. "Your father?" Aurelia met his eyes. "He's dead." The rowers heaved on their oars. The little boat headed out into the deeper waters, where the Minerva awaited their return. As soon as they boarded the deadly quadrireme, its 232 oarsmen began to row to the beat of the drummer, and the Minerva headed out into the safety of the Mediterranean Sea. Aurelia handed Cicero the note her father had written before his death. It provided her with the legal power to command the Minerva and all her crew. Cicero didn't dispute its validity, nor did he accept it. Instead, he suggested they discuss it afterwards, when and if they survived. The Minerva set its sails, but no sunlight cast down upon the billowing linen. Darkness still permeated the sky. Aurelia looked up at Vesuvius, where red lava now spewed from its crest, providing the only light in a world of total darkness. The falling pumice was less frequent now, but those stones that landed nearby were large enough to sink the heavy warship. But she wasn't afraid. Aurelia knew that she would survive. She had to. She needed to tell the world the truth. People needed to know what she had done. That it was all her fault. That if she didn't do anything to prevent it, the disaster of Pompeii was just the beginning of the suffering about to unfold upon the world. Aurelia stared out at Mount Vesuvius and promised to do all that she could to make amends, and tears flowed freely from her purple eyes. Buenos Aires, Argentina, 26 October, 1914. Ernest Shackleton walked through the dockyards with a smile on his lips and a determined stride in his step. It had been months since he'd last seen his ship, the Endurance, having remained behind in Plymouth, England, in order to establish more sponsors for his 1914 Imperial Trans-Antarctic expedition. He'd had a lot of trouble securing finances for the expedition, but at least he'd gotten lucky with the ship. He stopped and admired his ship, where it was tied up along the dock, and people still bustled about loading supplies and preparing her for what Shackleton could only imagine would be her greatest and most defining achievement. He paused, expelled a breath, and basked in the joy of what he believed to be the strongest, most seaworthy wooden vessel ever designed to meet the harsh environment of the Antarctic. The Endurance was a 144-foot-long, three-masted barkentine with a 25-foot beam and a measured gross tonnage of 348 tons. She had been originally built as an ice-capable steam yacht to provide luxurious accommodation to a small number of tourists and hunting parties in the Arctic. She was launched with 10 passenger cabins, a spacious dining saloon and galley, along with multiple luxuries such as a smoking room, electric lighting, bathroom, and even a darkroom so that its wealthy passengers may develop photographs during their travels. Though her hull looked like that of any other vessel of a comparable size, it was not. She was designed for polar conditions, with a very sturdy construction. Her keel members were 4 pieces of solid oak, one above the other, adding up to a thickness of 85 inches, while her sides were between 30 and 18 inches thick, with twice as many frames as normal, and the frames being of double thickness. She was built of planks of oak and Norwegian fir up to 30 inches thick, sheathed in greenheart, a notably strong and heavy wood. The bow, which would meet the ice head-on, had been given special attention. Each timber had been made from a single oak tree, chosen for its shape so that its natural shape followed the curve of the ship's design. When put together, these pieces had a thickness of 52 inches. Of her 3 masts, the forward one was square-rigged, while the after 2 carried fore and aft sails like a schooner. As well as sails, Endurance had a 350-horsepower coal-fired steam engine, capable of turning her screw to produce speeds of up to 10.2 knots. On board, Shackleton was greeted by 3 men: Frank Worsley, the ship's captain, Frank Wild, his second-in-command, and Harry McNish, the ship's carpenter, known as Chippy. He greeted each of them with a firm handshake, and they quickly brought him up to speed with the ship's developments and provisioning status. 2 days later, the Endurance left the harbor at Buenos Aires. From there, they sailed southeast to the Antarctic island of South Georgia, to a Norwegian whaling station called Grytviken. Shackleton learned much from the whaling captains about the conditions between there and the Weddell Sea, which indicated that this was a particularly heavy ice year. The plan had been to spend only a few days collecting stores, but instead the vessel remained at South Georgia for a month to allow the ice further south to disperse. The Endurance finally left Grytviken with a deck load of coal in addition to normal stores. This was to help with the extra load on the engines when it came to pushing through pack ice in the Weddell Sea to the Antarctic continent beyond. Shackleton felt good to be moving again. Yet in their wake, at the edge of the distant horizon, was another 3-masted barkentine. Something about it made him feel uneasy. Few people outside of whalers sailed anywhere near this far south, with the exception of other explorers and adventurers, and he hadn't heard of any expeditions besides his own. It was an anomaly. But worse than that, Shackleton had a terrible gut feeling he knew exactly why it was there. For the next 24 hours he attempted to put it out of his mind. There was nothing he could do about it for the time being anyway. He was already trying to achieve his fastest pace. There was nothing more he could do. By the time early morning came, the ship had halved the distance between the 2 barkentines. It made him feel physically sick. What the hell was it doing out here? Except he knew the answer. It was pursuing him, stalking him. Shackleton's heart hammered in his chest. The reason was clear. It wanted his precious cargo, the very cargo that no one knew existed. He had a thought about that for a moment. It wasn't entirely true. The fact was, Worsley and Wild knew about it, and although Chippy had no idea what it was to be used for, he was the carpenter who had custom-built both the safe and the secure room to house it. The safe was easy to dismiss, but the second cargo, that would have etched an indelible mark into his mind until curiosity reared its ugly head. Any one of them could have talked, but he doubted it. All 3 of them, despite their differences, were men of honor and integrity. He could sooner accept his own mother would have betrayed him given the circumstances. That just left the crew. There were 29 men in total, including himself. No reason to trust any one of them. Hell, the majority had simply answered an advert in the London Times newspaper that read, "Men wanted for hazardous journey, small wages, bitter cold, long months of complete darkness, constant danger, safe return doubtful, honor and recognition in case of success." What sort of men did he expect to receive? He expelled a sigh and watched the barkentine in his distant wake. Shackleton tried his best to mentally discredit the evidence and come up with another reasonable explanation to why the other vessel was down there, But it wasn't happening. In the end, logic and fact won out. He needed to accept that someone had betrayed him, and whoever it was would probably make a play for his precious cargo. His cargo. Something about the thought triggered a wave of terror. The fear was visceral, and for a moment he felt like he was going to collapse. Instead, he ran downstairs, entered his room, and unlocked the safe. It wasn't big, more like one of those metal boxes one uses to store tools rather than a large treasure chest. This one had an abloy cylinder lock, a recent invention by mechanical engineer Emil Henriksen. It was designed to be almost impossible to pick. Shackleton felt his heart settle at the sight of the abloy cylinder still firmly in place. He removed the key from around his neck and inserted it into the cylinder. It turned with a simple click, and he opened the safe. Inside were a series of maps, ancient maps, topographical depictions of distant lands from across the globe, dating back nearly 2,000 years. His eyes widened as he carefully examined them, making certain they were the original and not a copy. As he shifted each one, he felt better. It was all in his mind. There was no threat. He was heading to Antarctica to achieve his imperial trans-Antarctic expedition. No one could possibly imagine the true purpose for his expedition. He reached the end of the documents and stopped. His heart skipped a beat, maybe two. Something was missing. He backtracked, scanning each one again to make sure he hadn't just missed it. He hadn't. He closed the safe and locked the abloy cylinder and headed back up onto the deck. Wilde greeted him with a furrowed brow. "Everything all right, Shackleton?" "No." His voice was just a whisper. He'd been betrayed, and the thief was still aboard. "It's missing." "What's missing?" "One of the maps." "Good God!" Wilde kept his voice down this time. "But who could have known about it? And even if they did, how could they expect to ever get it off the Endurance?" "That's a good question. Who indeed?" Wilde made the next connection. He placed a hand over his mouth to prevent himself from cursing out loud. "The barkentine that's been following us." "Exactly," Shackleton said. "Whoever stole it must be planning on rendezvousing with that ship. We need to find it before that ship reaches us." "Of course, but how?" Wilde asked. "I'll speak with Worsley. We need to let everyone on board know that something's been stolen, and that we're going to make a systematic search of everyone's quarters and possessions. Hopefully, in the process, it will force our would-be thief to make his next move. That's when we arrest him." Wilde met his eye. "What about the barkentine?" "It's not a man-of-war. I don't think there's a boarding party. I'm hoping if we catch the thief, we can put all of this behind us." Wilde said, "All right. We'll start the search immediately." Shackleton met Captain Worsley on the deck a few minutes later. "Worsley, we have a thief on board. I need to set up a search." Worsley cut him off short. "Sorry, Shackleton, it will need to wait. Didn't you feel the ship shift? We've hit polar pack ice. We're going to need every man we can get if we're to keep our ship moving." For the next 2 days, the Endurance worked its way through the pack, averaging less than 30 miles per day, before heavy pack ice was sighted and a gale developed. Under these conditions, it was soon evident progress could not be made, so the ship took shelter under the lee of a large grounded berg. During the next 2 days, Endurance was shifted back and forth under the sheltering protection of the berg. Despite their efforts, a thin layer of pack ice froze right up to the edge of the ship, sealing it in its position. In the distance, no more than a few miles away, the rogue barkentine had become trapped in ice. There was little that either ship could do except wait. With time now on his hands, Shackleton ordered the ship searched, while the men remained in the kitchen under Worsley's watchful eyes. Wild checked off the roll call for each man and stopped. Someone was missing. Wild asked, "Where the hell is Angelo Romano?" There was a chattering of words as the crew discussed who had seen Romano last. When it was clear that the man had intentionally tried to make himself absent from the search, Shackleton ordered everyone up on deck to find him. Shackleton himself carried a loaded Colt M1911 hand pistol. "Find him!" Free from their confines, everyone raced up onto the deck. The blizzard had bombarded the ship, leaving the deck covered in ice and the rigging little more than a frozen mass. Shackleton traced a set of footprints along the deck that had extended all the way out to the port side before ceasing to exist. His lips twisted into an incredulous grin. Shackleton's eyes glanced upward, still holding his Colt M1911, ready to shoot the man. But there was no sign of Romano in the frozen rigging. Instead, at the very end of the yard arm, a single rope of manila hemp swung in the breeze. It stood out in an instant because the rope was still dry, suggesting it had been hoisted in the past 15 to 20 minutes at most. Shackleton ran to the port side and looked out along the ice sheets that formed the frozen shore. A man, already no more than a speck, was running north along the ice. Shackleton's eyes darted to the second ship, the rogue barkentine, also temporarily trapped in the pack ice. "I don't believe it," he said to no one in particular. "What?" Wild asked. "That fool must have stolen it. And what's more, I believe he's trying to make a run for it across the shallow ice sheet to meet that other ship that's been following us for days now." Captain Worsley stepped up and said, "I've ordered a lifeboat into the water. There's no way to be certain the ice around us will hold the weight of more than one of us. Better to put the boat on the ice and see what happens." "Agreed," Shackleton replied. Wild patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Shackleton, we'll catch him. He's not going to outrun the lot of us." "No, he might very well do just that," Shackleton warned. "He's got a head start, and that ship can't be more than a few miles away." "What do you want to do?" Wild asked, used to Shackleton making his mind up in such matters. "I'll take one of the sleds. Send some men down below to fetch Lupoid, Hercules, and Ulysses. It will take longer to set up, but together we'll retrieve Romano, that's for damn sure." Wild said, "Understood. I'll get the sled dogs." Shackleton rigged Lupoid, Hercules, and Ulysses to the sled. It was a small team, but it was powerful enough to catch Romano. He gripped the reins and yelled, "Hike!" Lupoid, named for his intelligent eyes and close resemblance to a wolf, gave a curt bark. His teammates yipped back. Then all three dogs began to run in unison. The sled picked up speed. Angelo Romano was half a mile ahead of him, but the poor wretch never had a chance. Shackleton drove his sled dogs hard. Further, having been cooped up on board the Endurance, they reveled in activity. Shackleton let Lupoid set the pace, and the natural leader set it hard and fast. As they quickly gained on Romano, he kept looking over his shoulder. Spurred to run faster by the ease with which his adversaries were gaining on him, he sped up, lifting his knees to improve his pace over the thick, icy ground. When it became apparent that he would never outpace Shackleton and his three sled dogs, Romano took a different tack. Instead of running straight toward the rogue barkentine, he turned east, heading into the thinner sheet ice near the open water. Shackleton slowed his dogs. "Careful, Lupoid. This ice is getting pretty thin." They kept moving, and the ground seemed to move with every step, struggling to maintain balance under their weight. Shackleton shouted, "Romano, don't do this! You don't have to die for this!" Romano reached the end of the ice. Coming to a complete stop at the edge, he paused just before the shallow sheet of ice turned into ice-cold sea. Shackleton took a breath. The man was trapped, and trapped people, like all animals, can do some pretty stupid things. He turned the palms of his hands upward toward the sky. Then, in a calm and gentle voice, Shackleton said, "Romano, you don't have to do this. Give me the map, and I'll let you leave. You can go to your ship, and I'll never see you again." Romano pulled out the map. His eyes darted toward it, and then back at Shackleton. Sensing Romano's thoughts, Shackleton said, "It's not worth it. Nothing's worth losing your life over." Romano turned and met his glare. "This doesn't belong to you." That surprised him and made Shackleton laugh. "That's true, but it certainly doesn't belong to you either." "No, it doesn't belong to me." Romano shook his head, his eyes staring vacantly at the map. "It doesn't belong to anyone. Aurelia went to great lengths to make sure no one ever reached this place again. We have gone to great lengths for nearly 2,000 years to ensure her wishes were achieved. I don't intend to let you destroy everything." There was something fatalistic in his voice. Shackleton yelled, "Stop!" Romano shook his head. "I'm sorry, Shackleton. I never meant for it to come to this, but some things are worth dying for." Shackleton broke into a run. Romano sealed the map, tucked it firmly into his jacket pocket, and closed the buckles. Then, with his face set with a look of hardened defiance, he stepped into the icy waters, going under without a struggle. Shackleton watched as the doomed man sank beneath the ice sheet, disappearing into the darkness far below, and taking with him the last piece of evidence that the Obsidian Chamber ever existed. That afternoon, the gale settled, and the Endurance broke free from its icy prison. The ship's crew set the topsail with the boiler engine at slow. The ice pack had blown away. Progress was made slowly until hours later, Endurance encountered the pack once more. It was decided to move forward and work through the pack. The ice cleared up, and soon they started to make good headway. It was a good omen. Shackleton thought they might just still be able to achieve their original goal. Shackleton glanced back and saw with great pleasure that the rogue barkentine, presumably still stuck in pack ice, had failed to free itself. It was now disappearing over the horizon behind them. Worsley and Wilde noticed Shackleton's relief and said in unison, "Well, at least that's done." "Yes, I think the Endurance is a lucky ship," Worsley said. "You look very tired. Do you want to go down below and get some rest?" Shackleton expelled a breath. "Not yet. There's still one more thing to do." "What?" Worsley asked. "I'll show you." Shackleton trudged down into the navigation station and retrieved the ship's register. Out loud he read the name. "Angelo Romano." Captain Worsley asked, "What about him?" Shackleton crossed the name out with an emphatic pen stroke. "I've removed his name from the annals of history. Better that no one knows that he was ever aboard." And with that, the Endurance and her crew, in good spirits and high hopes, continued to sail south into the Weddell Sea. Chapter 1. Weddell Sea, Antarctica, Present Day. An uninterrupted sea of white filled the hostile landscape. Sam Reilly blinked, taking in the sweeping vista in all its deadly glory. To the north, a 20-foot-wide ice floe carved its way through the frozen sea, forming a serpentine-like appearance as it snaked its way in a northerly direction, shifting thousands of tons of ice in what appeared to be a peaceful yet deadly migration. The floe could easily crush the reinforced steel hulls of unsuspecting ships in its wake. Hundreds of miles to the south, the Filchner-Ronne ice shelf formed an impenetrable wall of ice from which a constant wind blew. Somewhere in the middle of all of this, a small blue hovercraft interrupted the desolate, colorless landscape. It stood motionless next to a large crevasse that formed a jagged scar on the otherwise barren surface. Sam Reilly gripped a small rope tethered to the hovercraft and leaned over the edge, peering down into the icy abyss. His eyes, blue like the ocean, matched the color of the ancient glacial ice that descended to the water far below as they scanned the area. Spotting Tom, who was approximately 40 feet down the vertical wall of ice, Sam shouted, "Any sign of it?" Tom locked his rappelling rope off across his descender and shook his head. "Not yet." Sam frowned. "It's late." Over the growl of the gusting wind, Tom replied, "It had to navigate some of the deadliest and most inhospitable regions on Earth. Give it some time." Sam's gaze darted to the south, where powdery ice swept the surface. His eyes returned to Tom. "It's already had 18 hours," Tom warned. "And it might need 19? "It was programmed with a very specific series of navigational beacons, and it was supposed to be back here almost an hour ago." Tom shrugged, his lips parting in a half-grin. "What part of the word autonomous in autonomous underwater vehicle didn't you get?" "All right, we'll wait longer." Sam cut him off with a wave of a hand and a suppressed grin. "It's not like we're going anywhere until we retrieve it, one way or the other." They had launched the AUV on an underwater survey mission to search for Ernest Shackleton's Endurance, with its primary mission to detect and map any submerged wrecks, rocks, and obstructions. Of course, the entire region was filled with massive ice floes, capable of crushing the nearly $2 million AUV in the process. Unlike an ROV, which is remotely operated via a series of cables connected to the ship, an AUV conducts its survey mission without operator intervention. When a mission is complete, the AUV will return to a pre-programmed location where the data can be downloaded and processed. Sam glanced up at the midnight sun. Despite the permanent daylight that graced the polar regions in summer, he had no intention of being out there all night. Not that he had much choice. If the AUV didn't come home, they would need to mount a search and rescue mission with the AUV's twin sister. Given the constant movement of the entire region, waiting even until the next day might mean they would never see their AUV again. A moment later, his thoughts were interrupted by Tom's shouts. Sam gripped his rope tether and leaned over the edge of the crevasse. "What is it, Tom?" Tom's lips curved into a broad grin, his hand held up high in a classic thumbs-up. "AUV-1 has returned." Chapter 2. Sam attached the rope to his harness via a descender, locked off the carabiner, and was over the icy ledge within seconds. He kicked off the wall and rappelled to the sheet of trapped, floating ice, all the way at the bottom, where Tom was already inspecting the high-tech underwater robot for any damages. He ran his eyes across the little submersible robot. Despite its heavy price tag, the machine wasn't much to look at. It was basically a small tube, like a miniature torpedo, with an aft propeller for propulsion. Surrounding it were multiple digital video cameras and a complex array of LiDAR and sonar that acted as its eyes and ears while it autonomously navigated the subsurface of the sea. Built into small alcoves on each side of its tube-shaped hull were two articulating arms that could be used for retrieving small objects, cutting lines, or attaching lift hooks to larger objects. Sam's breath misted in the icy crevasse as he moved along the edge toward the AUV. "How is she?" Tom looked up. "She looks good. No obvious damage." "Well, isn't that something?" he replied, eyeing the little robot with respect. "It takes more than seas of ice crashing violently against one another to destroy this little AUV. Do you want to bring it up to the surface now or retrieve the data first to see if we need to send it in again?" "Let's retrieve the data first and see what we've got," Sam said, plugging his solid-state external hard drive into AUV-1. "We might need to send it back in for a second go-round if we find something." "All right," Tom said, as he went through the intricate process of dismantling the AUV's protective panels so that he could exchange the battery pods. He extracted the twin lithium-ion power packs and attached them to wire cables to be winched to the surface. "I'll swap these over and meet you topside." "Sounds good." Sam waited as 5 terabytes of video and photographic data transferred across. When it was complete, Sam transferred his external hard drive, attached his ascender to the rope, and climbed out of the icy crevasse. On the surface, the hovercraft's deflated blue skirt stood out against the backdrop of snow and ice. It was a small, agile vehicle, perfectly suited to the region's unique and inhospitable landscape. Twin 6-foot propellers mounted to its aft section allowed it to race along on its cushion of air at speeds impossible in any other land vehicle on the continent. Tom worked to secure the AUV's lithium-ion power packs onto a mounting plate toward the middle of the hovercraft. Sam opened the hatch and climbed inside the protective confines of the vehicle. Despite its limited protection, and the fact its engines had been silent for nearly 12 hours, it felt warmer inside. He opened his laptop onto a fold-out desk that doubled up as a workstation and some sort of barbarically contorted sleeping arrangement, and switched his computer on. He plugged in the external hard drive and accessed the data. AUV-1 had recorded more than 6 hours of continuous digital video recordings in high definition from a total of 8 separate cameras, as well as an equal duration of LiDAR and sonar data. In total, it would take him weeks to scan over every image, a task that he might need to end up doing, but fortunately the wonders of AI data mining technology meant that anything suspected of being constructed by people, such as ships or equipment, would be identified and matched in their individual files, if they got lucky and the AUV found something. He held his breath and scanned the document folders for any signs of what he was looking for, and grinned. There was just one. It was labeled Unidentified Shipwreck. Sam clicked the image. His pulse raced. It was a large 3-masted barkentine, the same rough shape as Shackleton's Endurance. He zoomed in on the image, trying to find something that would provide definitive evidence that he had the right ship. The permanently near-freezing conditions and hypoxic water meant that microbials struggled to destroy the ship, leaving it well intact. Sam frowned. Yet still there was nothing to confirm or deny the ship was in fact the Endurance. Biting his lower lip in concentration, he was about to pull another image of the shipwreck from a different angle when his satellite phone rang. The caller ID showed the call was coming from the Tequila's helm. Sam said, "Hey, Matthew." "Hello, Sam," Matthew replied. "Did the AUV find anything?" Sam glanced at the image of the shipwreck, and a small grin creased his lips. "Yeah, there's a shipwreck down there, a 3-masted barkentine." "The Endurance?" Sam's eyes narrowed on the image. His heart raced with anticipation. Hopefully. I'm not sure. We might need to send the AUV down on a second mission to get more evidence. Matthew said, Yeah, well, send it on its way and come home. I thought you might want to know. You've got company. The tone of Sam's voice turned hard. What have we got? 2 hovercrafts coming in fast from the north. They're headed straight for you. At present speed, they'll be on you in about 8 minutes. Any idea where they originated? No. Matthew's voice was emphatic and apologetic. Elise is using the satellites overhead to search for a mothership, but she hasn't found anything yet. And as you know, there are no logged research missions in the region. They might be friendly, but we're not taking any chances. Genevieve is already opening the armory. You'd better get back to the Tehila. Sam said, I understand, and ended the call. He closed his laptop, climbed through the hatch, and, holding onto the rope tethered to the hovercraft, leaned into the crevasse. Tom, forget the AUV. We've got company. Chapter 3. Sam sat down and strapped himself into the cockpit. It resembled a unique combination between the controls of an aircraft, ship, and race car. Aggressively rudimentary and practical in its sparsity, the single joystick between his legs was responsible for its directional control, and 2 levers on his left adjusted the RPM for each of the craft's twin engines. No instruments were yet visible, giving it a somewhat simplistic and barren appearance. He switched on the main starter button, and the engines began to turn over. With power sent to the main systems, an array of digital instruments lit up on the windshield via the heads-up display. It provided data ranging from navigational information to compass direction, GPS position, speed, radar, and engine diagnostics. The twin 6-foot fans positioned at the back of the vessel began to spin. Within a minute they reached full speed and whined like the blades of a helicopter as they produced the air current required to lift the hovercraft off the ground. Sam adjusted the gear lever in order to split a 50-50 ratio of that air current through the ducting gearbox. The impeller below them suddenly roared into life with the flow of a powerful air current, which then became trapped in the hovercraft's flexible skirt. This caused the entire amphibious craft to rise 4 feet into the air, resting on the trapped air cushion. Tom climbed up onto the skirt, carefully folding his enormous frame to squeeze through the opening. Shuffling inside, he closed the hatch, sealing them within the safe confines of the hovercraft. Sam adjusted the gear lever so that all remaining thrust was expelled through the rear propellers and increased speed to full. The vessel leaped forward, leaving a blizzard of ice in its wake. Sam shifted the joystick to the left and spun the craft around 180 degrees until he was heading due south. Tom asked, What have we got? We don't know yet. There are 2 hovercrafts heading straight for us. According to Matthew, they haven't logged any expeditions in the region. He's still searching for their mothership. It must be out there somewhere. Do we have eyes on the bad guys? Afraid not. Elise tried to get satellite imaging, but there's too much cloud cover in the region to get a good visual. Tom moved to the next possibility. What about the quadcopter drones? Elise is on it. The drones are on an intercept course with the hovercrafts. She'll send us the feeds as soon as she's got it. Holding the joystick steady and with nothing to impede its progress, the vessel rapidly picked up speed. It was soon skimming across the ice-covered land at speeds of 70 miles per hour. The radar gave a ping, revealing 2 large hovercrafts roughly 3 miles to the north of them. Tom's eyes narrowed in on the digital readout. Are you sure they're a threat to us? Sam said, I don't know, but I don't want them to find that ship we have down there. If it turns out to be Shackleton's Endurance, it's one hell of a prize to give away. Tom arched an eyebrow. You're certain they're searching for it too? Well, they haven't logged their purpose or any research task, so I think it's fair to say that's why they're here. We haven't a clue what it is. No, but we know that Nostradamus believed that something inside Shackleton's ship will lead us to the Obsidian Chamber. There will be a multi-nation search for whatever the hell we find inside. Nonplussed, Tom shot him a half grin. It's not like they're going to make an international incident out of it, not all the way out here. An international incident? Who's talking about an international incident? Sam suppressed a grin. Not here in the middle of nowhere. If they are indeed looking for the Obsidian Chamber, and it's as valuable as Nostradamus would have us believe, well, then, I don't see why they wouldn't just kill us and take Shackleton's ship. Tom pushed to his feet, immediately retrieving a Remington 12-gauge shotgun from a storage box at the back of the cabin. Then he began loading rounds. Sam frowned. What are you planning on doing with that, Tom? His jaw clenched. Those are 2 military attack hovercrafts tracking us, each one capable of carrying at least 10 elite soldiers. Sure, but there's no certainty they're carrying a full complement. Tom's lips curled into a grin of someone who enjoyed a good battle. Besides, if we're marked to die, I sure as hell am not going out without a fight. That's one idea. Tom laughed. Why? What was your plan? There's no way in the world we're going to outrun them. No, but we might be able to lose them. Lose them? Tom glanced around at the icy landscape. It looked the same in every direction. Where? Hayes Glacier. Tom brought up the digital map, scrolling in on Hayes Glacier. It's positioned in the southeast part of the Weddell Sea, 17 miles west-southwest of Dawson-Lambton Glacier. That'll be the one. Some of our autonomous quadcopter drones surveyed the glacier a few days ago. It's a veritable fortress of giant ice pinnacles, ridges, caverns, tunnels, and crevasses. Sounds perfect for hiding. It will be, if we can reach it in time. You don't think we'll make it? I don't know, Sam replied, his voice calm, almost disinterested, as though he was patiently sitting and waiting to see if the bus would arrive on time. We'll see. Think we could crunch the numbers to check our chances of making it? Sure, go for it. Tom's eyes narrowed on the digital map. He used his thumb and forefinger to expand the map, revealing their hovercraft and the 2 in hot pursuit. They had already closed in on them, reducing the distance to about a mile. They still had about 5 miles to reach Hayes Glacier. The numbers looked bad. Sam said, Well? Tom returned to checking the Remington shotgun, his lips now forming a straight line. I'm with you. It's going to be really close. Chapter 4. Their airborne vessel raced across the scarred and chiseled ice at its top speed. Sam's eyes continuously swept the region up ahead for changes in the landscape. The problem with hovercrafts is that they handle similar to a car on solid ice, which is to say, they don't handle very well at all. Because it hovers on a cushion of air, there is no friction to keep it stuck in one place. The first thing most people notice is a hovercraft at idle will drift down any sloping surface. The other major problem is that the steering control surfaces are at the rear. When you turn the control to the right, the back end of the craft turns left. You are not driving as you do in a car. A hovercraft can travel sideways and even backward, as fast as forward. Another consideration is wind. It can and will push an air-cushioned vessel significantly off course. The best analogy is trying to drive a car on a sheet of wet ice on a windy day. The brakes don't work, and steering has little effect. You must remember, you cannot turn the craft without using thrust. If the engine is idling and you turn the rudders left, they will have little or no effect on the vessel's direction. If you turn the rudder, then apply some power, the back end of the craft will turn sideways. Unfortunately, you will still be moving in the same route as you were before, but the craft body will have turned sideways. You haven't actually changed direction. All you've done is rotated the hovercraft body. The next step in making a turn is to straighten the rudder a bit and apply a bit more power. This will push the craft in the direction the nose is pointing and away from the line of travel. Making a 180-degree turn usually involves multiple application of thrust and rudder to get round. It's similar to a power slide in a car. To make matters worse, hovercrafts have no brakes. There are only two ways of stopping, and neither of them is particularly effective in an emergency. You can simply reduce power until the craft no longer hovers. First, the skirt will drag, then the hull will start dragging. This maneuver isn't a good idea on rough land surfaces. You risk severe damage to the skirt or hull if you are traveling at speed. The second method is to turn the body 180 degrees and apply full thrust. You'll be using the power of the craft as a brake. The best way to drive a hovercraft is to continually look out for potential problems in front of you and be ready to take evasive action long before you absolutely have to. Up ahead, Sam spotted the first signs of the Hayes Glacier, rising majestically in the distance. He glanced at a small digital rearview mirror above his head. The projection showed the view from a series of digital cameras positioned around the hovercraft, allowing the user to flick through each one. It was currently set to depict the image from the back, the same as a rearview mirror in a car. Sam peered in the mirror. It showed two large crafts, both twice the size of the one he was piloting. They were screaming at speed toward him. Without looking at Tom, he said, "See if you can zoom in on our guests and see what we're up against." "Will do," Tom agreed, already adjusting the settings. The smooth ice started to undulate as it neared the glacier, with a series of raised shards of ice as large as a small car, forming a crenellated barrier that guarded the entrance to the glacier. Sam returned his focus to navigating upcoming obstacles. Easing the gear lever backward, he let the hovercraft slow naturally. Sam wasn't taking any chances. His ship began to slow, while their pursuers kept coming at speed. They would close the gap quickly at this rate, but it didn't matter. An airborne vessel was governed by the same laws of physics as the rest of the world. Without friction underneath the skirt, the hovercraft pilot would have to reduce power to slow down, or run the high likelihood of slamming into the upcoming ice fortress. Next to him, Tom expelled a breath. "Sam, you might want to keep our speed up." "It's all right. I can see our friends are closing in on us, but they'll have to slow down soon, too." Actually, I'm not so worried about that, but it appears they're armed." "Armed?" Sam's eyes darted toward the rearview mirror. They fixed on a large barrel at the front of the leading assailant. His heart raced, and for a second he thought he'd misjudged what he was seeing. An instant later, he saw a flash erupt from the mouth of the barrel, followed by a series of loud explosions as multiple grenades fell short of their position by no more than 60 feet. The not-so-small shock waves hit them a split second later. In response, Sam shoved the throttles all the way forward, increasing thrust to the twin propellers to full. "Holy shit!" Tom swore. "They've got a Russian AGS-17 Plamya mounted on their fucking hovercraft." The AGS-17 was a heavy infantry support weapon designed to operate from a tripod or mounted on an installation or vehicle. It fires 30mm grenades with the purpose to provide suppressive and lethal fire support against soft-skinned or fortified targets. The weapon uses a blowback mechanism to sustain operation. Ammunition is launched through a removable rifled barrel. The standard metal ammunition drum carries 29 linked rounds of grenades. "I'm on it!" Sam shouted over the reverberating echoes of aftershocks that resonated inside the cabin. "I'm not going to let them get in range again." "Good idea." He turned east, taking them into a dense jungle of 40-plus-foot-tall pinnacles called seracs. The giant ice blocks and columns of glacial ice formed a kind of frozen obstacle course, through which Sam's smaller hovercraft was better suited to navigate. A 30-foot-high wall of solid ice that marked the entrance of the ice fields and the remnants of what was once a large glacier still made its exceedingly slow journey through the sea. It was ancient ice, compressed by thousands upon thousands of years of snowfall, which had squeezed all the air bubbles out, creating a dense mass of ice. Like any body of deep water, this ice absorbed the red, orange, yellow, and green wavelengths of light, leaving in its place the shorter wavelengths of the most splendid blue Sam had ever seen. The hovercraft dropped off a ravine larger than Sam had realized. The engines roared as the cushion of air trapped in the skirt beneath them was freed from the confines of Earth. They fell for 3 quick heartbeats, then landed with a soft jolt. It was more like landing on a semi-inflated jumping castle than the shock absorbers of a car. Throttle all the way forward, Sam continued to drive through the icy forest, sliding through the seracs. He tried to match his speed to the landscape, but as the gradient increased in a downward direction, Sam was finding it harder to maneuver. Behind him, the twin vessels were gaining on them again. The icy passageway forked into 3 different directions. Sam glanced at each of them, trying to make a split-second decision. Tom beat him to it. "Go right! There's an opening on the other side of the cavern." "I see it," Sam said. Trusting Tom's decision in a heartbeat, Sam flicked the joystick and gave the propeller a burst of thrust. The hovercraft spun to the right as intended, before straightening up and entering the narrow ice tube. Light was visible on the outside, showing that the passageway was potentially navigable all the way through, but most likely too narrow for their pursuers to follow. Tom said, "Moment of truth." The lines on Sam's face deepened. "You don't think we'll fit?" "No, I'm pretty confident we'll fit, but they won't." "And the question remains, what will they do about it?" "Exactly." Behind them, their enemies split off in 2 directions, one heading to the left, presumably in an attempt to find a way around, and the other one followed them into the ice tube, where it slammed into the walls before coming to a jarring stop. Sam kept the speed up, traveling at roughly 30 miles an hour. In the narrow confines, the hovercraft's skirt kept skimming the walls of ice that enclosed them, picking up speed as the downward gradient increased, sending them racing along like a sled riding the luge. The walls of the tunnel tapered into a narrow opening, roughly 500 feet along the opposite end, where a series of frozen stalactites blocked their exit. There was no stopping them. The hovercraft struck the icy stalactites, sending them smashing through in shards of fractured ice, before dropping another 30 feet. Sam felt the ground drop from underneath him, and their vessel fell all the way to the snow-covered ground below, sending a shock down his spine before sending a plume of snow 15 feet into the air. Sam hit the windshield wipers, which whirred as they cleared their view. Up ahead, they were racing toward a 200-foot cliff that fell into the ice-cold waters of the Weddell Sea. Tom gripped the dashboard for support. "Sam, there's a cliff!" Sam played with the joystick, trying to regain control. "I see it." The hovercraft picked up speed, and like a speeding freight train, it was becoming harder to perceive a way to stop it. Tom shuffled backward in his seat, his face masked with joy, like a kid on a scary roller coaster ride who was trying to conceal his fear. Sam, I don't mean to rush you. Yeah, I'm on it. Sam took a deep breath. Just a little closer. Tom swallowed hard, his forced bravado finally shattered. Sam locked the rudder all the way to the left and shoved the throttle forward, giving a short jolt of thrust. The hovercraft turned around in a 180-degree arc. He swung the rudder and gave a second burst of throttle to straighten up. They were now racing toward the cliff, backward. Sam inched the throttle all the way up to its maximum range, using the propellers to act like a brake. His eyes darted toward the rearview mirror, where the cliff raced to greet them. They were slowing, but not quick enough. He flicked the gearbox so that 100% of the power generated by the propellers went to outward thrust, cutting off all airflow to the skirt. It deflated instantly, and the rough, grooved edges of the hovercraft dug into the snow with a jarring crunch. It continued its descent toward the cliff before coming to a complete stop just before the end of the ledge. Chapter 5. Sam looked at Tom. "You okay?" "Never better," Tom replied, a large smile beaming across his lips. "I knew you always had a plan." "Yeah, a plan. That's right." Sam grinned. "Any idea what happened to our guests?" "Yeah, I saw one of them get stuck in the ice tube." Sam arched an eyebrow. "And the other one?" "I don't know. It took the opening to the left, which means it's probably up there somewhere still looking for us. The question is, will they find us before the Tehila does?" "Did Elise say how far away they were?" "At least an hour. It's hard to get much speed out of the Tehila in these conditions. Much too dangerous to pick up her speed. They would be no good to us if they sent the Tehila to the bottom." Behind them, the snap of thunder resonated throughout the ice valley. Someone was firing off more grenades. Sam watched in the distance as the explosions seemed to fall in an arbitrary pattern, meaning they either were the worst shots in history, or more likely they had no idea where Sam and Tom were hiding. It didn't matter. Fact was, the pounding percussions were causing several of the house-sized seracs to crack and fall. If they didn't get out of the glacier soon, they were going to get killed, irrespective of whether or not they had been located. Sam ran his eyes across the maze of ice, searching for a way off the glacier. There were several caverns and hundreds of fractured ice peak shards. Upward of 30 feet tall, they had been drifting toward the sea over the course of thousands of years. He traced the glaciers down to the calm waters of the Weddell Sea far below, before locking onto a massive iceberg. It was about 300 feet out into the water. The thing could have been millions of years old. It was that big. Even from where they were, it was easy to see that the iceberg, with all its odd angles and caverns, held the perfect place to hide in plain sight. Sam said, "What do you think, Tom?" "If we can get there, we'll be able to hide until the Tehila arrives." Tom took a breath. "Of course, we still need to work out a way to get down to the water." Sam grinned. "Yeah, I'm still thinking about that." Another 3 grenades fell 100 feet away, triggering a type of avalanche. Seracs as high as 3-story buildings began to topple, falling like a series of dominoes. They were headed straight for them. Somewhere ahead there was a crack of thunder that made Sam think one of the grenades had landed directly on top of them. Only it wasn't caused by a grenade. It was a large section of the glacier calving into the Weddell Sea. Sam and Tom cursed, and the icy precipice upon which their hovercraft was perched broke free. Sam pushed the gear lever all the way forward, transferring 100% of the airflow downward in order to rapidly inflate the skirt. Ice and snow tumbled downward toward the water below. Sam transferred power to the aft propellers and began to ride the unfolding avalanche like a surfer on a wave. The turbulent sea of ice and snow climbed higher on itself, and the vessel rode its crest until it all dispersed on the water. Tom expelled a breath. "Well played." "Thanks. I don't know about that, but it was definitely pretty lucky." Sam motored the hovercraft around the giant iceberg, circling around it, looking for a place to enter. On the opposite side, its view hidden from the haze glacier, was an icy beach that led up to a giant frozen cave. Sam slowed and increased power to the impeller, creating more lift to mitigate the deep rifts and openings in the iceberg. He then adjusted the gearing, and the hovercraft crept forward, beginning its steep and steady climb back to land. Once out of the water, the obliging ship clambered along the icy beach into a cavern and stopped. Sam deflated the hovercraft's skirt until it became firmly wedged beside the base of the icy grotto. Tom reached up and stretched backward. He exhaled with a mischievous grin. "Well, now that that's done, we wait for the tequila, and then find out where our friends came from." "Sounds like a plan," Sam replied, matching Tom's stretch. "We shouldn't have to wait long." Elise said they were still an hour away. Tom's eyes drifted upward to the top of the ice grotto, where two quadcopter drones whined as they hovered. "No, I mean now that the tequila knows where we are." Sam followed Tom's gaze. The quadcopters stopped, their digital cameras fixed on the hovercraft. "Ah, so they do." He turned around and withdrew his laptop. Opening it up, he switched it on and began logging into the secure network that linked the assembly of semi-autonomous quadcopter drones. The computer kept displaying the searching icon, as its radio waves were unable to locate and connect to the drones. He frowned. "That's strange." Tom asked, "What's wrong?" Sam turned the laptop to face Tom. "Look, I'm not able to log onto the drones." "Have you tried reloading it?" Tom ran a hand through his hair. "I mean, we've got a direct line of sight, so I can't see the Wi-Fi having any trouble." "Yeah, I've tried that. Still nothing." Sam picked up his satellite phone and hit the return number. Elise picked up on the first ring. "Did you have any trouble with your new friends?" "You could say that. They didn't want to play nice." "Are you and Tom okay?" "Fine. How close are you?" "About 20 minutes. Are you safe?" "Yeah, we're hiding in an iceberg." Elise's smile carried through to her voice. "How very like you." "Just what Tom said," Sam said. "Hey, I've got eyes on one of our autonomous drones, but I'm having trouble connecting to it to receive audiovisual. It would be great to have some eyes and ears to keep track of our unwanted guests." Elise's voice was curt. "Sam, our drones are still at least 10 minutes away from you." Sam frowned. "If that's not our drone, then whose is it?" Tom said, "I suspect it's their search drone." Sam swore under his breath. "Which means we've just been found." Chapter 6. Tom whispered, "Any chance they haven't seen us yet?" Sam suppressed a smile and spoke in his normal voice. "Not a chance in hell. Besides, if they're like our drones, their microphones are set to absorb and interpret sound waves at frequencies much higher than the human ear, so either way, they're aware of what's going on." Tom folded his arms across his lap. "Oh well, maybe our new friends don't know yet what the drones have found." "Hey, you might be onto something there. After all, our drones were set with LiDAR and ground-penetrating radar to search for signs of Shackleton's endurance, but it's not until they return to the Tehillah that their data is uploaded. So we might just get lucky." A light shot through the sky. Sam looked up and recognized it in an instant. It was the same light that preceded an air-to-ground missile. The damn thing must have been launched from an aircraft or possibly even a ship that was miles away. A loud whistle followed. Anyone who had ever been shelled with enemy mortar knew what that sound meant. It was a precursor to death on a perfect trajectory to hit them. And why wouldn't it? Those drones had provided their GPS coordinates. Sam threw the hovercraft into gear and throttled all the way forward. The ship lurched forward cumbersomely, its inflatable skirt not yet filled with air, and slid into the water. A split second later, the projectile struck the iceberg. It detonated on impact. The explosion sparked a striking contrast to the grenades which had been previously launched at them. They only caused relatively minor explosions, but in this case the power was extraordinary, splitting the icy grotto in half and sending it crashing into the sea. "That's a goddamn Tomahawk cruise missile," Tom swore. "What the hell's an American Navy Tomahawk doing out here?" Sam didn't ease off the throttle. He turned the nose of the hovercraft around and raced back toward the glacier. "I have no idea, and I'm keen to bring it up with the Secretary of Defense if we live long enough to get the chance. But right now we have to find somewhere to get out of sight of whoever's targeting us with those long-range, all-weather, jet-powered subsonic cruise missiles." "Agreed." Sam swung his ship toward an icy breach that led straight up the northern side of Hayes Glacier. It was a steep gradient, and Sam wasn't even sure the little hovercraft could make it. But he didn't have much choice. If he stayed out there in the open, they were going to get shot down for sure. He kept the vessel steady on its course, and with full power engaged, they flew up the slope and onto the glacier. Swerving to the left, Sam navigated the maze of ice. Tom grabbed the sat phone and called the Tehila. Genevieve answered. "Holy shit, Tom, we just saw a Tomahawk land near your current location." "Yeah, we've got some unfriendly company out here. We're going to need your help." Genevieve answered. "We're tracking your location and we'll try to rendezvous." "Do your best. I'm not so sure we can keep this up for very long." "Understood," Genevieve replied. "I'm sending you coordinates. It'll be the best chance that the Tehila will reach you in time." Tom said, "You'd better make sure the Tehila's defense system is online by the time we get there, because we'll be coming in hot." "You can bet it sure as hell will be," Genevieve said, her hardened defiance coming through in her voice, like a boxer just waiting to get into the ring. "Just get here in one piece. We'll do the rest." "Thanks, Genevieve. You're the best." "You'd better believe it. Stay safe, Tom. Don't let Sam do anything stupid." "I'll do my best." Tom put the sat phone down. Behind them, the twin quadcopter drones matched their pace, tracking them with the robotic precision of a deadly computer. Tom grabbed the Remington 12-gauge shotgun and unlatched the hatch. Sam frowned. "What the hell are you doing?" "Getting rid of these two targeting drones before they get us killed." And with that, Tom stepped out into the windy, icy conditions on top of their vessel and closed the hatch. Chapter 7. A blast of air almost knocked Tom off his feet. He grabbed a steel support arm that lined the roof of the cockpit for balance, steadying himself. The hovercraft was traveling at nearly 40 miles an hour, causing the wind to beat down on him like the airflow along the airfoil of an aircraft wing. His vice-like grip preventing him from being blown overboard, Tom clambered aft until the cockpit's roof provided some protection from the elements. The hovercraft kept climbing, swerving around multiple seracs before opening up onto the ice shelf. Once on level ground, the hovercraft quickly gained speed and momentum, racing ahead until it was easily surpassing 70 miles per hour. Overhead, the drones kept tracking them. Ready to do some skeet shooting, Tom kneeled down, bracing his back against the rear hovercraft windshield. His eyes focused on the closest drone before checking the landscape ahead. The ground looked level, awash with the omnipresent whites of Antarctica. He grinned and returned his focus to the drone. Its quad propellers whirred and whined as it tried to keep up, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was about to be blown out of the sky. Tom didn't need more preparation. He let go of the support bar. In a sequence of fast, determined movements, he shifted his left hand to hold and support the barrel, while his right hand gripped the stock. His fingers squeezed the trigger. A single shot fired. It landed right on target, turning the drone into a splintered burst of shrapnel no longer distinguishable from its previous state. Tom slid the shotgun's fore-end backward and forward in the classic pump-action movement, ejecting its spent round of ammunition and chambering a fresh one. It was much faster than a bolt action, and somewhat faster than a lever action, but not requiring him to remove his trigger hand to reload. Tom turned his gaze up at the second drone. An incredulous smile creased his lips. The damned thing, previously placid, tracking them closely with the carefree indifference of a puppy, now appeared alive, actively adjusting its position constantly in an effort to avoid becoming an easy target. "My God, you learned fast." He turned his gaze forward, checking the landscape ahead for any signs Sam was going to need to throw the hovercraft around suddenly. The craft was hugging the edge of the ice sheet, a 200-foot cliff that intermittently broke free, calving into the Weddell Sea. Otherwise, the place looked level. He quickly returned to the rogue drone. Becoming more confident of the natural movements of the vessel, Tom let go of the railing and leaned back for balance. He tracked the quadcopter, which seemed to be flittering and jutting in and out of an imaginary and complex geometric maze. It made him smile. Talk about artificial intelligence. The damned machine knew that Tom had killed its friend. If that doesn't strike fear in the heart of anyone who watched any film within the Terminator franchise, he didn't know what did. He aimed and squeezed the trigger. The sound from the shotgun was muzzled by a much larger sound, an explosion coming from a nearby grenade that landed approximately 40 feet to their right side. The blast wave made a crescendo, shoving the airborne ship to the left, forcing it in an uncontrollable spin toward the cliff. The hovercraft spun around, knocking Tom to the deck. Instantly, he dropped the shotgun in exchange for the railing, narrowly catching it before he fell off the edge. Tom hung onto the brace bar at the end of the craft, bumping along uncomfortably, his feet dragging across the hard snow. The twin propellers blasted him with gusts of air, while Sam managed to straighten the hovercraft. Behind him, the Remington rattled across the metal slats at the back of the hovercraft. Before falling, he watched it disappear into the snow. Tom swore and quickly pulled himself back up onto the moving vessel. A quick glance behind them showed that one of the original attack hovercrafts was now hot on their tail. Above them, the drone, having seemed to realize that Tom had lost his weapon, was now taunting him by tracking them even closer than before. Fear had been replaced by complacency from the knowledge that Tom was defenseless. Tom's jaw tightened. The drone was close enough that Tom thought he could almost jump up and grab it. His eyes narrowed malevolently on the quadcopter, considering doing just that, before shaking his head and realizing it wasn't worth trying. He clambered back in through the hatch and into the cockpit. Sam looked up at him. "Ah, welcome back. Did you see our old friend is back?" "I noticed," Tom said. "I saw you made short work of one of the drones. You didn't feel like taking out the other one, or maybe even shooting the driver of that hovercraft for us?" "Afraid not. It might be a little difficult, what with the fact that I lost the Remington and all." "You lost my shotgun." "Sorry." "I expected you to be less careless with it," Sam said, his voice teasing. "I'm glad you're alive, Tom." "Me too, but I'm not sure I like our chances." Tom's eyes fixed on the end of the ice shelf up ahead. "I think we're coming to the end of the road." "The ice sheet's lower here, probably only 20 or so feet. We could probably drive straight off the end of it into the water." "Sure, but then what? We'll be sitting ducks in the water. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to take cover." Tom looked at the sat phone. "Any news from the Tehila?" "No, the signal's gone dead too." "Great," Sam said. "There's one chance." "Go on," Tom replied, a slight grin creasing his lips. "I'm listening." "I'm going to let our friend get a little closer. Then when we get right up to the end of this ice sheet, I'm going to turn around. If we get lucky, they will keep racing straight off and into the water." "And if not?" "Then we're stationary. They're still up here, and we're in trouble." Tom said, "All right, moment of truth." Next to him, Sam shifted his craft into neutral, allowing it to slow as it coasted toward the end of the ice sheet. The attacking hovercraft behind them matched its speed, cutting power to its propellers. Tom looked at Sam, whose eyes were locked on a distant point, while his mind was moving with the speed of a supercomputer, determining precisely when to make his next move. The cliff raced to greet them, and Sam swung the joystick to the left and gave the propellers a full burst of power. The ship spun on the spot before slowing with jarring speed. Tom felt his back squish into the hard seat. A second later, Sam pulled the emergency deflate lever, releasing the last of the air from the cushion, and the hovercraft sunk into the snow. Tom looked up. In front of them, the attacking craft came to a complete stop. Tom sighed. "Time to face the music." Sam said, "Sorry, Tom." He folded his massive frame to squeeze through the tiny hatch and climbed out of the vessel. Tom and Sam raised their hands above their heads like prisoners surrendering. Several men in snow fatigues clambered out of the larger attack hovercraft. Tom felt his heart race, waiting for the inevitable, but no one appeared to be carrying any weapons. A moment later, a man with a distinctly French accent raised his hands and said in English, "Please, don't shoot." Tom grinned, his eyes darting toward Sam. "See, I knew they would surrender once they got a good look at us." Sam smiled. "Yeah, it's all us, Tom." Tom glanced over his shoulder where the Tehila had pulled up alongside the ice sheet. Its advanced camouflage system flickered, causing the entire hull to decloak and come into full view. Protruding from the sleek deck of its bow was a phalanx. The close-in weapons system, known as CIWS for short, was used for defense against airborne threats such as anti-ship missiles and helicopters. It was designed and manufactured by the General Dynamics Corporation, Pomona Division, and consisted of a radar-guided 20mm Vulcan cannon mounted on a swiveling base. Because of its distinctive barrel-shaped radome and automated nature of operation, CIWS units were nicknamed R2-D2, but not in the friendly Star Wars droid sense. Looking like an evil futuristic contraption, the R2-D2 automatically fixed its 20mm Vulcan cannon onto the hovercraft. Tom cursed. A few seconds later, Genevieve stepped out onto the deck, carrying an M9 bazooka, which she had trained on the hovercraft, and Elise, who was carrying an Uzi with indifference. Tom looked up at Genevieve, a mixture of admiration and sheer pleasure plastered on his face, as she took control of everything. Genevieve wore a no-nonsense, I don't take crap from anyone expression, stolen straight from Sarah Connor out of the Terminator franchise. "So who wants to try and explain to me why I shouldn't just kill the lot of you right here?" Chapter 8. Commander Delacroix watched with incredulity as the sleek, dark vessel appeared to materialize out of the stark, contrasting sea of white. It seemed to use some sort of advanced camouflage technology that most likely incorporated a hull made from a complex array of LCD screens and miniature cameras. He'd seen military research papers written about the concept, the idea of using a supercomputer to project the local landscape, but he'd never imagined the technology would have advanced to this degree. On its bow, wielding a damned M9 bazooka that was trained on his hovercraft, a woman glared down at him. Wearing a white, thick snow jacket that hugged her athletic frame, it seemed to accentuate her emphatic, piercing blue eyes. Beside her was a second woman wearing the same jacket, her face expressionless, revealing her Eurasian heritage. Her hands casually gripped an Israeli Uzi, also pointed his way. He instantly lifted his hands above his head. "Please, don't shoot!" he shouted. To his surprise, he found he was staring at the first woman's face. She was strikingly beautiful in a non-traditional sense of the word. There was something powerful and frightening about her demeanor, which seemed at odds with her angelic face. Delacroix would have loved to have met her under vastly different circumstances, particularly one where she wasn't holding an M9 bazooka on him and his men. She said something he couldn't quite understand over the distance, but her intention was clear through the tone of her voice and the barrel of her bazooka. There was something particularly chilling about the way she spoke with a calm, almost conversational tone. "Pardon," he replied, speaking perfect English despite his heavy French accent. "Do you mind repeating the question, mademoiselle?" The woman grinned. "You have 3 seconds to start telling me why I shouldn't kill every single one of you." Delacroix wasted 2 of those seconds, breathlessly collecting his thoughts. Then he spoke with a level of reserve bordering on mastery. "Mon Dieu! My God! As killing me would be against the Geneva Convention, and we are both quite civilized, no?" She shrugged and aimed the bazooka slightly to the left, narrowing her point of target specifically for his head. She gave an unsympathetic half-grin. "Technically, the Geneva Convention doesn't apply to civilians or in times of non-war." He tried to lower his hands from above his head, turning his palms skyward in a sign of submission. "S'il vous plaît, please, let us not squabble over technicalities. We speak of saving lives." The woman with the Uzi released a small, controlled burst. Delacroix swore in a stream of fast, unintelligible French. The bullets whirred past his face, leaving just inches between his certain death. There was no chance it was an accident. It was a warning shot, nothing more. If she wanted him dead, he would be dead. "Please, just let me explain." "No, I'll explain," the woman with the bazooka said, her voice calm and collected. "She doesn't like you lowering your hands. I don't like it either. Makes me nervous. In fact, I'd suggest you don't do it again, because I'm not sure I can fire this thing with the same level of accuracy as she can. You see, even when you miss with the bazooka, the nearby blast wave is enough to kill everything in a 30-foot radius. Is that clear?" "Very clear," he said, raising his hands as high as they could go above his head. Despite the cold air, he could feel the beads of sweat trickle from his forehead across his face. "What now?" "Now you can try again to explain why we shouldn't just kill you." Delacroix swallowed. "The Geneva Convention aside, there are still crimes against humanity. Someone will find out. They will know. Then there will be an investigation. Things like that don't just go away. Please, have some human kindness." Her eyebrow arched. Like the sort of human kindness that you and your men showed my friends here when you started to lob grenades their way."
"Grenades?"
Delacroix tried to project a puzzled expression on his furrowed brow.
"We weren't trying to attack anyone. We were testing responses to seismic activity on the ice sheet."
"I'm not buying it." His lips turned upward, smiling like a sycophant.
"I suppose believing we were making an opening in the ice for fishing is out of the question."
"You know, that's the first answer I believe you're right about. I don't believe you were fishing. So that's it? That's the best you've got? I guess I should finish it here." The shorter of the two men standing on the hovercraft interrupted her. "Genevieve, are you sure you want to do this?" "Makes no difference to me. If we let them go, they're only going to come back in greater numbers. It's probably for the best that I kill them here."
"Someone will discover the truth."
The words came out fast and emphatic. Delacroix felt himself losing control.
"Please, you are not a killer. This is not what you want. My people will not stop with the deaths of myself and my men."
She shrugged, laughter in her bemused eyes, like a predator tormenting its prey. "Out here? We're thousands of miles from anything. No one's ever going to know what happened to you. You and your men simply won't return home." His eyes narrowed.
"But we are not here on our own, are we?"
She laughed. "That's right, you're a distant friend with the Tomahawk cruise missile. I wouldn't count on them being able to keep you safe. The Tehila is well equipped to defend herself against incoming missiles." That stopped him mid-breath. His heart hammered in the back of his head. He'd assumed they were the ones who had fired the Tomahawk and killed the crew from his second hovercraft. Now it appeared there was a third group out here, all hunting for the last remnants of the Obsidian Chamber. The woman with the bazooka spotted his surprise. She caught it well and seemed to try and cover it up with another lie. "You didn't think we knew you had aerial support?"
"Ah, I see. So you know that this won't end well for anyone if you kill us. Any technology designed to defend against a Tomahawk is still in the research and development stage at best. Even if you're not bluffing, you can't be certain the technology will work."
"Either way," she said with a smile, "it won't make a difference to you if you're already dead."
"No, but if I'm dead, I can assure you that my ship won't stop at a single cruise missile to achieve retribution. They will launch a barrage so large that hell will rain down on you."
The shorter of the men on the hovercraft, who seemed to be in charge of the entire team, grinned. "All right, we don't need to sit here and debate who has the biggest—" The woman called Genevieve said, "For the record, it's me." The leader glanced at Genevieve and said,
"I have no doubt. Look, I believe we are all searching for the same thing. Right now, none of us have it. There's a lot of land to cover, and a hell of a lot of ice to search. It's unlikely either of us will find it."
Commander Delacroix asked,
"What do you suggest, Mr.
Reilly? Sam Reilly." For the second time in as many minutes, Delacroix caught his breath. He knew there would be a small legion of treasure hunters looking for the Obsidian Chamber, but he hadn't realized that someone like Sam Reilly had joined the hunt.
"All right, Mr. Reilly, what do you suggest?"
Sam Reilly's previously relaxed smile soured. His lips formed a hard, straight line. His jaw suddenly taut. "What's going to happen is this. You and your men are going to come over here and lay your weapons on the ground right there on the ice. My friend here," he said, pointing at the big guy next to him, is going to dismantle your grenade launcher. After that, you're free to go. And God help you, if I ever see you again. If I do, I'll kill you myself." Delacroix arched an eyebrow.
"And if I refuse?"
"Then, and here's the easy part," speaking with a slow, deliberate voice, the man removed any doubt in Delacroix's mind that he was bluffing. "Genevieve over there is going to put an M9A1 rocket in your hovercraft, and we'll just have to deal with whatever mess your friends with the tomahawk throw at us." Delacroix met Reilly's angered glare. There was insanity in the man's ocean blue eyes. Delacroix had seen it before. That sort of insanity was found on the battlefield, a sort of wild delirium that overcomes people when they realize that they've run out of cards to play, and now it's time to put everything you have left on the table, and consequences be damned. He turned to Sam and said,
"I'll order my men to do as you ask."
Delacroix's men slowly removed their weapons, laying them along the ice. The big guy, with Sam Reilly, clambered on board the hovercraft and examined the Russian AGS-17 Plamya. The man emptied the drum of 30 grenades into the hatch, keeping one for himself. Delacroix tried to protest.
"What the hell are you doing?"
Sam Reilly stepped in. "Hey, I never said anything about letting you keep the hovercraft. Just your lives. It's already more than you deserve, and a far greater chance of survival than you gave us."
"But it's -20 degrees out here. We'll freeze to death."
"You've got a satellite phone on you," Sam said. "I suggest you contact your friends and ask them for a ride."
"But we might freeze to death in the meantime."
Reilly shrugged. "Should have thought about that before you picked a fight with the wrong people." Delacroix began to argue the point, but on the hovercraft the big guy yelled, "Fire in the hole!" Then the man jumped off the doomed vessel, running back to take cover behind his own craft 60 feet away. Delacroix dived down, slamming into the icy ground. And a second later, his craft exploded. Chapter 9. Sam Reilly moved quickly. The hovercraft was winched onto the Tehila and brought below decks via the same elevator system used to lower and house the Eurocopter. As soon as it disappeared, Sam entered the Tehila, descending its sleek deck via the central stairwell, taking 2 to 3 steps in his stride. In the cockpit, Matthew looked up.
"Welcome back aboard, Sam."
"Good to be back," he replied with a sincere grin. The Tehila was the closest thing that had ever come to somewhere he could really call home. "Now that the hovercraft is stowed, I suggest we switch the dark shield camouflage system back on. Then let's get the hell out of here before our newfound friends realize and tell their friends that we don't have a hope in hell of defending against incoming Tomahawk cruise missiles." Matthew nodded. "Agreed. Dark shield is on. The supercomputer is starting up. We should have our dark shield running within minutes." Sam placed a hand on the back of Matthew's shoulders. "Thanks, Matthew." "It's okay. I'm just trying to keep the ship afloat," Matthew replied, slowly easing the Tehila forward and away from the ice sheet. Sam said, "I'll be in the mission room if you need me." Matthew met his eye. "I'll be all right. Good luck working out your next move." "Thanks. I think I'm going to need it." Sam stepped into the mission room, taking a seat at the round table, which stood at the heart of the ship. The round table was his idea. He liked the concept that each person brought their unique wealth of knowledge and experience to any mission. They had all risked their lives for each other for the greater good. With a round table, the voice of each person seated there was given equal weight and consideration. It was a good strategy. He liked the Arthurian ideal and tried to keep it in the back of his mind when making difficult decisions. Symbolism was where similarities to its Arthurian predecessor ceased. The table itself was a three-dimensional touch-screen projector, which allowed them to bring up 3D images. It allowed him to expand those images and search through in-depth 3D renditions of buildings, ships, locations, mine tunnels, and anything else the human mind could imagine and engineers have built. Already sitting at the round table was Elise and Genevieve, both overlooking Elise's laptop. They both looked up at him. "Any luck?" he asked. Genevieve answered, "Not yet. Elise is searching for their mother ship, but this cloud cover is making it difficult." Sam nodded. The ice-covered Weddell Sea could act as a source of both cloud condensation nuclei and ice-nucleating particles. This meant that, unlike the rest of Antarctica, it was constantly shrouded in thick cloud coverage, making satellite imaging difficult. "What about any aircraft?" Sam suggested. "We're looking, but we have nothing so far. Keep in mind, we've got to get double lucky to find it. First, we need to spot it in an area the size of Europe, and second, it needs to be somewhere that happens to be out of cloud cover." "All right. What about our friends?" "The French guys?" "Yeah," Sam smiled. "I mean, they're walking across the ice sheet without any specific gear. They're either going to freeze to death or someone's going to pick them up soon, right?" Genevieve turned to Elise. "You want to explain the plan?" "Sure," Elise said, without taking her eyes off her laptop. "We've diverted one of the autonomous drones we're using to search for Shackleton's lost wreck, the Endurance. It's flying high enough not to be particularly noticeable. I have it tracking the armed French team, keeping tabs on their movements. We need intelligence on who they're here with." "Sounds good. Does that mean you need to continuously watch their live digital streams?" "No, I've got a program running that will identify if the French Special Forces team make contact with anyone and let us know." Sam said, "All right. That covers them. What about the footage from AUV-1? Did your program find any definitive answers? Since AUV-1 had returned from its mission, and Sam had downloaded several terabytes of audiovisual data, Elise had been running a complex program designed to analyze each screen shot by individual shot, identifying and highlighting anything of relevance that needs to be seen by human eyes. Elise turned her palms upward. "Sorry, Sam, that wasn't the Endurance. Not even close." Sam's eyes narrowed. "You're certain?" Elise didn't bite. "Absolutely. In fact, I'm surprised you didn't pick it up already." A puzzled frown twisted on Sam's lips. "Why? What did you find?" Elise said, "Ernest Shackleton and Frank Worsley, the captain of the Endurance, both noted the ship broke in two during the cracking of the ice." "That's right," Sam confirmed. "Why?" "This one didn't. The whole front end of the ship has a massive hole in it, meaning it most likely ran into an iceberg that ripped its bow off. The thing sunk, nose down, but the rest of the ship is in perfect condition." Sam shook his head. "Sorry. We like to see what we want to see." "Right, so we're back to the drawing board." "Sorry." "Any idea what ship it is?" "No, but my program's still working on it, piecing together every frame. It might have a few hours or even a few days to run, but it will get there. If not, you're always welcome to go back and dive it for yourself, if it would satiate your boy-like curiosity." Sam grinned. "No, thank you. The Weddell Sea is deadly on the surface. I think I'll skip diving there if I can possibly avoid it." Chapter 10. Sam greeted Tom and Veyron as they entered the mission room and sat down at the round table. He was about to take a seat when Caterina Marcello entered. She instantly seemed to take command, despite not being there in any official capacity. The sight of her made him smile. She wore track pants and a warm turtleneck that hugged her strong and well-curved figure. She looked relaxed and comfortable. Her blonde hair was loosely tied back, and her intelligent gray eyes were wide, meeting him with a beguiling yet impish smile. She stood on her toes to meet him and kissed his lips with unrestrained passion. Then she stepped back, pushing him away with her fingers on his chest. Her voice was soft, but her gaze was hard. "Sam Reilly, is there something fundamentally wrong with you? I mean, did your parents drop you one too many times when you were a kid?" Sam grimaced, biting his lower lip. "I'm not really sure what you're looking for here." "I mean, what the hell is wrong with you?" "I don't know." Sam's lips curved into a guilty smile. "Do you want the list?" "I have it right here," Tom said, holding a piece of paper which appeared to have lines upon lines of meteorological data. Sam waved him away. "It's all right, Tom. Kat's well capable of providing the list herself." He paused, licking his lips, before meeting her gaze directly, his ocean blue eyes a mixture of love and admiration. "What exactly are you referring to?" "I just want to know why it is every time you head out anywhere, you meet people, and those people end up trying to kill you." She took a breath. Her eyes glared, her lips fixed in a tenuous line, as though some sort of hidden mischievousness was waiting to escape. Sam said nothing. "I mean, for goodness sake, we're in the middle of the damned Weddell Sea in Antarctica," she protested. "How do you even find someone in the first place? We're thousands of miles from anyone. Let alone upon meeting them you piss them off enough that strong words aren't enough to satisfy their anger. Instead, they start lobbing grenades at you." Tom smiled and added, "Don't forget to mention the tomahawk launched at us from miles away when we were hiding inside that iceberg." "Sam!" she teased, leaning in close, with her arms wrapped around his waist. "Someone tried to hit you with a cruise missile?" Sam sighed. Yeah. I was going to tell you all about it when I got the chance." Shaking her head, she said, "Why can't you play nice with people? What do you have to say for yourself?" He opened his mouth, ready to protest his innocence, but quickly shut it again. Meeting her hardened face, he simply said, "I'm sorry." "All right. I feel like I've said what everyone's been thinking." She kissed him again and slid into a chair at the round table. "So what's next on the agenda?" Sam's eyes swept across the table, looking at his team. They were a unique group. He trusted every one of them with his life, and he was proud of them all. Only Matthew, the Tequila's skipper, was missing, because in the dangerous sea of ice, Matthew didn't have confidence in the autonomous systems to keep them safe. To his left was Tom, his director of operations, followed by Veyron, the ship's submersible engineer. Then Genevieve, a retired Russian assassin, whose unique skill set had been appropriated for the team. Elise, a computer whiz, and Kat, his girlfriend and a neurologist who had refused to leave him on his quest to locate the Obsidian Chamber. So, the shipwreck AUV-1 found, which we hoped to be the Endurance, turns out to be another unidentified wreck, Sam said, which means we're back to the drawing board. He took a seat and brought up a 2D image of the Southern Ocean, with the Weddell Sea at the bottom of it on the round table. He pointed to a large gyre rotating clockwise at the center of the Weddell Sea. This is the Weddell Gyre, one of the two gyres that exist within the Southern Ocean. It is formed by interactions between the Antarctic circumpolar current and the Antarctic continental shelf. Due to the Coriolis effect, acting to the left in the southern hemisphere, and the resulting Ekman transport away from the centers of the gyre, these regions are very productive due to upwelling of cold, nutrient-rich water. Sam used his hands to pull the 2D map into a holographic 3D image. As you can see, the boundaries are defined by the bay formed from the coasts of Coats Land and the Antarctic Peninsula. The easternmost point is Cape Norvegia at Princess Martha Coast, Queen Maud Land. To the east of Cape Norvegia is the King Haakon VII Sea. Much of the southern part of the sea is covered by a permanent, massive ice shelf field, the Filchner-Ronne Ice Shelf. He took a breath, swiped up, dragging a list of stats. The sea is contained within the two overlapping Antarctic territorial claims of Argentine Antarctica, the British Antarctic Territory, and also resides partially within the Antarctic Chilean territory. At its widest, the sea is around 1,200 miles across and is a total of 1.6 million square miles. Various ice shelves, including the Filchner-Ronne ice shelf, fringe the Weddell Sea. He swiped the table to the right, bringing up another image of the water in the sea. On a positive note, the Weddell Sea has been deemed by scientists to have the clearest water of any sea. Researchers from the Alfred Wegener Institute, on finding a Secchi disk visible at a depth of 260 feet, ascertained that the clarity corresponded to that of distilled water. Tom whistled at the depiction of water with 260 feet of visibility. Because of the water's supreme clarity and visibility, it opens the possibilities for aerial surveillance. Sam displayed the locations of a series of autonomous drones. Right now, we have a total of 15 semi-autonomous drones performing a grid search of possible wreck locations using LiDAR and ice-penetrating radar. Obviously, it's a lot of land to cover, so we've got to work to improve our chance of getting lucky. He glanced at the faces of his crew. Nodding, they showed silent understanding. Sam made a half grin. So, we're going to head back to the basics. What do we know about the loss of the Endurance? Pausing, he brought up a PowerPoint presentation depicting the facts, figures, and timeline of the disaster. Speaking like a lecturer, Sam emphasized the most relevant points, asking the others to read the rest of the report in their own time. By the time of launch on 17 December 1912, the Endurance was perhaps the strongest wooden ship ever built, with the possible exception of Fram, a Norwegian ship built around the same time. However, there was one major difference between the ships. The Fram was bowl-bottomed, which meant that if the ice closed in against her, it would be squeezed up and out, and not be subject to the pressure of the ice compressing around her. By contrast, the Endurance was designed with greater inherent strength in her hull to resist collision with ice flows and to break through pack ice by ramming and crushing. But she was never intended to be frozen into heavy pack ice, and so was not designed to rise out of a crush. In such a situation, she was dependent on the ultimate strength of her hull alone, which we know from history was never going to be strong enough to withstand the immense pressures. Sam pulled up the next image of the ship at a shipyard. The Endurance was originally built for Adrian de Gerlach and Lars Christensen, who named her Polaris after the North Star, and intended to use her for polar cruises for tourists to hunt polar bears. Financial problems led to de Gerlach pulling out of their partnership, leaving Christensen unable to pay the Framnäs yard the final amounts to hand over and fit out the ship. For over a year, Christensen attempted to sell the ship as her unique design as an ice-capable passenger-carrying ship with relatively little space for stores and no cargo hold made her useless to the whaling industry. Meanwhile, she was too big, slow, and uncomfortable to be a private steam yacht. Sam scrolled down and kept reading. Christensen was happy to sell the ship to Ernest Shackleton for £11,600, which represented a significant loss to him, as it barely covered the outstanding payments to Framnays, let alone the ship's total build costs. He is reported to have said he was happy to take the loss in order to further the plans of an explorer of Shackleton's stature. After Shackleton purchased the ship, she was rechristened Endurance, after the Shackleton family motto, Fortitudine Vincimus, which means, by endurance we conquer. Tom said, "Good motto for a guy who kept venturing into the Antarctic at the turn of the 20th century. No one can argue that Shackleton didn't live by his family motto," Sam continued. Shackleton had the ship relocated from Norway to London, where she was refitted and modified for the expedition. She was stripped of most of her luxurious accommodation and fittings. This included removing many of the passenger cabins to make room for space for stores and equipment, while the crew cabins on the lower deck were removed and converted into a cargo hold. The reduced crew of sailors that Shackleton would take on the expedition would make their quarters in the cramped forecastle. The darkroom remained in its original location, ahead of the boiler. The refit also saw the ship repainted from her original white paint to a more austere and visible amongst ice, black, and features such as gilt scrollwork on the bow and stern were painted over. Despite her change of name, she retained a large badge in the shape of a 5-pointed star on her stern, which originally symbolized her name after the pole star. Sam skipped past several historical notes about Shackleton staying behind in London to finalize funding for the expedition, while the Endurance sailed to Buenos Aires. On 26 October 1914, Endurance sailed from Buenos Aires to what would be her last port of call, the whaling station at Grytviken on the island of South Georgia, arriving on 5 November. She left Grytviken on 5 December 1914, heading for the southern regions of the Weddell Sea. Sam paused, almost reverently. 2 days after leaving from South Georgia, the Endurance encountered polar pack ice, and progress slowed down. For weeks, she worked her way through the pack, averaging less than 30 miles per day. By 15 January 1915, the Endurance was within 200 miles of her destination, Vassal Bay. However, by the following day, heavy pack ice was sighted in the morning, and in the afternoon a gale developed. Under these conditions, it was soon evident progress could not be made, and Endurance took shelter under the lee of a large grounded berg. During the next 2 days, Endurance moved back and forth under the sheltering protection of an iceberg. Genevieve said, "That was months before she sank?" "Nearly a year, to be precise," Sam said. On 18 January, the gale began to moderate, and Endurance set the topsail with the engine at slow. The pack had blown away. Progress was made slowly until hours later Endurance encountered the pack once more. It was decided to move forward and work through the pack, and at 5 p.m. Endurance entered it. However, it was noticed that this ice was different from what had been encountered before. The ship was soon amongst thick but soft brash ice. The ship became beset. The gale now increased in intensity and kept blowing for another 6 days from a northerly direction towards land. By 24 January, the wind had completely compressed the ice in the whole Weddell Sea against the land. Endurance was icebound. All that could be done was to wait for a southerly gale that would start pushing, decompressing, and opening the ice in the other direction. "And did it?" Tom asked. A little, Sam admitted, but not much. In the early morning of 24 January, a wide crack appeared in the ice 50 yards ahead of the ship. Initially 15 feet across, by mid-morning the break was over a quarter of a mile wide, giving the men on the Endurance hope that the ice was breaking up. But the break never reached the ship itself, and despite 3 hours under full sail and full speed on the engine, the ship did not budge. Tom dipped his head. What did Shackleton do? Sam said, over the next 5 days, the crew waited for the southerly gale to release the pressure on the ice. But while the wind backed to the hoped-for south to southwest direction, it remained light and erratic. Occasional breaks in the ice were spotted, but none reached the ship, and all closed up within a few hours. Trials were made on January 27, with cutting and breaking the ice around the ship by manual labor, but this proved futile. Sam scrolled down, searching for the next entry date in the report. On February 14, an open channel of water opened up, a quarter of a mile ahead of the ship, and dawn showed the Endurance was afloat in a pool of soft young ice, no more than 2 feet thick. But the pool was surrounded by solid pack ice, blocking the path out into the open. A day's continual work by the crew saw them hack a clear channel 150 yards long. This work continued through the following day, and with steam raised, the Endurance was backed up within her pool as far as possible to allow the ship to ram her way through the channel. As the ship went astern for successive attempts, lines were attached from the bow to loosened blocks of ice, estimated to weigh 20 tons to clear the path. The pool proved too small for the ship to gain enough momentum to successfully ram her way clear, and by the end of the day the ice began to freeze up again. By 3 p.m. the Endurance had made 200 yards of distance through the ice, with 400 yards still to go to clear water. Shackleton decided that the consumption of coal and manpower and the risk of damage to the ship was too great, and called a halt. Tom said, "How frustratingly close." "Exactly," Sam replied. After this frustration, the Endurance's boilers were extinguished, committing the ship to drift with the ice until released naturally. 3 days after this ordeal, the sun dipped below the horizon at midnight, showing the end of the Antarctic summer. On February 24th, regular watches on the ship were canceled, with the Endurance now functioning as a shore station. Even after being beset in the ice, the ship had slowly drifted south, and at this point was within 60 miles of the intended landing point at Vassal Bay. But the terrain between the ship and the shore was too arduous to cover over the ice, while carrying the materials and supplies needed for the overland expedition. Sam sifted through the next set of information. By March, navigational observations showed that the ship and the mass of pack ice that contained it was still moving, but now swinging toward the west-northwest and increasing in the speed of its drift, with the ship moving 130 miles between the start of March and May 2nd, when the sun disappeared below the horizon and the dark Antarctic winter began. Still, the men on the ship hoped for either a change in the weather, which would break up the pack, or that by the spring the warmer weather and the ship's northward drift would mean it was released. Sam took a breath. On 14 July 1915, the Endurance was swept by a southwest gale, with wind speeds of 70 miles per hour, a barometer reading of 975 millibars, and the temperatures falling to negative 34 degrees Fahrenheit. A blizzard continued until 16 July. This broke up the pack ice into smaller individual floes, each of which began to drift semi-independently under the force of the weather, while also clearing water in the north of the Weddell Sea. This provided a long fetch for the south-setting wind to blow over, and then for the broken ice to pile up against itself while individual parts moved in different directions. This caused regions of intense localized pressure in the ice field. The ice began working, with sounds of breaking and colliding ice audible to those on the ship through the next day. Breaks in the ice were spotted, but none approached the ice holding the Endurance. Sam shook his head, as though he could imagine being there with Shackleton, trying to find a solution when every decision led to further disaster. During July, the ship drifted a further 160 miles to the north. On the morning of 1 August, a pressure wave passed through the floe holding the ship, lifting the 400-ton Endurance bodily upwards, heeling the ship sharply to its port side before it dropped into a pool of water, afloat again for the first time in nearly 6 months. The broken sections of floe closed in around the ship on all sides, jarring the Endurance forwards, backwards, and sideways in violent fashion against the other slabs of ice. After over a quarter of an hour, a force from astern pushed the ship's bow up onto the floe, lifting the hull out of the pressure and with a list of 5 degrees to her port side. Sam said, "On September 30, by which time there were signs of spring with 10 hours of sunlight per day and occasional temperatures reading above freezing point, a large floe was swept against the Endurance's port bow and then gripped that side of the ship against the built-up ice and snow on her starboard beam. The ship's structure groaned and racked under the strain. Carpenter Harry McNish noted that the solid oak beams supporting the upper deck were being visibly bent like a piece of cane. The ordeal continued until October temperatures of nearly 42 degrees Fahrenheit were recorded, and the ice showed further signs of opening up. The floe, which had been jammed against the ship's starboard side since July, broke up on October 14, casting the Endurance afloat in a pool of open water for the first time in 9 months. Sam paused, trying to picture the scene. On 16 October, Shackleton ordered steam to be raised so the ship could take advantage of any openings in the ice. It took 4 hours for the boilers to be filled with fresh water melted from ice, and then a leak was discovered in one of the fittings, and they had to be pumped out, repaired, and then refilled. The following day, a lead of open water was seen ahead of the ship. Only one boiler had just been lit, and there was insufficient steam to use the engine, so all the sails were set to try and force the ship into the loosening pack ice, but without success. In the late afternoon of 18 October, the ice closed in around the Endurance once again. In just 5 seconds, the ship was canted over to port by 20 degrees, and the list continued until she rested at 30 degrees, with the port bulwark resting on the pack and the boats on that side practically touching the ice as they hung in their davits. However, this put the ship in a seemingly safe position. Instead of being pinched between 2 opposing masses of ice, the Endurance had been pushed from the starboard to port, and further pressure from starboard would push her bodily upwards over the top of the port side floe, which had actually collided with its counterpart under the ship's bilge. In any case, after 4 hours in this position, the ice drew apart, and the ship returned to a level keel. Sam said, "At this stage, Ernest Shackleton thought the Endurance was going to survive. But all of that changed on October 22nd, when the temperature dropped sharply. The next day, a series of pressure waves struck the Endurance, causing the ice around the ship to fracture into separate large pieces, which were then tumbled and turned in all directions. The ship was shunted back and forth before being pinched against 2 floes on her starboard side, one at her bow and one at her stern, while on the port side a floe impacted amidships, setting up a huge bending force on the hull. Parts of the rigging were snapped under the strain." Katerina said, "This suspense is killing me. How does it end?" Sam put his hand up. Patience. I'm getting to it. A large mass of ice slammed into the stern, tearing the stern post away from the hull planking. Around the same time, the bow planking was stove in, causing simultaneous flooding in the engine room and the forward hold. Despite using both the portable manual pumps and getting up steam to drive the main bilge pumps, the water level continued to rise. The main man-powered deck pumps did not work as their intakes had frozen and could only be restored by pouring buckets of hot water onto the pump pipes from inside the coal bunkers and then playing a blowtorch over the intake valve. McNish constructed a cofferdam in the shaft tunnel to seal off the damaged stern area, while the crew were arranged in spells of 15 minutes on, 15 minutes off on the main pump. After 28 hours of continual work, the inflow of water had only been arrested. The ship was still badly flooded. Sam brought up a 3D visual diagram of the crippled Endurance during its final days. On October 24th, the damaged ship was racked by further pressure waves. The port side floe was pressed more heavily against the side, warping the keel along its length and causing near-continual creaks, groans, cracks, and screams from the ship's timbers. The footplates in the engine room were pushed up and would no longer sit in place as the compartment was compressed. The planking of the ship's port side was bowing inwards by up to 6 inches. At 10 p.m., Shackleton ordered the ship's boats, stores, and essential equipment to be moved onto the ice. In the afternoon of 25 October, the pressure of the ice increased further. The main deck of the Endurance buckled upwards amidships, and the beams sheared. As the ice moved against her stern, the aft part of the ship was lifted up, and the damaged stern post and the rudder were torn away. This angle caused all the water in the ship to run forward, collecting in the bow, where it then began to freeze. The action of the ice in the stern and the excessive weight in the bow caused the ship to sink into the ice bow first. Under its own pressure, the ice then broke over the forecastle and piled up onto the deck in the forward part of the ship, further weighing this end of the ship down. Through all of this, the pumping operations had continued, but by the end of the day, Shackleton ordered this to stop and for his men to take to the ice. Tom said, "He knew they had lost the battle, and it was over?" "Yes, Shackleton knew it was over," Sam said. During the course of the next day, parties were sent back to the ship to recover more supplies and stores. They found that the entire port side of the Endurance had been driven inwards and compressed, and the ice had entirely filled the bow and stern sections. The ship's blue ensign was hoisted up her mizzenmast, so that she would, in Shackleton's words, go down with colors flying. After a failed attempt to man-haul the boats and stores overland on sledges, Shackleton realized that this could not be done, and the party would have to camp on the ice until it carried them to the north and broke up. More parties were sent back to the Endurance, still with her masts and rigging intact, and all but her bow above the ice, to salvage any remaining items. A large portion of provisions had been left on the submerged lower deck. The only way to retrieve them was to cut through the main deck, more than a foot thick in places, and itself under 3 feet of water. Some crates and boxes floated up once a hole had been cut, while others were retrieved with a grapple. In total, nearly 3.5 tons of stores were recovered from the wrecked ship. Sam took a breath. On 13 November, a new pressure wave swept through the pack ice. The forward topgallant mast and topmasts collapsed as the bow was finally crushed. There the ship remained until the late afternoon of 21 November, when movement of the remaining wreckage was noticed as another pressure wave hit. Within the space of a minute, the stern of the Endurance was lifted clear of the ice as the floes moved together, and then as the pressure passed and they moved apart, the entire wreck fell into the ocean. By daylight the following day, the ice had moved together again, obliterating any trace of the wreck. Sam dipped his head in respectful silence before saying, Worsley fixed the position at 68 degrees, 38.5 minutes south, 52 degrees, 58 minutes west. Cat said, So, correct me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't the Endurance be somewhere nearby 68 degrees, 38.5 minutes south, 52 degrees, 58 minutes west? Sam suppressed a grin. Unfortunately, and more surprisingly, you're wrong. Numerous AUVs have searched that region previously without finding any signs of the Endurance. The reason for this has everything to do with a Weddell gyre, which keeps churning things up, moving them in a constantly shifting clockwise direction. Great! So we need to get really lucky then? Cat asked. Do we ever get that lucky? I mean, we could be searching for decades without any luck, right? Elise said, Sometimes we just get lucky. But I can't see that happening here, so what's our next step? Sam grinned. I was hoping one of you fine people would have a suggestion, because I've pretty much exhausted everything I have. Elise's computer pinged. Everyone turned to look at her. Sam and Tom asked in unison, What was that? Elise shook her head. I don't believe it. Sam said, Elise, what? One of our semi-autonomous drones just found a positive match during its LiDAR and ice-penetrating radar search. That's great. Where? Elise focused on the map, pulled up a section of the ice sheet, and said, Right about here. Genevieve was the first to spot the problem. That's right where our friends were heading. Sam said, Can you please bring up the visual for us, Elise? Sure, Elise said. She typed on her keyboard, and an image opened up at the center of the round table, like a holographic projection. It depicted the clear outline of a ship heavily distorted by the ice, but clearly broken into two pieces, just as Shackleton described the wreckage of the Endurance as she went down. The most resounding evidence being the 5 stars on the stern that symbolized the North Star of Polaris, her original namesake. Sam shouted, We got her! Tom nodded. Yeah, we got her! A moment later, the image turned to salt and pepper static. Elise cursed. Oh no! That's not what you want to see? Sam frowned. What is it? What just happened? Elise checked her system status. I'm sorry. It looks like they just shot down our drone. Sam expelled a breath. That's okay. I mean, we got the coordinates right, so it's not a problem. Actually, it is. Elise's jaw hardened. Look, whoever took that drone down used an electromagnetic pulse. EMP guns aren't an entirely new thing, but there's no reason to have one down here in Antarctica, unless you were planning on shooting down a drone. Sam swallowed hard. What are you saying? Elise sighed. I'm saying whoever shot our drone down now knows the location of the Endurance. Chapter 11. Sam stared at the live video feed from a second semi-autonomous drone that Elise had pulled from the LiDAR and ice-penetrating radar search to provide eyes and ears over the wreck site. 2 new hovercrafts and a small contingent of elite military personnel were securing the site. He pulled up a 3D image of the location on the round table. It was along the Larsen Ice Shelf in the northwestern part of the Weddell Sea, somewhere between the Antarctic Peninsula and Cape Longing. The location had thick 30-plus foot deep sheets of ice over free-flowing water. Already, crews from the 2 new hovercrafts began setting up an Archimedean ice screw to bore into the ice. Sam said, We need to beat them to it. That might be a little difficult, Tom said, unless you've actually worked out how to defend against Tomahawk cruise missiles and have a suggestion on how to deal with 20 elite mercenaries. Genevieve smiled. Actually, I have an idea, Sam said. Shoot. She said, You still don't have a clue what you're looking for, do you? No, but we do know that Shackleton had his carpenter, Chippy, install a safe in his cabin here, Sam said, bringing up a 3D reconstruction of the Endurance. All right, how about this? Genevieve pulled the Larson ice shelf up on the round table, splitting it into multi-longitudinal sections. It displayed several levels of ice, followed by deep flowing water. It was somewhere under that water that the Endurance had found its final resting place. Could you scuba dive under the ice sheet and get there before them? Sam shook his head. That's nearly 5 miles. We'd never beat them there, and even if we could, we'd probably be frozen by the time we did. The only way we could make this work is if we went out on the Turtle. Tom said, Of course, only you and I are trained to pilot it, which means one of us would be diving alone. I don't like the idea of that in this environment. Neither do I, Sam agreed. Genevieve said, Good thing I qualified on the sub. Sam's lips curled with incredulity. You're kidding me. No. Last time the Tehila was in port, while you were working out where to leave Caliburn, I took the exams and certified. Sam met Tom's eye, who gave a curt nod. Well, that's settled. Let's go snatch this thing out from under them. Chapter 12. Genevieve dropped into the pilot's seat and slid it forward to a comfortable position. She felt for the main battery switch positioned in front of the joystick and flicked it over to the on position. A series of red backlit lights illuminated the gauges and controls as the machine came to life. She slid her hand backward and gripped the joystick, which sat between the 2 forward seats. Glancing to see that no one was near the propellers, she squeezed the joystick. The electric motors whirred into life. She adjusted the control to the left and then the right to confirm each propeller was spinning correctly. Above her, Sam and Tom climbed in through the main hatch, sealing it behind them. Tom clambered in beside her on the co-pilot chair, squeezing his frame into the small cockpit before sliding the chair as far back as it could go. Behind them, Sam took a seat in the aft observational chair and began going through his final preps for his dive systems. The water was just above freezing, so they had no need for large amounts of air or a closed-circuit rebreather system. Hypothermia would kill them well before they ran out of breathable gases. Genevieve smiled, looking over her shoulder. She said, Welcome aboard. Good to be aboard, Sam said. Now let's see what this thing can do. Agreed, Genevieve said, finalizing the check procedures before launching. The Turtle was Sam Reilly's most recent addition to the Tehila. The custom-built 4-person submersible had been designed and manufactured to Veyron's specifications to serve their unique purposes. It utilized a large borosilicate glass dome mounted between 2 large pontoons, allowing it to dive to deepest points in any ocean, while still being quite small and maneuverable. It had a 2x2 configuration. Similar to a small car, it could be comfortably piloted by 1 person with 3 observer seats. The forward passenger seat could be utilized by a co-pilot who could then access various controls during complex procedures. In the aft seats, a dedicated ROV station allowed someone to pilot the remotely operated vehicle, nicknamed Ferret, for its ability to access the smallest parts of a shipwreck. What made this particularly unique compared to Sam Reilly's previous submarines was the addition of a lockout trunk beneath the main cabin. Basically, the borosilicate glass dome was split horizontally down the middle, with the top half being used for the pilot and passengers, while the bottom half, accessed through a small watertight hatchway, could be used to don scuba equipment before flooding and accessing the sea outside. The Turtle was named after the world's first submersible vessel with a documented record of use in combat. The historic Turtle was built in 1775 by American David Bushnell as a means of attaching explosive charges to ships for use against Royal Navy vessels occupying North American harbors during the American Revolutionary War. Connecticut Governor Jonathan Trumbull recommended the invention to George Washington, who provided funds and support for the development and testing of the machine. Several attempts were made using Turtle to affix explosives to the underside of British warships in New York Harbor in 1776. All failed, and her transport ship was sunk later that year by the British with the submarine aboard. Bushnell claimed eventually to have recovered the machine, but its final fate is unknown. Genevieve looked at two lights outside the submarine, one green and one red. The green light in the Tequila's lockout chamber indicated a watertight seal at the top of the room had been formed, and the room was now ready to be flooded at her command. After that, there was no turning back. The entire room needed to be completely flooded before it could be expelled again with air. She glanced at Tom and then at Sam. "You guys ready?" Tom gave her hand an affectionate squeeze. "I'm good to go." "Let's do this," Sam said. Genevieve pressed the remote locker door button. It was similar to a car remote used to open a garage, only this one was built into the dashboard of the Turtle. The hydraulic door shifted and seawater gushed inside, flooding the room. The second light turned from red to green. She switched on the Turtle's twin bug-eyed headlights, which shone across the icy waters with a blue haze. As she gently pushed the joystick forward, a series of electric motors whirred, sending the submarine forward. Free from the Tequila's hull, the world outside the Turtle lit up in a myriad of piercing blue colors embedded in the crystal-clear water of the Weddell Sea. Genevieve didn't allow herself the pleasure of enjoying the view. She took it in at a glance before adjusting the majority of her concentration on the active sonar display projected on the borosilicate dome via a heads-up display system. It provided bathymetric and a visual outline of the surrounding areas, highlighting the numerous icebergs, which were practically invisible with the naked eye. As such, she was relying on her instruments to navigate, with just part of her visual concentration on the actual outside view, the same as an airline pilot uses instruments to navigate during poor weather. Once she'd cleared the Tequila, Genevieve opened the electric throttle all the way up, and the Turtle raced through the water at nearly 8 knots. 15 minutes later, she slowed the submersible as they approached the ice sheets that covered the surface. A quick glance at the active sonar display showed that the water was still navigable. "Here we go." Tom stood up. "We're going to head down below and get ready to make the dive." "Good luck," she said. "Stay safe." Genevieve navigated the Turtle through the maze of icebergs, trying to achieve that delicate balance between their need for speed along with the caution demanded by the deadly environment. Up ahead, the first sign of the Endurance came into view. The front of the shipwreck was broken into 2 pieces, but the rest of it was still intact. The hull was badly buckled, but well preserved. Even the 5 stars of Polaris etched into the stern were clearly visible. She pressed the internal intercom and said, "We're here, guys. I'm right overhead of the Endurance." Genevieve switched on the downward-facing searchlights and slowly hovered directly above the shipwreck. A moment later, she cursed under her breath Depressing the internal intercom mic, she said, "We've got a problem. It looks like they beat us to it." Chapter 13. Sam didn't wait a second longer. He pressed the flood button. Instantly, the turtle's lockout chamber began to fill with water from two pipes like the faucets of a bathtub. At the same time, he and Tom frantically finalized the seals on their full-face dive masks. As soon as the water reached equilibrium with the outside world, the hatch became free. He pushed it all the way open and swam through. Tom was right behind him. Sam kicked his fins, diving head first toward the Endurance. Coming out of a hole in its deck was a small ROV submersible attached to a thick umbilical tether that ran straight up toward the surface. The machine's motors whined, and its quad propulsion system whirred under the weight of its cargo, a small iron safe. Sam shouted through his underwater radio system. "Quick! It's got the safe! Don't let it get back to the surface!" "I'm on it," Tom said, turning and diving straight down. Seeing that they weren't going to make it, Sam turned his direction to a horizontal movement, racing to reach the ROV as it headed to the surface. Despite what appeared to be its original struggle, the ROV was moving fast. At a glance, he could tell that Tom had lost too much depth and was never going to catch it. Even at his fastest pace, Sam figured he would be battling to reach it in time. Kicking his legs as hard as he could, with each movement of his fins, Sam drove forward as if propelled by a jet engine. His efforts paid off, and he caught the ROV with his fingertips. It didn't even slow. Sam shifted his weight hard, attempting to throw it off balance. Unfortunately, its autonomous quad propulsion system worked exactly as it had been designed. To prevent it being tipped over or unbalanced by external sources, it just kept rewriting itself. He felt for his dive knife just above his right knee. Gripping it in his hand, he drove the blade into one of the ROV's propellers. It caught the blade, stopping it for a split second. The motor whined, and the knife snapped, falling free into the deep water below. Sam gripped the twin support beams on the top of the ROV and refused to relinquish it. Over his radio, he said, "Genevieve, contact the Tehila. Let them know I'm heading to the surface with this thing, and I need the hovercraft to be there when I get there." "Are you nuts?" "Genevieve, just make sure that hovercraft is on its way. Whoever's coming to get me had better be well armed." "Understood," Genevieve replied. "What about Tom?" "Wait for him here. He won't be joining me on the surface." Over the radio, Sam heard Tom say, "The hell I won't!" Sam glanced below and saw Tom inflating his buoyancy control device, sending him skyrocketing up to greet him. A few seconds later, Tom slammed into the bottom of the ROV. Sam grinned. "Thanks for joining me." Tom shrugged. "Someone had to make sure you didn't do anything too stupid." "Always." The two men fought to overcome the ROV's powerful propulsion system. Together, they slowed the machine's progression, but they still couldn't stop it. Even if they could shut down the ROV's electronics, it wouldn't help. The umbilical cord incorporated a stainless steel chain link that could be used to pull the ROV back up to its mothership. After an impasse of several minutes, whoever was controlling the ROV realized what the problem was and acted. They had engaged the automated retraction of the umbilical tether. All that Sam and Tom could do now was hold on. The ROV was dragged vertically upwards and through the narrow 30-foot hole that had been drilled through the ice sheet. Like two fish hooked being reeled in, the tether was pulling them upward. Chapter 14. Sam's fingers burned with exhaustion. He refused to relinquish his grip on the ROV's steel support beams as he and Tom were dragged vertically through the ice hole. The weight of his dive equipment, thick dry suit, and air tank were pulling him down. To make matters worse, the tunnel bored through the ice now widened so that he and Tom were dragged into the ice as it leveled out into the open ground. Tom was knocked off first. Sam held on a few seconds longer before the ROV hit a ridge of ice that jutted out, and he too was hit and forced to release his hold. Sam dug into the icy ledge, stopping himself from sliding back down into the water, now far below. He rolled over, removing his dive gear, and tried to keep clambering up to the open surface. He didn't get far before Tom stopped him, with the steel-like grip of his hands on his shoulders. He shrugged Tom off him, but Tom regained his grip a second later. Sam turned and met Tom's gaze. "What?" "You're just about to run right up to their hovercraft." "That was the plan. We're still trying to get that safe, right?" "Wrong!" Tom shook his head, his eyes full of wonder over Sam's stupidity. "This is why everyone thinks you need me to stop you from doing something stupid." Sam tried to protest, but Tom cut him short. "At last count, there were at least 30 mercenaries up there, and they're all armed. In case you still haven't noticed, neither of us have anything to even use as a weapon." Sam stopped struggling. "You're right. I'm sorry. I got carried away. I thought we might manage to free the safe from the ROV. That's all." "Too late. They're already securing it to the back of their vessel." Sam pulled back his neoprene hood and ran his hands through his icy hair. "All right, now what?" Tom sighed. "Now we wait." The two hovercrafts started up, their inflatable skirts filling with air. With Shackleton's safe secured to the aft deck of one of the vessels, they took off, heading west. Sam cursed. He and Tom climbed out of the icy hole, standing on the level ice sheet in time to see the enemy ships racing away. A few seconds later, their own hovercraft arrived. At the controls was Elise. She hadn't spent a lot of time piloting the ship, but her mind worked at inhuman rates, taking in every variable with near-computer crunching capabilities. Sam and Tom climbed up. The second they were safely on board, Sam rapped the top of the cockpit with his knuckles. "Let's go!" Elise didn't wait. She shifted the throttles all the way forward, and the little vessel joined the race. Over the hurling wind, Elise shouted, "Veyron left you a gift." Sam grinned. There, strapped onto the hovercraft's pilot house, was a Browning M2 50 caliber heavy machine gun. It was mounted on a tripod. Tom reached for it first. It wasn't an easy weapon to control with two hands, let alone one, and that's while racing across an icy wasteland at 70 knots. Sam opened the box of ammo, attaching the first link of the ammunition belt into the feeder. He looked meaningfully at Tom. "Let it rip." Tom squeezed the trigger, and the deadly heavy machine gun began to fire. Short bursts raked the icy ground up ahead, sending shattering ice into the sky like tracer bullets. The first two sets were way off, falling nearly 50 feet short. "A little higher," Sam suggested. Tom made the adjustment and squeezed the trigger again. This time, the aft end of the hovercraft lit up in a shower of sparks. The vessel had very few delicate pieces, and despite the awesome show, it kept on moving. The two hovercrafts swerved a few degrees outward, making it impossible to follow both. Sam said, "Try the pilot house." "All right, good idea." Tom made another adjustment, aiming toward the pilot house. He squeezed the trigger, and a new series of sparks went flying. This time they hit something, either the pilot or something that controlled the steering. It didn't matter which. All that mattered was that the hovercraft jerked to the right, spun wildly, struck a solid piece of ice jutting upward, before rolling a dozen times. Sam cheered. "That's some nice shooting." Tom grinned. "Thanks. Now we just need to catch up with the hovercraft ahead of it, and we can all go home." Elise had already made the course correction. Tom and Sam prepared the machine gun for its next target. The ground of ice became perfectly level. Their hovercraft seemed to pick up its pace, closing the gap. Tom's eyes narrowed on their target. "Just another few seconds, and we'll be in range." Above them, the sky turned dark. Sam felt a sense of impending doom. What the hell is that? The hovercraft began to shake under heavy mechanical vibrations as a Lockheed C-5 Galaxy plane descended along the ice sheet ahead. With its massive tailgate wide open, the military cargo skimmed across the icy surface, preparing a touch-and-go landing and takeoff. The hovercraft, moving faster than the aircraft, closed the gap and climbed the open tailgate, disappearing inside the C-5 Galaxy. Sam cursed. Elise kept going, on target for the aircraft. Tom glanced at him. "What the hell is she trying to do?" Sam said, "Oh, shit." They both held on tight. Up ahead, the nose of the C-5 Galaxy started to lift off the icy runway. Elise kept her vessel in line with the aircraft's cargo door with perfect precision. The bulk of the aircraft became airborne, its tail the lowest point, raising inches off the ground. Their hovercraft skimmed across the void, quickly becoming airborne. It landed inside the bowels of the massive cargo aircraft. They slammed into two men who were already removing Shackleton's safe, crushing them and causing the safe to fall. Tom jumped off the hovercraft, then lifted the heavy safe up as though it was nothing at all. Toting his prize, he climbed back on board. Elise, still at the controls, turned the rudder all the way to the left and gave the hovercraft a burst of thrust. The craft swung round 180 degrees on its axis until it was facing straight out of the cargo door. They were left staring down a 200-foot drop to the snowy mountains below. Sam held on and whispered, "Oh, good God, no!" A second later, Elise gave the vessel a burst of thrust. Like the ball from a cannon, they shot out the back of the C-5 Galaxy, which was now nearly 200 feet in the air. The hovercraft fell through the open sky. Wind rushed across their faces as they dropped, before landing hard on the downward section of the tip of the Transantarctic mountain range. Like a downhill skier, the craft used the downward slope to take the brunt of the fall. Elise kept driving, heading back toward the Tehila. Sam and Tom sat with their backs against the hovercraft's pilot house, a broad grin on their faces. They had defied the odds. By every conceivable outcome, they should have been dead. Yet instead they had the prize and would be leaving Antarctica as soon as they got back on board the Tehila. Tom studied the old-fashioned safe. The metal was intact, but the old abloy cylinder lock had seen much better days. Forget about trying to pick the once unbreakable lock. Now he could just about snap what remained of it in his hands. He grabbed the butt of the Browning M2 heavy machine gun and gave the lock a good hit. The abloy cylinder disintegrated on impact. Sam watched Tom grin and open the safe. His eyes went wide before he swore. Sam asked, "What?" "I don't believe it." "What?" Tom turned the safe on its side so that Sam could see. "The contents have already been removed." Sam sighed. "I suppose it makes sense. The endurance went down over a number of days. Of course, Shackleton would have had the time to remove the contents of the safe well before it sank. The whole thing has been a total waste of time. And it gets worse. Really? How do you figure that? We just risked our lives only to find that the thing we were looking for has never really been here. Sam expelled a breath. Well, I spotted an American flag inside the cargo hold. Chapter 15. Pentagon, Washington, D.C. Red-faced and eyes flashing, Margaret Walsh, the Secretary of Defense, was ropeable. She paced the royal blue carpet of her office, mentally preparing a list of people who were about to experience her wrath firsthand. She had just gotten off the phone to Sam Reilly, who was following some crackpot idea he had. The man was convinced that a map to the Obsidian Chamber had gone down with Ernest Shackleton's ship, the Endurance, in 1915. It appeared to be the first lead they had gained on the master builders for some time, albeit one thoroughly embedded in a far-fetched science of following equations to predict the future. This was something that Michel Nostradamus was allegedly quite good at, but no one had ever been able to prove to her that it was any more than quackery. What had made her wonder about the validity of Sam's trip was the mention of an Obsidian Chamber, an archaeological discovery found in the 1980s that also held more unsolvable mysteries than resolutions. The discovery was particularly interesting, as the Obsidian Chamber had been buried bureaucratically and physically. Hell, she doubted anyone besides the president even knew about it at the White House these days. And yet Sam Reilly had discovered a prophecy, and apparently only Ernest Shackleton had known how to find it. As with most of Sam Reilly's projects, she let him run with his crazy ideas, giving him free rein until he edged too close to damaging state secrets, or needed help. Yet he only came to her when he had found something that he believed was directly relevant to the U.S. security. Now Walsh discovered that the SSGN 726, Ohio, recently launched an unauthorized Tomahawk cruise missile into the Weddell Sea while it was on a training mission in the Southern Ocean. The chief of the Navy stated that the nuclear submarine's commander had authorized the strike on an uninhabited iceberg for training purposes. Sam Reilly informed her that it had been a GPS-guided strike on a hovercraft, a vessel he happened to be inside and operating at the time. To make matters worse, an elite mercenary team commanded by a French soldier was in Antarctica searching for Shackleton's secrets. When they thought they had secured it, the team of foreign commandos were extracted by a C-5 Galaxy with an American flag raised on the inside. The president had refused to acknowledge any involvement or knowledge of these events, but the White House was clamming up over any questions about the Obsidian Chamber or what was happening in Antarctica. So now her interest was piqued, as well as her animosity. Who in the White House knew the truth about the Obsidian Chamber? And more importantly, what other secret did they know? A secret so valuable they were willing to kill to make certain it remained hidden. Chapter 16. Genevieve piloted the Turtle alongside Katerina, who had come for moral support and to prevent Sam from getting into any more fights with strangers. Tom and Sam, in the back, were ready to maneuver the ROV once they reached the Endurance. The trip felt very different this time around to Sam, now that there were no signs of his European cum American friends. If they believed he and Tom had Shackleton's maps, they would be seeking the Tehila. Right now their vessel was cloaked in camouflage, so they were safe. When they reached the wreck of the Endurance, Genevieve brought the turtle to a hover. She turned around to face them and said, "Ready to launch the ROV." Sam said, "Thanks, Genevieve." He eased the little ROV out of its dock. All eyes were glued on the monitor that showed the digital audio-visual feed from the nose of the ROV. Sam slowed the ROV at the open hatch on the stern. "Okay, this time around, we're going to go through the whole shipwreck, systematically searching for anything that the others missed when they found Shackleton's security chest." Tom nodded. "Go for it. While we're skipping what we did the last time, can we avoid being dragged out through that borehole in the ice?" Sam suppressed a smile. "Agreed." The ROV slowly searched each section of the ship. There wasn't much to see and little of value until they reached the bow, where the original dark room had been kept. The door was shut, and a thick metal chain barred their entrance. Tom's eyes widened. Who goes to the trouble of locking a door on a ship that's about to sink in the middle of the Weddell Sea? Katerina said, "Someone who doesn't want would-be grave robbers to steal it 100 or so years in the future." "Good point," Sam laughed. "All right, Tom. Let's see what you can do with a welder." "Watch me," Tom said, taking the second set of controls to the ROV, which maneuvered the grappling arms and the welder. Sam watched as Tom made relatively short work of the century-old, heavily corroded chain before pulling the remnants of the chain free. Tom then used the vice-like grappling device to open the door inward. The room was much smaller than he expected. Sam waited for the debris to settle and then eased the ROV into the inner chamber. At the center of the room was a purpose-built cradle. The structure housed an obsidian obelisk. Chapter 17. The obelisk was roughly 6 feet tall and 1.5 feet wide. The tapering stone pillar had a square cross-section that narrowed into a pyramidion at the top, and appeared to be set up as a monument or landmark to ancient Egypt. The ROV's headlights shone through the stone, revealing the clarity of the obsidian to be exceptional. Speckled throughout were a series of gold veins, which ran along an array of geometrically related lines, almost like a microchip circuit board of a computer. On the outside there were a series of pictographs and hieroglyphs, but at a glance Sam didn't recognize any of them. Sam grinned. "Well, that explains a lot." Tom frowned. "Really?" "No, not a damn thing." It took nearly 2 days to salvage the obelisk and bring it to the Tequila's cargo bay. Detailed photos were taken so that they could be examined on various computer systems against databases of known Egyptian pictographs and hieroglyphs. But so far, all it had done was open up a giant bundle of new questions and answered none of them. Sam ran his hand across the obsidian, trying to take something from its physical presence that he could find on the computer. So far, it wasn't working. Elise opened the door and said, "I've got some good news." Sam took a breath. "I'm listening." "You know how I was running that program that highlights any interesting images identified during AUV-1's first search for the Endurance?" "The one where it found another barkentine." "That's it." Sam's eyes narrowed. "You found the name of the ship?" "Yes, the Aoife." "Aoife." Sam repeated the name. "It's Gaelic, isn't it?" "Yes. The ship's home port was Dublin, and Aoife means joy and beauty in Gaelic." Sam shrugged. "What else? You came in here looking excited, so don't hold out on me. What do you know?" "Not much. The ship disappeared in 1914.
A similar time to the loss of the Endurance, but there's no record of where it was last seen or why it ended up sinking in Antarctica. Presumably, all lives were lost, and therefore no record of its demise was documented. Sam grinned. Elise, tell us. She barely suppressed a smile. First off, the ship was registered in Dublin, and its owner lived in County Kildare. He met her eye through raised brows. Elise! Sorry, I thought you knew Ernest Shackleton grew up in County Kildare. The connection is uncanny. Maybe he knew the owner. Who can say? What else do you know, Elise? She grinned. Honestly, I don't have a clue about the shipwreck's connection to Shackleton or the Obsidian Chamber. That's your job. Sam frowned. But on AUV-1's way back, it recorded an image of a small iceberg. Go on! Inside the iceberg is a man, locked permanently in ice. Sam asked, could he have come from the Aoife? That's the best part. I'm doubting it. Why? Because he's wearing a thick jacket with Shackleton's Imperial Trans-Antarctic Expedition logo. Good God! Sam shouted excitedly. We just found one of Shackleton's men. It would appear so. Elise held her breath for a second. The only thing is, according to the history books, Shackleton never lost any of his men during the sinking of the Endurance. Chapter 18. The Tehila rocked side to side in the shifting Weddell Sea. The electric winch creaked under the extreme weight of its cargo. At its controls, Veyron made careful adjustments, concern flickering across his face. He was beginning to doubt his original calculations. Sam Reilly looked up as the block of ice cleared the gunwale. It was secured by a fixed mesh of nylon webbing. Tom, still in his thick dry suit and full dive gear, was harnessed into the cargo. He was there to ensure the entire system didn't become tangled during the lifting process. Veyron successfully lowered the 100-year-old human cargo onto the deck. Sam's lips curved upward as he got his first look at the ice-covered remains from Shackleton's past. The dead man looked like an anachronism, frozen in time. His clothes and entire appearance came straight out of the early 20th century sailor's wardrobe, which, of course, they were. What surprised Sam the most was his impeccable condition. The man's body must have frozen the moment he entered the water, preserving him for more than a century. Tom unclipped his harness, removed his BCD, weight belt, dive tank, and shook Sam's hand. What do you think? I'd love to find out how he ended up here. Tom ran his eyes across the lifeless human from the past. We might never know. Sam grinned. True, but we aren't going to find anything until we get him down into the cargo hold and remove all of that ice. Over the course of the next 24 hours, the nameless crew member was thawed using warm water. The plan was to search him for any documents or clues about who he was or where he'd come from before taking a series of photos. Then they would place him in one of the deep freezers to be preserved until they got back to the mainland. There, archaeologists and the police could debate who had jurisdiction. Elise managed the whole show. First, she used hot water to thaw the outer sections of ice, and cold water to thaw the areas near the body. In doing so, she prevented too much heat exposure to the man's remains, destroying what had been until this point so well preserved. Sam watched as Elise, wearing latex gloves and a biomedical mask, searched the man's clothing. He didn't have much on him. He wore a thick woolen polar jacket over feather-down overalls. On his feet he wore fur-lined boots. Elise removed his jacket, studying the man with a surgeon's eye, tracing the outline of each section of the man's anatomy, searching for signs of injuries.
There were none that she could see. "I don't think he was murdered," Elise said. "Or if he was killed by being thrown into the ice-cold water, not by any obvious trauma. Of course, I'm not a doctor, so what do I know?" "More than most doctors, probably," Sam quietly observed. "No wallet?" She met his eye, a look of surprise on her face. "You think he had a lot of need for wallet while exploring Antarctica in 1914? Sam shrugged. "No, I guess not." Elise finished examining the man's body and taking photographs before saying, "All right, that's it. Let's get him into the freezer before he fully thaws." They put the body away. It weighed about 300 pounds, not because the guy was particularly big, but because he was still a mostly solid piece of ice. With every cell saturated with water, everyone weighs a lot more. Afterward, Sam shook his head. "I really thought we were going to find something. So much for a lucky break." Tom picked up the woolen jacket and looked at it. "Lots of history in here. Shame we're unlikely to ever get to see it." He handed it to Sam, who picked it up. Holding it reverently, he studied it. It had been a lot of effort just to find an old woolen jacket. The coat might have been tailored today. It looked perfectly new. Halfway down the right-hand side, it seemed more difficult to move. Not hard, but just a little more resistance. Sam stopped and started to pat it down. Tom asked, "What is it?" "I don't know. It just sort of feels different here." Sam turned the jacket inside out and discovered a second pocket secretly sewn into the thick wool beneath the breast pocket. Tom stepped closer, helping to hold out the jacket material, forcing it to become taut. Sam worked free part of the stitching that had become enmeshed over the years. The secret pocket opened slightly wider. Sam took a deep breath. There was something inside. He slowly and carefully pulled it free. It was a single layer of vellum parchment, roughly half the size of a standard A4 piece of paper. On one side it was blank, but the other had a detailed image drawn from a pen dipped in black ink. The image depicted a coastal scene with a bay the shape of a crescent moon and a volcano in the background, its crest smoldering with thick smoke. Superimposed on this drawing was a series of tunnels. One led from the bay to what appeared to be a lake in a long, diagonal, straight line. The second tunnel broke off from the first at a 90-degree right angle. This one continued deeper into the landscape, forming an intricate classic Roman unicursal labyrinth. Sam's eyes narrowed at the center of the labyrinth. There was an intricate and detailed scene involving a Greek warrior and a minotaur. Tom asked, "Do you have any clue what those mean?" Sam nodded. "The one on the left is Theseus, the mythical founder and king of Athens." "Okay." "And the one on the right is a minotaur, a mythical half-man, half-bull monster that lived in the labyrinth created by Daedalus, a master craftsman." "I see. And what?" Tom asked. "Those two didn't get along?" "Not much. According to ancient Greek legend, King Minos of Crete waged war with the Athenians and was successful. He then demanded that, at 9-year intervals, 7 Athenian boys and 7 Athenian girls were to be sent to Crete to be devoured by the Minotaur. "Why every 9 years?" Tom interjected. Sam shrugged. "Why 7 boys and girls? Who knows? It's Greek mythology. None of it makes sense." "How did Theseus get involved?" "It's a long story, but basically he volunteered to talk to the monster to stop this horror. On advice from Daedalus, he took a ball of thread so he could find his way out of the labyrinth. He and the Minotaur fought." "How did that end up?" Badly, for the Minotaur, Theseus decapitated him. Gruesome story. Sam smiled. Like I said, it's Greek mythology. It's not meant to be based on history or fact. Tom grinned. Until we found it frozen in a coat the ocean. Hey, maybe our friend here, Shackleton's unnamed crew member, just enjoyed reading ancient Greek mythology. Good luck selling yourself that story. Tom pointed to a strange symbol. It had a teardrop-shaped hoop with a cross connected directly below it that almost looked like the sun making its path upward and over the horizon. Is this a Greek symbol, too? Sam shook his head. No, that's an ankh. A what? Ankh, Sam replied. It's probably the most well-known symbol to come out of ancient Egypt. In its hieroglyphic system of writing, the ankh represents the concept of eternal life. Great. So, we're looking for a secret subterranean labyrinth, guarded by a monster that doesn't exist, and protected by a Greek warrior, so that we can find the key to eternal life. Does that just about sum it up? Yeah, I know, it sounds crazy, but that's about it. Tom laughed. No, that all sounds pretty much status quo for us. Sam laughed. Touché. Tom said, This doesn't make any sense to me. Sam said, That someone would use Greek mythology and Egyptian symbols to interpret a map? Tom sighed. Yeah, that too. What were you going to say? If this is indeed a map of the Obsidian Chamber, then it appears Shackleton wasn't down here to search for it. Sam asked, if Shackleton wasn't searching for the Obsidian Chamber, what the hell was he doing down here? Particularly given that he was carrying a map and an obsidian obelisk. Tom tried but failed to curb a smile. You mean other than trying to reach the South Pole? Sam grinned. Or trying to get as far away from the Obsidian Chamber as possible. I suppose there's only one way to find out. Sam picked up the vellum map. Yeah, I know. We have to locate where this is. Chapter 19. Elise worked her magic on her laptop. She used a topographic search engine that utilized all known maps and then began inserting variables into the search to narrow the field. She ran her eyes across a long list of possibilities. Elise smiled. What do we know we need? Sam said, a bay with a semicircle or crescent. Good. Of course, that probably only narrows it down to just about any bay in the world. What else have you got for me? Tom said, there needs to be a volcano in the background. Active or inactive? She asked. Either, Sam replied. It was at some stage in the past, but that's no reason to believe it still is, or that it isn't, for that matter. Good point. All right, anything else you can give me? There are still several thousand potential bays. Sam frowned. Really? That's a lot of bays. She shrugged. Hey, there's a lot of Earth. Sam said, in this map, there's a subterranean labyrinth. What about any bay with any known references to a subterranean labyrinth? Elise tried it. There were several in Siberia, but nothing that matched the image, and besides, the labyrinths were a completely different style. Sorry. That's all right, Sam said. I'm sure if there was such a place, I would have heard about it by now. Tom said, what about this tunnel here? Good point, Sam agreed. Elise, try using the original criterion, but this time including any locations with nearby tunnels or aqueducts joining the bay to a nearby inland lake. Elise's fingers danced across her keyboard. She hit enter. The search engine ran for only a few seconds before stopping with just one result. Elise grinned. Sam read it out loud. Grotta di Coccheo. Tom asked, where? Elise pulled up additional data on the tunnel. The Grotta de Cocheo was an ancient Roman tunnel, a little under a mile in length, connecting Lake Avernus with Cumae, dating from 38 to 36 BC. It was drilled through the volcanic stone of Monte Grillo by the architect Lucius Cocceius. Ah, so it's in southern Italy. That's right. Auctus was in the process of converting the lake into a military port, the Portus Julius. The tunnel was wide enough to allow the passage of 2 wagons. The Avernus side of the passage was decorated with a colonnade and had many statues in niches hewn into the tough walls of the entrance. Light and air were provided by 6 vertical shafts dug into the hill, the longest being 100 feet high. Wait, Sam smirked. Someone tried to hide their Roman fleet in a freshwater lake? So it seems. Tom raised his eyebrows. Not a bad stunt. How did he go? Elise kept reading. During the civil wars, Octavian needed a safe naval harbor in which to build and train a fleet for a campaign against Sextus Pompeius. Pompeius was making frequent raids on Italy and upon the shipping routes for Rome's grain supply. To run the operation, Octavian turned to his closest and most able associate, Marcus Agrippa. Agrippa knew that Lake Averno was invisible from the surrounding sea and bay waters. He reasoned that the fleet's existence there could be kept secret from Sextus's navy until it was ready to strike. Agrippa's plan, executed from 37 to 36 BC, was to dig a canal to connect Lake Averno to Lake Lucrino, and a second, shorter canal with a hidden entrance between Lake Lucrino and the sea. A long road access tunnel, the Grotta de Cocheo, was also dug from Lake Averno north to the town of Cumae. Sam asked, Did it work? Elise nodded. Agrippa's innovative strategy was validated as construction of the new fleet remained unknown to Sextus's roving fleet. When it was complete, fully outfitted and trained, Agrippa's fleet left its secret base. Then they defeated Sextus at the Battle of Naulacus, the most decisive naval battle of the campaign and the tipping point of the war. Sam asked, So, what happened to the tunnel? With the end of the civil war between Octavian and Mark Antony in 31 BC, and the displacement of the fleet from Portus Julius to the port of Misenum in 12 BC, the tunnels lost their strategic interest, but continued to be useful for practical and commercial reasons. Elise ran her eyes across the lines of information with curiosity. The Grotta de Cocheo was heavily damaged during World War II. It has undergone extensive restoration work in recent years. It's set to be reopened soon. What about this side tunnel? Sam asked. The one leading to the labyrinth. Elise sighed. If there was, there's no record of it. Sam said, But there's no reason it couldn't exist. The fact is, there was nothing unusual about the Romans building both aqueducts and road tunnels throughout the entire region, more than 2,000 years ago. Sure, she agreed. But if it is there, how are you going to find it? Sam stood up, a wry grin on his lips, his eyes wide. Who feels like a vacation in Italy? Chapter 20. Pozzuoli, Italy. Caterina Marcello looked alive. She smiled, revealing her set of evenly spaced teeth. Italy would be in her heart no matter how long she spent away. It was in her blood, in her very being. This country was her home, along with all its unique idiosyncrasies. To Sam Reilly, she looked sexy as hell at the wheel of the Italian sports car. With her blonde hair tied back in a French braid, her gray eyes were covered by Bottega Veneta sunglasses, and she wore a white singlet over a pair of denim shorts. The cool coastal breeze rushed across her face, as she drove the Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio hard along Via Napoli, a windy road that hugged the coast, overlooking the Bay of Naples. The Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio was the epitome of an Italian sports car, painted in rosso competizione, the same color as fresh blood for those who don't know. Its Italian-built Ferrari-derived twin-turbocharged 2.9-liter 90-degree V6 produced a staggering 505 horsepower and 443 pounds of torque, allowing it to accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just under 4 seconds, a fact that Caterina appeared to be making a not-so-small effort to remind them of constantly. Sam, sitting in the front passenger seat, grinned as she hammered the car. Putting it through its paces, she sped along the coastal road with no apparent care for thick traffic congestion. Like the other Italian drivers, she didn't seem to notice the lines marked out on the road. Treating them with indifference, she tended to swerve in and out of lanes, across double white lines, and accelerating hard, before repeatedly jamming on the brakes. She seemed a dangerous example of chaos theory in action, which none of the other road users seemed surprised or concerned by. In the back seats, Tom and Genevieve were relaxed, enjoying the sights and looking every bit like European tourists. Sam glanced up at Mount Vesuvius to the north. I can't imagine what it would have been like nearly 2,000 years ago when it last erupted. Caterina opened her mouth, looked like she was going to laugh, and then, having thought better of it, remained silent. Sam laughed. What? She lifted her sunglasses so he could see her serious gray eyes. You think Mount Vesuvius is extinct? Well, I don't know about extinct, but it hasn't erupted for a very long time. Her lips parted into a not-so-subtle grin as she watched Sam's discomfort. Not since World War II, to be exact. You're kidding me. No, I'm not. She braked hard to make room for a semi-trailer. Then, spotting a gap on the opposite side of the road, she switched to the accelerator and planted her foot. The twin-turbo whined with excitement, and the four-wheel drive system drove its maximum torque equally through all 4 Pirelli tires. I read about it as a kid, she explained. It was a 2-week-long eruption that began March 17, 1944. In fact, it's erupted more than 20 times since the big one in AD 79. You know, the one when Pompeii and its surrounding cities were decimated? An oncoming car honked its horn, and she swerved back into her own side of the road, unconcerned. She glanced at Sam, checking for a reaction, but despite his mild terror, he refused to give her one. Instead, he set his face with the well-practiced yet fake insouciance. Why do people keep coming back? He asked. She turned to look at him, her expression inquisitive. To live? Yeah. If people know that things are going to be leveled every 100 or so years, why bother? It's because of the volcano that people come. Really? Yeah, because of Mount Vesuvius. The land is covered with precious ash that makes the earth fertile, and the grapes grow wonderfully. Sam grinned. You're serious? Caterina shrugged. Afraid so. Sam returned to the most recent eruption. What happened during the war? Was there much damage? You could say that. What's that mean? American soldiers and airmen of the 340th Bomber Group were stationed at the Pompeii airfield just a few miles from the base of the volcano. Diaries record the awesome sights and sounds they witnessed in this latest major eruption. Guards wore leather jackets and steel pot helmets to protect themselves from rains of hot ash and small rocks. Tents collapsed or caught fire when hot cinders were blown over them. In the end, they were forced to evacuate, leaving behind 88 Allied aircraft. Sam frowned. Any loss of life?
Yeah, 26 Italian civilians died, and nearly 12,000 were displaced.
Sam took that on board. Caterina pulled up the Alfa Romeo at the entrance of the Grotta di Coceo. The tunnel was flooded with about half the water depth that it had back when it was built. A fence and small gate prevented tourists and thrill-seekers from entering, yet there was no one around to prevent it. All four of them climbed out of the car. Caterina popped the trunk, and Sam and Tom removed the deflated Zodiac rubber boat and its small four-stroke engine, along with a pair of snorkels and diving fins. Tom pulled the emergency cord, and the Zodiac's CO2 canister opened, inflating the rubber boat in a matter of seconds. He attached the four-stroke engine, and Sam attached the ground-penetrating radar's transducer to the left side of the Zodiac. Genevieve handed him a large steel pry bar.
"Just in case you get lucky and need to shift part of that wall."
"Thanks," Sam said, taking it. They slid the craft into the water, climbed aboard, and started the engine. Sam asked, "What are you girls going to do?"
"I'm going to make the assumption that you're going to find something," Genevieve grinned. "So, I guess we'll go shopping."
Chapter 21. Sam opened the unlocked gate and guided the Zodiac into the Grotta di Coceo. Behind him, Tom switched on the ground-penetrating radar and its computer monitor, adjusting the transducer to different heights as they went. The first run-through didn't reveal much. It wasn't expected to. They ran the transducer along the northern side of the tunnel, trying to map out the shape of the tunnel and the thickness of its walls. Most of it had been carved into volcanic tuff, which was still easily visible, but some sections had been supported or built up with sandstone blocks. Halfway along the return journey, Tom said, "I think you can slow down." Sam eased the throttle, and the Zodiac slowed to an idle. His eyes glanced at the ground-penetrating radar monitor across to the wall, before landing on a single block that appeared to be loose. It was a large stone, roughly 3 feet long by 2 high, and once held together with mortar. 2 millennia of seawater and storms had done its deadly work on the Roman masonry. Sam pulled the Zodiac up alongside it. "Well, that was easy."
"We still need to shift that thing."
Sam picked up the pry bar, a piece of steel roughly as long as his body, and nudged the tapered end of it into the gap between the 2 large sandstone blocks. The end of the pry bar had a small iron triangle that could be used as a fulcrum. Sam removed it and placed it between the bar and the sandstone. He gently maneuvered the bar until it was about 3 to 4 inches inside the gap, and then pulled down on the opposite end. The stone moved a few inches and stopped. The brick above it appeared to be blocking further movement. Tom stood up and said, "I think if I can get in here and chip away at the mortar here, we might be able to shift this." Sam removed the pry bar and handed it to Tom, whose height allowed him to be in a better position to manipulate the bar. Tom worked the mortar free for about 10 minutes before swapping with Sam. Together they took turns, using the tapered end of the iron bar to work their way through the ancient mortar. After about an hour, Tom said, "Let's try this again." Sam set the pry bar in the same place as before, shifting its iron nose as far as possible. He pulled down on the opposite end, but nothing happened. Tom altered his position on the Zodiac and added his weight to the end of the bar. The giant sandstone block didn't give an inch. Sam said, "On 3. "Agreed." 1, 2, 3. Both men put their combined weight behind the heavy bar. The bar levered against the fulcrum. There was a crack, followed by the sound of falling mortar. A moment later, the entire sandstone block shifted. It slid forward, disappearing into the water on the opposite side of the wall. Sam expelled a deep breath as the 2 blocks above it crashed down, rocking their zodiac backward in its wake. That was close, Sam grinned. Tom switched his flashlight on and shined it into the new tunnel. The light disappeared into the darkness. Close, but worth it. Yeah, let's go see where this leads. Together they dragged the Zodiac over the remnants of the sandstone wall and into the water on the other side. A few minutes later, Sam was motoring away, heading northeast along an ancient tunnel, a dark passage not seen since the ancient Romans ruled the land. About half a mile in, his luck ran out. The debris from a large cave-in, most likely caused by any number of earthquakes or eruptions of Mount Vesuvius, had blocked the tunnel. Sam looked at the wall of rubble and then at Tom. "What do you think?" Tom said, "I think it's time to go back and see if the girls were successful with their shopping spree." They headed back to the entrance and found Genevieve and Katerina waiting for them. Katerina asked, "Any luck?" "Yeah, we found something, but a cave-in appears to have blocked its route a long time ago." Sam turned to Genevieve, his face hopeful. "Any luck with your shopping trip?" Genevieve nodded. "Yeah, the black market is still alive and well. I have the supplies of C4 I thought you might need." Chapter 22. On board Air Force One, somewhere over Europe. Emily Gebhardt, special agent in charge, knocked on the door. Anthony Miller, director of the Secret Service, answered, "Come in, Agent Gebhardt." Gebhardt had spent her lifetime working in law enforcement, but her employment with the Secret Service was relatively new. This was her first overseas assignment, and she'd been working extraordinary hours to make sure she exceeded in everything that was needed of her. The director motioned for her to sit. "Thank you, sir," she said, slipping into the plush leather chair across from him. The intercom phone on the table rang. Gebhardt stood up, ready to leave the director to take the call alone, but he motioned for her to keep her seat with a wave of his hand. The director picked up the phone. "Yes?" Gebhardt tried uncomfortably to not appear to be eavesdropping. The director spoke a few minutes and then hung up. Emily Gebhardt watched the lines around the director's face deepen. She waited, letting the man gather his thoughts before she asked, "What is it?" The director said, "That was the Romano's chief of staff." Emily knew what that meant. "The president wants to make an unplanned stop?" The director sighed. "Yeah." Gebhardt frowned. "Where?" "Rome. A 12-hour stopover. We land in 2 hours." "Good God, how does the president think we're going to secure the place at such short notice?" "The president doesn't think of these things. That's what we're paid to do. In fact, I'm going to have you head up the assignment, Special Agent Gebhardt." Gebhardt caught her breath. This was her first major assignment, a real break for her. "Understood, sir." "Good. You'd better get into it. You don't have a lot of time." She stood up, paused at the door, and said, "Thank you, sir, for trusting me." His face hardened. "Just don't screw it up." Chapter 23. The C4 was wired up and set at the base of the debris. Sam motored the Zodiac a good 100 feet back, then reduced the engine to idle. On board were Tom, Genevieve, and Katerina. He turned to Genevieve and said, "You're sure that's not going to take down whatever buildings and roads are above us?" "Certain," she replied. "According to our best estimation, we're more than 100 feet below ground at this point. Nothing we do here is going to be heard or felt on the surface." Sam met her eye. Genevieve knew what she was talking about when it came to C4, and most explosives, for that matter. "All right, let's hit it." Genevieve flicked the detonator. A split second later, the C4 exploded, turning the darkness of the tunnel into glaring daylight. There was a rumble as though more stones fell into the place where the previous wall of rubble had been, followed by an easing blast wave that threatened to topple the small inflatable vessel. Sam opened the throttle and turned the rubber boat to meet it head-on. The bow nobly crested the wave, and the Zodiac kept going. Sam eased the throttle and slowly headed for the blast site. 4 sets of head-fastened flashlights fixed on the gap in the tunnel where the rubble used to be. Water flowed freely between the new opening. Sam smiled. "Shall we?" Tom grinned. Glancing at the girls, he said, "See, I told you this would be even better than Pirates of the Caribbean." Sam said, "I love that ride." Tom patted him on the back. "Who doesn't?" The Zodiac motored through the opening, continuing down the undamaged Roman tunnel. Another half a mile, and the tunnel began to expand. Sam swept his flashlight across the new room. It had a high ceiling, nearly 30 feet to be exact, and extended farther than any light he could cast. Every flashlight in the tunnel swept the subterranean environment, then came to a stop. Sam gasped. They all stared. They were inside some sort of giant grotto. Strewn throughout it were the remains of a Roman armada. The fleet of ancient warships were resting, partially submerged, on the lake's shallow bed. Chapter 24. Sam motored the Zodiac through the ancient grotto. It was a veritable treasure trove of ancient Roman naval history, a necropolis of Roman battleships with more than 50 vessels, and many more below the waterline. At one glance, Sam spotted warships ranging from heavy polyremes to small raiding and scouting vessels. Unlike the rich Hellenistic successor kingdoms in the east, the Romans did not rely on heavy warships. They had quinquiremes, ships with 5 levels of oarsmen, and to a lesser extent they had quadriremes, 4 levels of oars, and triremes, 3 levels. These provided the mainstay of the Roman fleets from the Punic Wars to the end of the Civil Wars. The heaviest vessels in Roman fleets during this period was the hexareme, 6 levels of oarsmen, a few of them used as flagships. Lighter vessels such as the Liburnians and the Hemiolia, both swift types invented by pirates, were also adopted as scouts and light transport ships. Astonished and in awe, Sam thought every type of Roman vessel was represented in this hidden cavern. The Zodiac idled through to the northwestern end of the subterranean lake, where a much smaller tunnel continued, heading toward Mount Vesuvius. Sam fixed his flashlight on the only visible tunnel exiting the grotto. "What do you think?" Tom said. "This has to be it." "I agree," Genevieve said. Sam turned the Zodiac, nosing it into the narrow passageway. The corridor followed a classic unicursal labyrinth, not seen since before the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79. The Zodiac continued along the natural direction of the labyrinth until the flooded section reached a beach of what appeared to be fine black sand. Sam gave the throttle a small burst. The Zodiac rode up onto the shoreline before he killed the engine. He hopped out, tentatively testing the stability of the ground. It seemed solid. Tom, Genevieve, and Katerina all climbed out after him. Sam ran his hand carefully through the dark sand. It was made of a fine powdery dust, but there was a sharpness to it, too. His lips twisted with surprise. Tom asked, "What?" Sam shook his head. "It's hard, like fragmented glass. If I had to guess, I'd say it's made of obsidian." Katerina said, "Really? This is the first time I've seen obsidian turned into dark sand before. Does it do that often?" "Not usually," Sam replied, pulling the Zodiac up high onto the beach. "It generally splits and fractures. I've never seen it crushed into such a fine powder." Genevieve fixed her flashlight up the trail.
"What do you think this path leads to?"
Sam said, "I have no idea. If the map is to be believed, we have to assume it ends at an ancient battleground where Theseus and the Minotaur are still engaged in battle over their quest for eternal life." Genevieve snorted.
"Well, that clears that up."
"Hey, I'm just telling you what we know." Sam turned the palms of his hands outward. "All right, let's go see what we've got." All four of them began to climb up the gentle slope, following the black beach until it opened into a second grotto. On initial inspection, it appeared to be a similar size to the one where the Roman fleet lay in ruins, but that's where its similarities ended. Instead of a subterranean lake, this one was high enough above the waterline to be completely dry. Its walls were also markedly different. Instead of the porous volcanic tuff found throughout the rest of the labyrinth and Roman tunnels, the walls of this new place were made entirely of obsidian. Sam thought about the map they'd found in Antarctica. The Roman labyrinth was formed out of white tunnels and black surrounding walls, just like this place. White tuff for the tunnels, and black obsidian for the walls and the center. All four of them shined their flashlights throughout their new environment. It was filled with hundreds of unique artifacts, each one standing on its own pedestal. Tom asked, "What is this place?" Sam's eyes widened. His voice lowered, becoming solemn, almost reverent. "I believe this is the Obsidian Chamber." Chapter 25. The beam of Sam's flashlight landed on one pedestal through to the next. His heart pounded in his chest. He'd never seen anything like it. The entire chamber was a treasure trove of engineering feats. There was replica after replica of unique scientific breakthroughs, each one leading to the next giant step in humanity's evolutionary development. The four of them split up, individually searching the chamber. Along the first 3 rows of pedestals was a wheelbarrow, pulley system, and rudimentary gearbox, followed by several other rudimentary inventions of ancient engineering. Sam gave a cursory glance at each one, wondering if they were a tribute to the classical Roman mathematicians, astronomers, engineers, and scientists. Sam walked around, casually taking photos of each one in the process so that they could be examined sometime in the future. Up ahead, Tom asked, "What in the world is this meant to be?" Sam moved toward the pedestal and swore. "Wow, it's an eolipile." Tom looked incredulous. "An eolipile?" The name is derived from the Greek word ashok and Latin word pila, which translates to the ball of Aeolus. Aeolus being the Greek god of the air and wind, Sam explained. His eyes swept the unique contraption with curiosity and interest. It's a bladeless radial steam turbine, designed to spin when the bucket of water below becomes heated. Torque is produced by steam powerfully driving through as it exits the turbine. "Oh, yeah?" In short, it works very much like a rocket or jet engine. "Well, obviously," Tom said, his face looking like it was anything but. "How old is it?" It was designed somewhere during the 1st or possibly the 2nd century AD. A man named Hero of Alexandria described the device in Roman Egypt. Many ancient texts give him credit for its invention. "What is it doing here?" "I haven't a clue. Probably it's here for the same reason that the rest of these inventions are here. Whoever built the Obsidian Chamber probably wanted to collect replicas of the best engineering feats produced by humankind." Tom said, "But I thought you said it was invented somewhere between the 1st and 2nd century AD. "You're right. Mount Vesuvius erupted in AD 79. Looks like the historians got it wrong when they dated the eoliopile." A little further along, they reached a clay pot encapsulating a copper cylinder. Sam picked it up. "Hey, would you look at this?" Genevieve stepped nearer to examine it. "Seems a little out of place." "Really?" Sam asked. "Why do you say so?"
"Well," she replied, "everything else here are significant inventions that have forwarded humanity's progress. But this is just a clay pot. I mean, they must have been invented thousands of years ago."
Sam smiled, handing a pot to her. "It's called the Baghdad Battery." She arched an eyebrow.
"It's a battery?"
It's believed it could have been one, although, admittedly, no one has ever been able to work it out. If it was a battery, what was it used to power? Stepping up to it with curiosity, Tom asked, "How was it supposed to work?" "I don't know, but I think it had something to do with the clay pot, encapsulating a copper cylinder, which in turn held a suspended iron rod," Sam explained. "Both the copper cylinder and the iron rod are held in place with an asphalt plug. Several of these artifacts were discovered during the 1936 excavations of the old village Kujut Rabu, near Baghdad. The village is about 2,000 years old. They dated the pots at roughly 250 BC to 224 AD, during the Parthian period." Katerina, her scientific mind piqued, asked, "Do they work?" Sam nodded. "Yeah. After the Second World War, Willard Gray, an American working at the General Electric High Voltage Laboratory in Pittsfield, built replicas. He filled them with electrolytes and found that the devices could each produce 2 volts of electricity. But the question remains, if it really was a battery, what was it used to power?" Tom said, "And what did the builders of the Obsidian Chamber expect to do with them?" Sam nodded. "Exactly. When you work that one out, let me know." They kept walking. Most of the artifacts were of things we take for granted these days. Simple contrivances that solved rudimentary problems, challenges that were once considered impossible. Sam spotted a magnetic compass, a miniature water wheel, and a mechanical clock. Genevieve said, "I thought the mechanical clock was a much later invention." Tom, Genevieve, and Katerina all expectantly turned to Sam. "What?" Sam grinned. Tom said, "We're waiting for you to explain when the mechanical clock was invented." Sam shrugged. "I have no idea. I can tell you all about how John Harrison solved the longitude problem using his extremely accurate clock in the 17th century. Unfortunately, I haven't an inkling who built it, or when the first mechanical clock was invented." Lights flashed on another object, a jade-green Roman chalice. They all stared at it.
"Why is this here?"
Tom said, picking up the Roman goblet with a puzzled expression on his face.
"I mean, I get the whole tribute to humanity's natural, evolutionary, and engineering progression. So why did they include just one piece of artwork?"
Katerina fixed her flashlight on the back of the chalice. It immediately went from jade green to blood red under the opposing light. She grinned.
"Finally, something I can answer. And no, it's not here for its artistic beauty. It shows significant advances in metallurgy and nanotechnology."
"Oh!" Tom's lips twisted into an understanding smile.
"Nice."
Sam squeezed her hand. "I never had a doubt. What is it?"
"It's called the Lycurgus Cup," she replied.
"Go on," Sam challenged her. "What else have you got?" She shot him a winning smile.
"It was named that because it depicts a scene with King Lycurgus of Thrace. The 1,600-year-old jade-green Roman chalice changes color depending on the direction of light upon it. The entire concept baffled scientists ever since the glass chalice was acquired by the British Museum in the 1950s. They couldn't work out why the cup appeared jade green when lit from the front, but blood red when lit from behind. The mystery was solved in 1990 when researchers in England scrutinized broken fragments under a microscope
and discovered that the Roman artisans were nanotechnology pioneers. Sam asked, "How so?" "They had impregnated the glass with particles of silver and gold, ground down until they were as small as 50 nanometers in diameter, less than 1,000th the size of a grain of table salt. The work was so precise that there is no way that the resulting effect was an accident. In fact, the exact mixture of the metals suggests that the Romans had perfected the use of nanoparticles. When hit with light, electrons belonging to the metal flecks vibrate in ways that alter the color, depending on the observer's position." Sam licked his lips. "So, how did they do that? I mean, they didn't have an electron microscope or anything to even see 50 nanometers, much less measure it." Katerina shrugged. "That no one can answer." Sam kept searching the bizarre Obsidian Chamber, finding wonder after wonder of ancient engineering feats. Many he'd seen before, some he could guess their purpose, and others he could do nothing but imagine. He stopped next to a particularly interesting one. "My God, I don't believe it! This is an ancient Antikythera mechanism." Frowning, Tom folded his arms across his chest. "An ancient, say what now?" "Antikythera mechanism, or what is generally referred to as the first known analog computer." Tom shook his head. "All right, if we're talking computers, albeit an archaic one, we must be past the 1st century by now." "Not so. The Antikythera mechanism was estimated to have been built somewhere around the 2nd century BC. Its construction relied on theories of astronomy and mathematics developed by Greek astronomers during the 2nd and 3rd century BC. Tom examined the device with renewed interest. It looked like a complex clockwork mechanism composed of 30 or 40 meshing bronze gears. "What does, or did it do?" Sam said the mechanism used a complex gearing system that enabled it to follow the movements of the moon and the sun through the zodiac. It predicted eclipses and even modeled the irregular orbit of the moon, where the moon's velocity is higher in its perigee than in its apogee. Tom frowned. "The moon's what on what?" "Perigee, than its apogee." Sam paused. "That's the moon's point in orbit farthest from the Earth." "Right. Next time, just say that. And they knew this in the 2nd century BC?" "Yeah, surprisingly. The motion was studied in the 2nd century BC by astronomer Hipparchus of Rhodes. It's speculated that he may have been consulted in the machine's construction." Genevieve said, "Hey, anyone want to guess what this is?" All 4 of them turned their attention to what she was looking at. Sam fixed his flashlight on the giant bronze samovar, at least 6 feet in diameter. 8 dragons snaked face down along the outside of the barrel, marking the primary compass directions. In each dragon's mouth was a small bronze ball. Beneath the dragons sat 8 bronze toads, with their broad mouths gaping to receive the balls. Tom smirked. "I have no idea what it is or what it was used for, but can we keep it?" Sam chuckled. "No. I am pretty certain the Italian archaeology department will have a field day studying all of this once they find out about it." "Oh, well, easy come, easy go," he sighed. Genevieve, returning to her original query, asked, "Any idea what it was?" Sam took a photo with his smartphone and then searched the image for known archaeological references. "Ah," he said, "it's a seismoscope, built by the Chinese astronomer, mathematician, engineer, and inventor called Zhang Heng. The device was remarkably accurate in detecting earthquakes from afar. It didn't rely on shaking or movement in the location where the device was situated." Tom asked, "How did it work?" "The sound of the ball striking one of the 8 toads would alert observers to the earthquake, and would give a rough indication of the earthquake's direction of origin. Sam grinned. Apparently, it was incredibly accurate. Katerina said, "No way, you got Wi-Fi down here." "No, I have a database of archaeological discoveries stored on my phone." She suppressed a grin. "You've been Googling everything and then sounding smart?" Sam laughed. "Technically, I'm searching my own database. But yeah, something like that." "You bastard!" She pushed him playfully. He grinned. "What?" Arms on his shoulders, she pressed her lips to his. "I should have known." Up ahead, Tom said, "Hey, Sam, you'd better come have a look at this." Sam looked up. "What is it?" "Something that's going to change everything." Chapter 26. Sam stared at the ancient voltaic pile, the only one he knew about, an electrical battery capable of providing a continuous electric current to a circuit. Wasn't invented until 1799. That one he knew without looking at his phone. It was invented by an Italian physicist named Alessandro Volta, who published his experiment in 1799. The voltaic pile then enabled a rapid series of other discoveries, including the electrical decomposition through electrolysis of water into oxygen and hydrogen by William Nicholson and Anthony Carlisle in 1800. Also, the discovery or isolation of the chemical elements sodium, potassium, calcium, boron, barium, strontium, and magnesium. He could accept that not all inventions were achieved at the same time, or precisely when historians would have him believe, but there was no way in the world that someone from Pompeii possessed such technological leaps as a voltaic pile in AD 79. Tom expelled a breath. "Told you it was going to change everything?" "Yeah, look." Sam suppressed a half grin. "There are plenty of logical explanations for this." Tom raised his eyebrows. "Really?" "Sure. Just none of them believable." "What's your best guess?" Sam said, "I don't have a best one, or even one that makes sense. But you know what this whole place looks like to me." "What?" "It's like, I don't know." Sam paused, collecting his thoughts. "Imagine you traveled back in time and needed to win a famous battle to alter the course of history. If you knew what you know now about science, could you win a battle in, say, ancient Greece?" "Sure." Tom looked like he wasn't accepting it, but he wasn't yet ready to shoot Sam's theory down. Tentatively, he said, "If I knew what I know now, I could build a machine gun." "Right, only you couldn't, because you don't know how." Tom grinned. "Want to bet if I had the time I couldn't build one?" "Yeah, I'll happily take that bet, because in ancient Greece there weren't yet any of the other inventions needed to build such a weapon. So what would you need to do?" Tom smiled, seeing where he was heading. "Okay, so I would need to first improve metallurgy technology to build the barrel, invent gunpowder, and so on." "Exactly. Looking through this chamber at the toys, machines, technology, I'd say none of it belongs. They're all anachronistic, pieces out of place and time that just don't belong." Tom made a triumphant smile. "Unless someone came back from the future and wanted to build a supercomputer." "Exactly," Sam said, proudly. "Except we don't believe in time travel." Sam shrugged. "No. Like I said, my theory wasn't without faults." "As faults go, that's kind of a biggie." Sam brushed off the criticism. "Come on, let's go see if we can find something else to explain this." Next to the voltaic pile was a telescope, another 18th century discovery. Sam turned his flashlight beam farther across the chamber to the next invention. This one was a large mechanical computer, with all its components as levers and gears instead of electronics. It looked like it was capable of adding and using mechanical counters, achieved by turning gears to increment output displays. The computer could be either analog, using smooth mechanisms, such as curved plates or slide rules for computations, or digital, which uses gears. Beside that was a small glass jar and needle with 2 bifurcations. Katerina smiled, as a doctor she knew all about that one. "I got another one," Sam said. "Shoot." "It's the smallpox vaccine." "You're sure?" "Yeah. Well, not really unless I looked at it under a microscope, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Look, the first successful vaccine to be developed was introduced by Edward Jenner in 1796. He followed up his observation that milkmaids who had previously caught cowpox did not later catch smallpox by showing that inoculated cowpox protected against inoculated smallpox. What's the story with the strange bifurcated needle? Oh, the steel rod with 2 prongs at one end was designed to hold 1 dose of reconstituted freeze-dried smallpox vaccine between its prongs. Of course, this was before Pasteur's work on establishing the germ theory and Lister's on antisepsis and asepsis, which meant there was considerable cross-infection. Up to 100 vaccinations could be given from 1 vial of the reconstituted vaccine via the same needle. Tom squirmed. Yuck! Sam shook his head. What the hell is going on here? Katerina said, Look, they're all notable inventions that have taken humanity to the next level of its evolutionary progress. Each one is progressively becoming more modern. Sam frowned. Sure, but the Obsidian Chamber hasn't been entered since the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79. So where did all this stuff come from? Tom said, Didn't you say you had some theories? Yeah, but none of them even close to being possible. You may as well give them to us, because right now impossibilities are all we have. Sam nodded, running his eyes across the next section of obsidian pedestals with awe and appreciation. The atomic clock that used a hyperfine transition frequency in the microwave. Optical or ultraviolet regions of the electromagnetic spectrum of atoms were used for its timekeeping elements. Atomic clocks were the most accurate standard known. In today's world, they were used for international time, to control the wave frequency of television broadcasts, and in global navigation satellite systems such as GPS. And they sure as hell didn't belong in a first-century time capsule. Sam said, The most logical explanation is that all of this technology was brought here well after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Tom gave that some thought. Yeah, I could buy that. It's unlikely, but far more likely than other alternatives. Genevieve asked, What about the rubble that trapped the Roman armada inside the grotto? We only assume that occurred during the earthquakes that preceded Mount Vesuvius's eruption. Maybe it happened a lot later. She wasn't buying that. Okay, so if that's the case, what's that fleet of Roman vessels doing there? I mean, did someone just park them there and forget about them for nearly 2,000 years? No, you're right, Sam agreed. That's unlikely. Okay, so the first section was blocked off back in AD 79. That doesn't mean there isn't another way to get in here. I mean, we haven't reached the end of this chamber. Perhaps there's more to it in terms of access. Tom said, I think it's the most likely explanation, unless... Sam's eyes narrowed. Unless what? Tom grinned. Unless we find technology that exceeds our own. Sam let that one go. The thought was ridiculous. They kept going, following the Obsidian Chamber in a slightly upward direction, and the technology became more and more cutting edge. They found a capacitive touchscreen panel consisting of a glass insulator coated with a transparent conductor such as indium tin oxide, or ITO. The system worked because the human body was also an electrical conductor. Touching the surface of the screen resulted in a distortion of the screen's electrostatic field, measurable as a change in current. Different technologies may be used to determine the location of the touch. The location is then sent to the controller for processing. Some touch screens use silver instead of ITO because of the environmental problems related to the use of indium. Next to it was a holographic device that came alive when they approached it. The projection depicted a very detailed Roman citizen in Pompeii giving a speech at the center of what appeared to have once been the great Forum of Pompeii, a place where the erudite scholars of the day debated issues. The man was speaking in Latin, one of the two official Roman languages of the time, more often reserved for those who were better educated. It played for about 2 minutes and then started again. Sam tried to listen to it but could only make out every second or third word. He was better at reading Latin, having studied it extensively during his search for the master builders. As few people spoke it, his ears weren't attuned to listen to it. Tom said, "Could you make out anything?" Sam shook his head. "Not much. It's Latin, I can tell you that. I think there was something about Obi-Wan Kenobi." "Really?" "No." Sam didn't attempt to suppress his laugh. "No, that one I made up. He is speaking Latin, though. That much I do know." "Any idea what he's trying to say?" "Not really." Sam waited until the holographic man started at the beginning and held up his phone to take a recording. "I'll see if I can get it translated." When the holograph finished, Sam's smartphone began to rationalize the translation. It didn't take long. The speech was short, and Latin, although ancient, was relatively simple in its structure and syntax. After the entire speech had been converted to English, Sam pressed play. The words came out in a male robotic voice, but they were easy enough to understand. The Roman scholar spoke about the signs and the weather, and the need to wait until Mount Vesuvius was ready. Very soon the great mountain would supply them with the kinetic energy needed to make the machine work. The supercomputer is ready to receive the final message from the cipher in the stars. Estimate date of next transmission will be August 24, 79. Chapter 27. Sam swore with shock and excitement. August 24, 79 AD was the day Mount Vesuvius erupted. Tom met his eye. "You think this machine that was drawing kinetic energy from the volcano caused the eruption that decimated Pompeii?" "It must have." Tom ran his hands through his hair. "So this entire place was built recently as some sort of elaborate hoax?" "Not a chance in hell." "Then what? Time travel? Aliens?" Sam shrugged. "I have no idea. We knew the master builders were advanced in terms of ancient technologies, but this is unique. This is a completely different level. Anyone have any thoughts about this cipher in the stars?" Katerina said, "It sounds like the Pompeii citizens were being gifted this technology." Sam nodded. "By who?" Katerina didn't hide her discomfort as she spoke. "Well, judging by that holograph, I'd say by someone out in space that was sending it via a coded message." "The cipher in the stars." Sam repeated the Roman scholar's words. "A code that perhaps only the master builders had worked out how to decipher." Genevieve pointed to the obvious problem. "If people 2,000 years ago could follow this secret message and build all of these artifacts and scientific breakthroughs, what would someone with today's scientific know-how be capable of creating?" Sam felt the rise of fear in his gut. He could imagine exactly what such technology would be used for in the wrong hands. No wonder people from all around the world are racing to find the Obsidian Chamber. It holds the potential for unlimited power. Tom said, "It could be used for good, to further humanity." Genevieve, always the pragmatist, replied, "Since when has humanity, when given such a gift, used it for good instead of evil?" Sam didn't want to get into it yet. "Come on, let's go find this supercomputer." They kept going, winding deeper and deeper inside the Obsidian Chamber. Sam passed a stone made of a clear material that appeared to be a magnifying glass. There didn't appear to be any moving parts, and it piqued his curiosity. They had already gotten past all the early inventions. For all he knew, this was the future. He picked it up. Yes, the stone was the same one used in the looking glasses the master builders used to see around the world. Sam pocketed it. They had never been able to get a detailed analysis of the material. Now they would. Above them, the ceiling of the Obsidian Chamber curved like the shape of a giant dome. Below it, and completely at the center, was a single pedestal. Sam stepped toward it. Instantly, a large holographic projection showered the ceiling in what felt like 1,000,000 stars. The image took his breath away. It was a flawless planetarium depicting stars from all over the galaxy. Probably not just their galaxy, all the galaxies. In fact, Sam realized he didn't recognize any of the stars from their night sky. He asked, "Where is this?" Tom shrugged. "Beats me. I only know the ones I need for celestial navigation." Katerina said, "Look, there's a series of FRB." Sam opened his mouth. "A what, Kat?" "It's short for fast radio bursts." Tom snorted. "Obviously." Katerina waited for Sam to get it. When he didn't say anything else, and it became apparent that the whole concept was anything but evident to him, she continued, "They're bright and quick pulses of light, believed to come from distant galaxies." "These are a real thing?" Sam asked. "Or are we talking science fiction and Star Wars?" "They're a real thing," she confirmed. "I enjoy astronomy purely as a hobby, and subscribe to numerous astronomy magazines. FRBs were first discovered in 2007, but so far no one really knows what causes them. There have been 83 identified FRBs, but with no known physical phenomenon to explain them." Sam asked, "So they could be anything?" "Yes. No. Maybe," she admitted. SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, in conjunction with Harvard, has theorized that they could simply be a natural phenomenon. One hypothesis is that FRBs are flashes created when a moon intermittently blocks the light of a distant planet, causing us to view it as an on-off flicker. What's the alternative? Or it could be artificially created as some form of transmission. She grinned. An alien communication. Let's call that a cipher in the stars. There was an LCD screen at the bottom of the overhead projection. It appeared to have recorded thousands of pages of data. Sam glanced at it. The data was represented as zeros and ones, the same binary system used in a computer. Sam couldn't believe what he was seeing. This thing's recorded every single FRB. Yeah, it's transferring the data from whatever intelligent life is out there into the form of computer code. So what? Do we just plug this into a computer to make sense of it? I doubt it. I mean, if it's that easy, surely someone else would have put it into a computer, right? Sam touched part of the projection. It reacted to his touch, the same way the 3D digital round table worked on board the Tehillah. His lips curved upward in bewildered surprise. My God. Look at this. The damn thing's interactive.
Katerina said, "Slide it to the left. Let's see what's there."
Sam slid his hands to the left across the projection, and the entire celestial view altered to show other planets and other stars. To Kat, he asked, "Recognize anything?"
"No. Can you zoom out?"
"I don't know." Sam tried to open the fingers of his hands the same way the round table or a touch screen allowed you to zoom in and zoom out. Nothing happened. He closed his fingers again, and the image on the planetarium zoomed outward. It kept going all the way back until the celestial view was the one you see every time you look up at the night sky here on Earth. Sam's eyes narrowed in on a small red dot in the sky. It didn't flash or do anything, but it was clearly important. It looked as though someone wanted to note where the FRB was originating. Next to him, Genevieve held her smartphone up.
"Don't worry, Sam. I got a recording of the whole thing, right from being zoomed in on that distant galaxy, right through to zooming all the way out again."
"Thanks."
He turned to Katerina.
"Can a decent astronomer watch this and then locate this FRB again?"
"If it exists. It should be easy enough for any astronomer to find."
"Good."
Sam went a step back, and the image swept through to a completely different galaxy, zooming in on what appeared to be an uninhabited planet. The place looked a bit like Mars.
"Where is this?"
Katerina said, "Lord knows. But look how well this thing zeroes in on distant planets. I mean, these are like the quality photos the Mars rover was sending back to NASA. Yet, even without Wi-Fi, we're able to pick them up from down here."
Sam pulled the stone looking glass out of his pocket. "I bet it has something to do with the technology used to make this."
She stared at the stone. "What is it?"
"We call it a looking glass. The master builders used them in some of their temples. It allowed people to communicate across great distances in both audio and visual forms."
"How does it work?"
He shrugged. "You tell me. Until now, we've never had one of the stones long enough to run tests on it. But I bet the telescope behind this planetarium uses a similar technology to allow us to see distant galaxies."
Katerina beamed with wonder. "Sam, do you realize what this machine could do for the world of astronomy? For our understanding of our place in the universe?"
"I suppose we could get even better pictures of stars."
She sighed. "Sam, I'm serious. This could alter our whole understanding of the universe. Any astronomer, myself included, would give their life savings just to spend an hour on this machine studying the universe."
Sam said, "You can borrow it while we search the rest of the chamber. Consider it back pay for sticking with me over the past few weeks."
Katerina stepped forward eagerly, as though she couldn't wait a second longer, just in case she woke up and the device didn't exist in reality.
Initially, Sam was going to argue against her using the fascinating device, but he realized it would be a losing battle. "Here, go for it. Take all the time in the world."
"Thanks."
Katerina began looking at two distant galaxies, but when she heard an unexpected noise, she quickly stopped what she was doing. The Obsidian Chamber abruptly echoed with the sound of large masonry gears meshing together, followed by the ground trembling. And then Sam realized that perhaps the world didn't have very long to go. The sound of metal cranks turning masonry cogs finally came to an end. In the sudden quiet, at the very end of the Obsidian Chamber, a large circular vault made entirely of crystal began to fracture. Through its cracks, hot, molten lava began to flow. Chapter 28. Sam yelled, "Run! No one needed more encouragement. Initially, the trickle of lava began creeping through the shattered crystal, pushing it aside. Then, abruptly, like a dam bursting, the bulk of its hot magma splashed out, begging to be freed. They felt a scorching burst of heat. Sam didn't have time to wonder whether the Obsidian Chamber had been booby-trapped. When Katerina touched the planetarium, a full-on volcanic eruption may have been set in motion, or some unknown person had released the lava, or perhaps simply being here triggered Mount Vesuvius. None of that mattered. If they didn't escape soon, they too were going to become permanently fixed pieces of the history inside the Obsidian Chamber. They raced past the last of the pedestals, down through dark sand. Genevieve glanced at the level of seawater. It was retreating, flowing out of the tunnel system. Where it once nearly reached the ceiling, it now only filled halfway.
"What's happening to the water?"
Sam said. "Nothing good. Let's go." Sam and Tom grabbed the Zodiac, pulling it all the way down to the water. All four of them quickly clambered in. Tom pulled the starter motor, dropping the prop into the water and opening the throttle. Behind them, a sudden burst of heat began to flow down from the Obsidian Chamber. There was a thunderous roar, followed by an intense torrent of hot air. Lava flowed unrestrained down the sandy slope, as though someone had just opened the gates of Dante's Inferno. Tom said, "What the hell?" Sam shouted, "Go! Go!" Tom shifted the motor into gear and began the race of their lives. Lava turned to deadly steam as it hit the water in the labyrinth's passageway, the stream of lava quickly raising to a violent river of fire, engulfing the last remnant of the Obsidian Chamber and destroying the greatest discovery in the history of the human race. The Zodiac led the race all the way out of the labyrinth. Behind them, the lava, like the raising water of a tsunami, seemed to just keep growing, gaining speed as it did. Inside the now shallow subterranean lake, the Roman armada rose up from its necropolis, its wooden decks jutting out of the seawater for the first time in nearly 2,000 years. Tom, at the tiller, navigated through the deadly sea of debris. Behind them, the entire labyrinth passageway filled with lava right up to the ceiling. The lake burned with the sound of water hissing as it turned to steam. The abrupt shift in weight from the lava running into the lake caused the water in the tunnel to rise. Sam glanced behind them. A wave, nearly the height of the grotto's ceiling, rose out of the water. They were never going to be able to outrun it. Genevieve said, "Oh, shit!" The Zodiac entered the final tunnel, its motor whining under the pressure. Behind them, the wave peaked into a crest. Sam leaned forward as a surfer might do, pointing the nose of the craft down the rapidly surging water. The Zodiac began to plunge down the crest. Tom maneuvered the prop, making careful adjustments to the throttle, until they were riding the wave. Behind them, at its peak, the wave smashed through the soft tuff above them. This caused a fresh collapse. Tons of rubble fell from the ceiling, impeding the water surge. Without power behind it, the wave slowly dissipated. Tom didn't slow down until they were out of the Grotta de Cocheo and out into the same beach on which they had initially put the Zodiac into the water. Sam's eyes swept the shoreline and out to sea. The Bay of Naples seemed utterly undisturbed. People were swimming, walking, talking. Beachgoers were basking in the Mediterranean sun, reading books, and tanning. Sam's eyes darted toward Mount Vesuvius in the distance, expecting the worst. All was calm at its crest. There wasn't even a puff of smoke, yet the Obsidian Chamber was gone. It was as though the ancient trap had been tripped after it had been set to destroy the irreplaceable cavern, burying its priceless artifacts and knowledge for eternity. Tom pulled the Zodiac up onto the beach. Its tough plastic and Kevlar hull had begun to smolder, melting in several places. An old man looked at Sam, wide-eyed with surprise, and said, "Where in the world have you just come from?" Chapter 29. U.S. Secret Service's Headquarters, Washington, D.C. Sitting restlessly, Emily Gebhardt waited outside her superior's office. Nearly 40 minutes later, the director opened the door and said, "You can come in now, Special Agent Gebhardt." "Thank you, sir." He shot her a harsh, sardonic smile. "You might not be thanking me after I'm through with you." "Yes, sir." The director took a seat and noticeably didn't offer her one this time round. He breathed soundlessly for several heartbeats, as though he wasn't sure where to begin. Or perhaps he intended to frighten her by making her wait. Eventually, he broke the silence. "I finished reading your report. I believe you know why you're here." "Yes, sir." "Do you have an explanation?" "No, sir." Her lips quivered, but she refused to utter a sound. "I have my resignation here for you now, if you like." The director stood up. Raising his voice, he said, "No, Agent Gebhardt, I would not like your resignation. I would like you to do your goddamn job." "I understand, sir." "Do you?" His eyes narrowed in on hers. "How did you let him get out of your damned sight?" "I don't know. He moved very quickly for a man of his age. I wasn't expecting it. My team wasn't expecting it. I mean, we're there to protect him, not to stop him from slipping away from his security. He'd planned it all ahead of time. Even had someone leave the keys to a black MV Agusta F4cc motorcycle." She offered a slight smile. "You'd be surprised how good a rider he is." "Is this funny to you?" "No, sir." "Where the hell did he go for nearly 2 hours?" The director shook his head. "Jesus, if the press found out about this, they would have a field day." "It could have been worse." "Really? How do you picture that?" "He might not have come back. Hell, the Minotaur might have been abducted. Then the entire United States might have been held to ransom." Special Agent Gebhardt shook her head. "I mean, what sort of man picks a code name like Minotaur? I mean, it's perverse, as if even he sees himself as a monster." The director cut her unwanted opinion short with his piercing, sharp gaze. "I won't have any of my agents disrespecting the office that we serve. Our role isn't to judge our protectee, only to protect him. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir." Emily Gebhardt stood with her eyes fixed straight ahead, a soldier under discipline. Neither of them uttered a word for a full minute. The director finally said, "There's another reason I asked you to see me." She dared to meet his gaze. "Yes, sir?" "This isn't the first time the Minotaur has tried this sort of thing. He's becoming more frequently erratic. 2 hours is the longest, but there's been a few other times where he's gone out on his own for about an hour." She didn't say anything. Her job, she knew, was to listen. The director, accepting that she was taking it all in, continued. "Special Agent Gebhardt, I want you to be part of the Minotaur's permanent security detail. When you discover where he goes on these little excursions, you are to report to me alone. I'll decide whether or not it's something of national security or, Emily Gebhardt had a guess. Some sort of weird fantasy? Or messed up game he likes to play? Exactly. The director nodded. Whatever it is, your job is not to judge. Just report what you find to me. I'll make the determination on how to proceed. Chapter 30. Pentagon, Washington, D.C. The Secretary of Defense paced her office. She had been highly disturbed by Sam Reilly's news regarding the Obsidian Chamber. The source of the fast radio bursts had been analyzed and its location studied. It turned out the mysterious flicker of light takes 28 days to complete, and then the entire thing cycled through again from the beginning, thus confirming that it's not an accidental flicker of starlight, but a transmission, a message of some kind. The question was, of what? The FRBs had been converted into a series of zeros and ones to match the binary code of a computer. But so far, the brightest minds of the CIA, FBI, NSA, and Harvard Cryptology Department couldn't break the code. Big money was poured into the project, as senior defense ministers worried that they weren't the only ones racing to unlock the alien technology. The head of the CIA's cryptography department knocked on her door, and she told him to come in. James Mason looked like he was in the wrong office. He wore a suit like everyone else at the Pentagon, but that's where the similarities ended. This man had long hair braided into an untidy plait, reaching down the back of his suit. From his face draped a large beard that looked like it had taken the better half of the man's young lifetime to grow. The Department of Defense had rules for this sort of thing, but in the case of this man's special skills, his department had made an exception. This young Einstein was an exceptional cryptographer, first in a field of geniuses. "What have you got for me, James?" "Madam Secretary, I believe someone has attempted to gain unauthorized access to our server." Her eyes narrowed. "Were they successful?" "We don't know yet, ma'am. We're working on it. Traditionally, a hacker would place some sort of malware, like a virus or a Trojan horse, something that can lead them into our more secure sections, but in this case they didn't. No, it appears they chose to copy something." "What?" "I'm afraid they stole the cipher in the stars." After swearing under her breath, she swallowed apprehensively. "So, now the whole world has this code. The question is, will someone break it?" Chapter 31. Lake Erie. The last of the Welland Canal's waterlocks opened up, and the Tehillah motored quietly into the calm waters of Lake Erie. It moved slowly into the main lake, silently performing the task of which it had been requested. Sam Reilly sat in front of his laptop and watched as the data rolled in. A series of information was acquired from an array of hydrotransducers that tested the bathymetric images of the lake's seabed, water temperature, oxygen levels, volume of normal marine life, and size of the blue-green algae bloom. Lake Erie was the southernmost, shallowest, and smallest by volume of the Great Lakes. At its deepest point, it's 210 feet deep, with an average depth of just 24 feet. It was situated on the international boundary between Canada and the United States. Lake Erie's northern shore is the Canadian province of Ontario, specifically the Ontario Peninsula, with the U.S. states of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York on its western, southern, and eastern shores. These jurisdictions divide the surface area of the lake with water boundaries. It had been nearly 3 months since the discovery of the Obsidian Chamber, but so far, the brightest minds the Department of Defense had access to were unable to decipher the meaning of the cipher in the stars. Likewise, he and Elise had been unsuccessful in deciphering the obsidian obelisk found inside Ernest Shackleton's shipwrecked Endurance on the Antarctic sea floor. At their best guess, it appeared as though the stone was some sort of key, but to what? They had no idea. Without further leads to follow, it was business as usual for the Tehillah, and that meant taking on a new project. Blue-green algae blooms were nothing new to Lake Erie. But this season had been particularly offensive. There were a number of reasons for it, including a hotter-than-normal summer, low rainfall, and the nutrient overloading from fertilizers, human and animal waste. All this leads to eutrophication, a process in which additional nitrogen and phosphorus enter the lake, causing plant life to proliferate like crazy. The end result is that deadly algae blooms sprout, leading to low oxygen dead zones. Sam Reilly had been requested to investigate and determine what had led to such an extreme outbreak of blue-green algae, and determine what, if anything, could be done to stop it. Over the course of the next 2 days, the Tehila ran a grid search pattern throughout the region worst affected by the bloom. The large array of testing devices searched for a variety of clues, but at the end of the day, it was the sonar, along with ground-penetrating radar, that developed a bathymetric image of the sea floor that finally revealed the truth. In the shallow waters to the south of the lake, an unnatural dip could be seen in the seafloor. At first, Sam thought this meant that someone or something had been digging in the sand. But as he looked at the image closely, he realized that someone had been pumping the sand away from the other side. It was the same as when you dredged a sandy seabed. One section gets higher, while the other tends to dip and sink. It had taken months, if not years, to produce a noticeable difference in the seafloor's topography. Yet looking at it now, it was clear as they come. Someone had been pumping through an underground pipe into the middle of the lake. Sam ordered the Tehila to come around for a more extensive sonar and ground-penetrating radar evaluation of the area. Tom came and sat down next to him, while the two studied the bathymetric chart. Although it wasn't visible using sonar, a single pipe became clearly visible using ground-penetrating radar. Sam grinned. "Gotcha." Tom pointed to a section another 100 feet north of the illegal waste pipe. "I'm more interested in this." Sam's eyes fixated on the image. It was blurred, and to others it might have appeared as a very small anomaly. To trained eyes, however, buried beneath the sand was clearly the outline of a ship. Chapter 32. Sam donned a thick, dry suit with DARPA-inspired core heating devices to regulate his warmth in the ice-cold water, scuba equipment, and air tanks. Tom wasn't far behind, preparing to make the dive. They worked quickly with the enthusiasm of a gold miner who was working to set up a new tunnel and had suddenly struck gold. There were thousands of shipwrecks in the Great Lakes, and no reason to think that there was anything particularly special about this one. Yet, like all fools and treasure hunters, Sam and Tom figured there was no reason for it not to be either. Sam pulled his neoprene dry suit's hoodie over his head, followed by his full-faced dive mask. He checked his radio, double-checked his gauges, took a couple breaths, and was over the side of the Tehila. The initial shock of the cold water struck him like lightning, but the heating system kicked in immediately to prevent him from getting hypothermia. Tom was in the water a few seconds later. Sam asked over the comm, "You okay, Tom?" "Never better," Tom replied, always keen to dive. As far as Sam could see, he was entirely indifferent to the cold. It made him smile. "All right, let's retrieve the auger suction dredger head and make our way down." "I'm on it." They dived to the back of the Tehila, where Veyron had set up the dredging pumps, feeding the suction head down into the water. Tom grabbed it first, careful not to switch it on yet. "I've got it." Sam turned his thumb downward, indicating he was ready to start their descent. The lake floor was less than 30 feet down. As soon as they reached the outline of the shipwreck, they began shifting sand, with Tom at the dredger controls and Sam working a metal detector. It was slow work, and would most likely take the better part of a week to fully reveal the buried shipwreck. Just before they reached the end of their maximum bottom time, Sam's metal detector went berserk. There was something hard in the sand. Tom focused the suction head on it and cleared some sand. It was time-consuming, and soon their gauges were telling them it was time to return to the surface. When they were just about to reach the point of no return, the metal object came free. It was a brass bell, the holy grail of shipwreck hunting. "Back to the surface?" Tom suggested. "Absolutely." They slowly ascended to their decompression stop, waited the required amount of time, then rose to the surface and climbed up onto the Tequila's deck. Back on the deck, they washed the bell with warm water. It was made of brass with the name Minerva engraved in Latin. Beneath that was the ship's type and port, which read quadrireme, followed by its port, Misenum. Heart pounding, Sam licked his lips, taking in the surprising discovery. Nearby, Veyron cleaned the dredger suction's filter. He grinned and handed Sam a small metal coin. "Would you look at what got caught in the filter?" Sam stared at the coin. It was a silver denarius, the most prevalent coin in the Roman Empire. Sam stared at the head on the back of the coin. It showed Emperor Nero, which dated the coin to somewhere in the 1st century A.D. The discovery only further piqued his curiosity. To Tom and Veyron he asked, "What in the world is an ancient Roman warship doing on this side of the Atlantic?" "No idea," Tom grinned. "But let's find out." Sam nodded. "I agree, but this may take some time. I'm going to head into Cleveland to log our discovery and fill out the paperwork. If we're going to do this, we'd better do it properly. Also, I'll pick up supplies." "Bell's Expedition Stout?" Tom asked hopefully. "I love Michigan beer." Sam laughed. "More like Dom Perignon champagne." Chapter 33. Sam Reilly drove the black Range Rover at a conservative pace, sitting comfortably with the light traffic, neither speeding nor driving slowly as he made his way toward Cleveland. He was in no rush. Despite thousands of man-hours spent preparing to raise the remains of what appeared to be a Roman ship to the surface of Lake Erie, it was not a process which could be hurried. If all went as planned, Sam would work the Roman ship scheme alongside his investigation into the deadly blue-green algae bloom which had suffocated Lake Erie over the past year. With too many unknowns in a project like this, Sam decided he'd better set up for the long haul. His top priority was to secure the dredging supplies he'd need. His cell phone buzzed, and he hit the steering wheel's accept button. "Sam Reilly." The Secretary of Defense answered without preamble. "Reilly, where are you?" "Vermilion, taking the scenic route along Highway 6, heading to Cleveland. Why?" "There's been a change of plans." "Okay," Sam said, with a slight hesitation in his voice. "Why? What's going on?" "Someone's broken Cicada 3301. Jaw tight, Sam stopped at the traffic lights. He exhaled hard. "You kidding me? Who broke it? The smart people at the CIA? FBI? NSA? Crypto security?" "Not our people." Sam felt his heart sink at the potentially deadly news. "Who?" The Secretary of Defense answered, "An 8-year-old kid from North Ridgeville, Ohio." Sam frowned. "A kid? What the hell was a kid doing with Cicada 3301 code?" "It's a long story. Apparently there was a leak." "A leak? It's the damn CIA. What were they doing?" "Someone hacked into the CIA database." "And cracked the code?" "No, the leak was months ago. whoever stole Cicada 3301 decided to release it on a handful of internet chat boards and the Mensa homepage. The traffic light turned green. Sam pushed his foot down on the accelerator and kept driving. When he didn't say anything, the Secretary of Defense said, "Mensa has an online website. They offer some of the world's hardest cryptography, puzzles, riddles, and equations, designed to test ingenuity or knowledge to those who wish to participate." Sam asked, "In what?" "The site offers prizes and various honors to those unique individuals with the skills capable of solving almost impossible riddles." And so when the hackers couldn't break the Cicada 3301 themselves, they turned to the smartest code breakers in the world? Yeah, and an 8-year-old kid from North Ridgeville, Ohio, managed to succeed. Sam was already thinking of the next step. How do you know he was the one who deciphered it? There's a link on the webpage. You submit your answers there. This kid apparently resolved the code and uploaded the answer. Sam tried to imagine what an 8-year-old kid with that much intelligence might look like. How did we find out? I won't bore you with the technical jargon, but the CIA has tabs on such websites to specifically track such things. We're spying on the best cryptographers around the world? Her tone eased, her voice that of a patronizing yet sympathetic parent. Wouldn't you? Sam thought about that. It seemed highly illegal, but made sense for an intelligence agency to watch the smartest people in the game. He smiled at the delicate intricacies of intelligence gathering in the name of global defense. All right, ma'am, Sam said, coming to the point. That being the case, what can I do for you? You'll be driving right past his place shortly. I'll send you the address. I need you to pick him up and transfer him to a secret location for me. Why? Because we want that code. I thought you said he'd already uploaded the code. I did. So? The code is segmented into 7 parts. Only the first one has been broken. We need him to act as the cipher to the rest of it. Okay. A puzzled frown crossed his features. Why me? There was no doubt in Sam's mind that the Secretary of Defense was holding back crucial information. He didn't have a problem working in espionage or keeping secrets from moral obligation, yet not knowing relevant details might place him in unnecessary danger. When the Secretary of Defense didn't answer, his tone shifted downward a notch. Ma'am, why not contact the local law enforcement agency to go and pick him up? Because we can't trust them. You can't trust the North Ridgeville Police Department? Not just them. No one can be trusted. You know what this code is connected to. If it's true, and this kid has indeed broken it, it will make him the most valuable person on Earth, and the most dangerous. Sam expelled a breath. I get it. If he falls into the hands of criminals or any nation lacking perhaps a moral compass, well, the sort of technological jump he's potentially capable of handing them could irreversibly alter the world's power landscape. Exactly, she sighed. There's something else, too. What? We're not the only ones who know he's broken the code. You have to keep in mind that whoever stole Cicada 3301 and placed it on the Mensa website knows by now he deciphered it. Sam sighed. Which means we're racing to beat them. Yes. Sam's cell phone pinged with the sound of a message. He glanced at it. The secretary had sent him the location of the kid's house. He clicked the navigation button, and his phone calculated the route. Okay, I've got it. I can be there in, well, however long it takes. It's not exactly a 4-lane I'm on. Maybe 40 minutes. Fine. Don't get distracted, Sam. I'm counting on you. Do your best to cut that time down to 20. I'll do my best, Sam replied, his foot applying a little more pressure to the accelerator and overtaking an old Peterbilt hauling someone's boat. No doubt the craft was headed for a dock situated somewhere ahead on this curvy road, which seemed to be dotted every half-mile or so with a lake access pull-off. "One more thing, ma'am." "Yes?" "What do we know about this kid?" "Not much. We assume he's insanely intelligent. Probably a bit of a loner. I don't know." "All right. What's his name?" "Jordan." Sam locked the name in his memory banks. "And he lives with his parents?" "No. His parents died in a car crash a few years ago. His mom worked for a big law firm. Their will was drawn up like an iron fortress, leaving him with a not-so-small fortune. He's currently under someone else's care." "Who? Family? Like his grandparents?" "No. From what I've been told, he doesn't have any family left, or if so, his mother sure as hell made sure they didn't know anything about him." "Then who's looking after him?" "I don't know. According to the legal contract, an external guardian ad litem private firm was brought in to ensure he would always be looked after by professionals." "Does he go to school?" "No. According to the documents, he's homeschooled." Sam paused. "Why is that? Is there something wrong with him? Has Jordan been in an accident? Was he in the accident with his parents?" "I don't know. Whatever the case, it seems like his parents have gone to great lengths to make sure that no one knows he exists. There are no records of anything concerning Jordan, not since he was born." Chapter 34. North Ridgeville, Ohio. The heavy Range Rover shifted its nearly 2.5 tons of steel with the grace of a sports car. Sam Reilly turned onto the street he was looking for. The road was long and straight, framed with mansions, surrounded by large parcels of manicured land. He slowed the SUV, knowing he was getting close. His eyes narrowed in on some of the residential numbers. His cell phone rang once more. Sam pressed the accept call button on the steering wheel. It was the Secretary of Defense again. "Are you there?" "No, I'm on the street." He frowned. "Just trying to find the house. The GPS isn't matching the house numbers. They're out of sync for some reason." "You'd better make it quick." He stopped the car, squinted, and stared at what numbers he could see. Why do people feel the need to hide their damned house numbers? The place was semi-rural, and there was a decent distance between houses. Then, to make matters worse, some properties hosted a row of mailboxes aligned between neighboring driveways, and making it hard to guess how much farther he needed to go. Hearing the sharp tone in the secretary's voice, he asked, "Why? What's happened?" "My tech people just told me that there were 2 other worms attached to the Cicada 3301 section of the Mensa website." He kept driving, searching for more house numbers. "What the hell's a worm? And why do we care if they're attached to the Mensa website?" "It's basically what we did to track users of the website over time." Sam frowned. "You're telling me there are 2 other people who potentially know that Jordan broke the code?" "That's 2 more in addition to whoever uploaded Cicada 3301 onto the Mensa site in the first place. Just make sure you get to him first." "I'm trying my best." Sam jammed on his brakes, coming to a complete stop on a gravel driveway. He ran his eyes across the house numbers out his driver's side window. He was off by a dozen or so. The numbers were even and descending, which at least meant he was on the correct side of the road and heading in the right direction. He sped up, spotted the house in the distance displaying the right number, and pulled into the long gravel driveway. The secretary said, "Is he all right?" Sam said, "I don't know yet. I'm just arriving." "Hurry!" Sam pulled up at the end of one of those expansive driveways that circled around on itself, so the drivers never had to turn around. The house was a grand New Englander, white, reminiscent of traditional vernacular houses from the southeast of England, from where the origin of the style was exported to the American continent. The New England style is typified by its simple rectangular form with side gabled pitched roofs, often with dormer windows, painted timber siding, open porches, and large sliding sash windows. Jordan's parents must have had some serious money. He cited 2 black Chevrolet Suburbans, identical to every FBI car he'd ever seen. He relaxed a little. "It's all right, ma'am. There are 2 FBI cars parked outside." The secretary's voice was crisp and deadly cold. "Sam, we didn't inform the FBI about Jordan." He cursed. "All right, I'll call you back." "Sam," she yelled, "don't let them take Jordan alive." For a moment, his mind blanked. He couldn't give that directive any more thought. Instead, he ended the call and switched his cell phone to silent. There was a purpose-built gun safe installed in the space between the driver's and passenger's seat. He typed the security number into the keypad and the steel locking mechanism unlatched. Sam swung the cover open. He reached inside and retrieved a Benelli M1014 tactical shotgun. Chapter 35. It was completely silent. Sam glanced up at the familiar architecture. It had a triple-car garage with cedar roller doors, all down, and a wraparound porch surrounded by an immaculate verdant lawn whose sprawl continued to a row of pines marking the edge of the backyard. The house itself was 2 stories, with large sliding sash windows, typical in a New Englander-style home. The emphasis of the windows was vertical rather than horizontal. The roof pitch was steep, somewhere above 45 degrees, allowing for what appeared to be additional accommodation or living space in a hidden 3rd story. A face silently passed by one of the large vertical windows on the 2nd story before disappearing like a ghost. Someone had seen him. Sam moved quickly, running around the side of the house and passing the closed garage roller doors, and headed toward the backyard. He glanced in a side window. There was a large modern open-plan kitchen with a granite bench and stainless steel stove that looked like it belonged in a commercial galley. Next to it was a tidy lounge room. Nothing appeared disheveled or out of order. Sam scanned the area. The entire place was empty, until it wasn't. At the back of the lounge, a woman was sitting on an old leather reclining chair. Her stilled gaze appeared to be focused on the large flat-screen TV. A decorative porcelain teapot rested on the table next to her, with 2 matching cups. It was a good sign. If someone had tried to kidnap Jordan, there surely would have been some indication of a struggle. Even a well-executed operation would have rendered observable damage. Sam couldn't quite make out the woman's face, since her gaze was directed toward the TV. 2 teacups? Sam saw no sign of a second person. It was awfully quiet, though. Too quiet? Where were the drivers of the black Chevrolet Suburbans? Sam swallowed. He instinctively turned his gaze across his shoulder into the tree line behind the house, his eyes narrowing in, sweeping the area for any signs of an attack team. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He bit his lower lip and shook his head. It was a crazy concern. He was being overly paranoid. If the drivers of the Chevrolets wanted to set up a covert operation, they never would have parked directly in front of the house. Maybe the Secretary of Defense was wrong, and the FBI or CIA already knew about Jordan. It was possible they, too, were keeping their own worm active behind the scenes on the Mensa website. Whatever the case, waiting outside wasn't going to get him any closer to finding answers. Sam gripped the Benelli M1014 tactical shotgun and quickly and carefully moved to the back door. It was made from solid oak and had been left slightly ajar. He gritted his teeth, slowly opened the door, and stepped inside. Chapter 36. Sam stepped inside slowly, leaving the door open. With the shotgun raised, ready to fire, he progressed through the ground level, his eyes clearing each room with military efficiency. With the exception of the woman watching TV, the floor was empty. That meant whoever was involved in the operation had to be upstairs. He lowered the Benelli M1014 and whispered to the woman, "Excuse me, ma'am?" The woman made no response. "Ma'am," he persisted, moving closer, "I'm here to protect Jordan. I have reason to believe he's in danger." Still no response. Was the woman sleeping? Sam stepped forward. He prepared himself to cover her mouth if she screamed. If there was a team of mercenaries upstairs in the process of kidnapping Jordan, Sam couldn't risk her giving away his presence. He stepped to the side of her and knew in an instant there was no chance she would give him away. It was impossible. She was already dead. 2 shots, right in the middle of the woman's chest, suggested that she had been executed with ruthless efficiency. The large caliber rounds had ripped through her heart, killing her almost instantaneously. There was no sign of a struggle, no attempt to stop the bleeding or defend herself. She looked almost calm, slumped backward in the leather recliner. Sam expelled a breath and moved toward the grand staircase that occupied the bulk of the room. Made from intricately carved cedar, it was very open, much too open for his liking. It offered him nothing in the way of concealment or cover. He paused long enough to consider his options. There weren't many. He could wait until his enemies came down the stairs, or go up and face them. The sound of light steps coming down the stairs made the decision for him. Sam quickly retreated back toward the kitchen. He could shoot whoever was approaching, but the Benelli M1014 wasn't made to be silent. As soon as he fired, the rest of the team upstairs would descend on him like a group of angry hornets after their nest had been disturbed. The man on the stairs said, "Okay, the game's over, Jordan." Sam stepped backward. Over? It was the first good news he'd received all day. They couldn't find Jordan. That meant he must be hiding somewhere. "It's time for you to come out. Now!" The man's tone was becoming sharp, like an angry parent. "No more hiding. Come out, or you will be in big trouble." Sam withdrew a large kitchen knife from its oak block on the room's central island. He opened the door to the walk-in pantry. A hanging net filled with onions swung from the ceiling. He grabbed an onion and threw it toward the back of the pantry. The onion landed with a series of bounces. The third one struck a pile of stacked tin cans, causing them to fall and echo throughout the kitchen. Behind him, the footsteps on the stairs picked up their pace, like the owner had given in to haste over stealth and had begun running. Sam quickly retreated, taking refuge behind the island in a low crouch. He heard the man's footsteps moving quickly across the redwood floor. The man wore dark, unidentifiable clothing, including the classic black balaclava favored by mercenary assault teams. He slowed as he approached the walk-in pantry. Confident he'd cornered the little bastard, he swung the pantry door open, shouting, "I found you, Jordan!" The man had no need to proceed with caution, as he had no doubt there'd be nothing beyond the end of his level, silenced pistol but the cowering brat he'd been sent to collect. Sam stepped forward, holding the kitchen knife. The attacker switched a flashlight on and shined it toward the back of the pantry. "Game over, Jordan!" Sam lunged forward, jabbing the blade of the kitchen knife through the soft tissue between the man's fourth and fifth ribs, tilting the blade inward and upward. He applied as much force as he could muster, and the carbon fiber blade severed the man's aortic arch in a single movement. Sam reversed the pressure on the weapon, and the blade slipped out, leaving a gush of bright red blood in its wake. The attacker dropped his pistol. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. Aghast and filled with terror, he tried to scream, but already the muscles of his diaphragm were spasming in a primal, futile attempt to protect his heart. Sam supported the man around his waist as he carefully lowered him to the ground. He searched the dead man for anything to identify him, but, as expected, the man was carrying nothing except his weapon, flashlight, and a second magazine. He then separated the man from his silenced Beretta M9 semi-automatic handgun. Sam glanced at the weapon. It had a full magazine of 15 rounds, 9x19 millimeter parabellum. The owner had gone to the trouble of chambering a round and then topping off the magazine to get an extra shot if needed. It was a common enough practice, despite Beretta recommending against it, due to the additional wear and tear on the magazine spring. One thing was certain. Whoever these people were, they'd planned this kidnapping with risk aversion prioritized. Sam tucked the Beretta into his pants, concealing it with his shirt, and continued upstairs with the shotgun in his hands. Knowing that Jordan hadn't yet been found, and his life depended upon Sam finding him first, he took the stairs 2 at a time, hustling with reckless abandon. The stairs opened onto a large hallway that ran the length of the house, with several open doors leading off it. Presumably they were bedrooms or bathrooms, but might be anything given the size and grandeur of the place. Sam's eyes swept the entire scene over the top of his Benelli shotgun. His ears pricked up at the sound of 2 people moving furniture in the second room on his right. He made his way down the hall, glancing into the first 2 rooms as he went. One was an empty bathroom, and the second a bedroom, with a king-sized bed paired with what appeared to be an antique dresser board, currently resting unceremoniously on its side. The whole place had been torn to pieces. There was no doubt in Sam's mind about what was going on. They were tearing room after room apart, searching for a little kid. He hoped that Jordan, being as smart as they'd relayed to him, must have heard his attackers coming and chosen to hide. He was now trapped in a game of hide-and-seek that would ultimately decide if he lived or died. Sam paused next to the doorway on the right of what might be a family area. He took a breath, raised the Benelli up to a ready-fire position, with his finger hovering steadily over the weapon's trigger. It was loaded with DoD standard 2 3/4-inch 12-gauge number 00 buckshot. It didn't matter how tough the attack team inside were. This Benelli M14 was about to clear the room. He stepped inside. There were 3 men evenly spread out across the entire area, 1 to the left and 2 to the right. All 3 were carrying silenced pistols, but only the one on the left had his weapon out. The guy turned his pistol on Sam and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Sam didn't answer him. He didn't have to. He'd already squeezed the trigger. The pellets exited the muzzle and split the air as it punched toward its target at roughly 1,250 feet per second. Sam turned to the right without checking to see if the man was dead. There was no need. At that range, the pellets would have obliterated anything in its path. The 2 men jumped away from each other. At the heart of the Benelli M14 is the Argo system. This compact action features dual stainless self-cleaning gas pistons located just ahead of the chamber and operated directly against the patented Benelli rotating bolt, eliminating the need for the complex linkages found in other gas autos. During the cycle of operation, these pistons drive the two-lug rotating bolt assembly. This enabled a time split of only 0.17 seconds between shots. Sam could easily name 10 or more instances in his life where 0.17 seconds made the difference between life and death. More than enough for what Sam's experienced glance surmised he'd need. He let off 2 more rounds, one toward the man who'd jumped to the left, and the other toward the guy who'd jumped right. The first one he'd shot was dead, his body nothing more than a mangled mess of flesh and fragmented body parts that no longer resembled anything once human. The next one's injuries were less extensive, but no less effective. Dead was dead. The third had taken the majority of the shot to his legs and abdomen, severing major arteries. Another mortal wound in the making. Even if there had been a surgical team on standby to operate immediately, he wouldn't have made it. But that didn't mean he was dead yet. Breathing rapidly, his eyes were like saucers. As Sam made eye contact, he watched the man's terror morph slowly, his gaze eventually portraying an odd mix of confusion and curiosity. The man mouthed the words, "Who are you?" Sam stared at him. "My name's Sam Reilly. I work for the good guys. Who the hell do you work for?" The dying man used the last of his strength to bring his Beretta up toward Sam. He tried to squeeze the trigger, but Sam got to his first. The shotgun coughed, and a 12-gauge slug exploded from the muzzle. At point-blank range, there wasn't much left of the once dying man. Sam frowned. He would have liked to have gotten some answers, like who he was up against. He glanced around the destroyed room, trying to decide his next move. Sam didn't have to decide at all. Upstairs, in what must have been a secret attic, a boy screamed. It was a blood-curdling shrill born of pure fear. The sound was followed by footsteps moving rapidly across the wooden floors above, followed by a grown man's voice barking orders. The scream cut off abruptly, leaving Sam momentarily frozen as he stared upward, unsure how the eerie silence from above impacted the mission. His stomach felt as if it were in freefall. How did his mission turn from getting a kid into protective custody into body retrieval? Yeah, not on my watch, thought Sam. Chapter 37. Sam remained completely still. He held his breath, waiting and straining as he listened for any sound. After nearly 2 minutes, he was rewarded with nothing but complete silence. So, they wanted to wait him out. He could play that game, but it wasn't the one he had in mind. Right now, he knew his enemies were upstairs with Jordan. They knew he was here now, having heard at least one or more of their team members' corpses impact upon the room's wall or floor directly beneath where they were holed up. Maybe even the last few shots from the silenced Beretta. Silencers aren't so silent after the first couple of shots. That meant they both knew each other existed, but not if they were alone or had backup. In that regard, they were both on even ground. Except whoever was upstairs would need to come down to escape. That meant coming through the second level, the one he was standing on. Most of that level was dominated by a large open hallway, very easy for him to defend with the Benelli and remaining slugs. They knew this, and so right now they would be trying to find additional information about the opposition. They would be trying to wait until he made a move and showed his cards. There was every chance that in that time they might bring in reinforcements. Sam swallowed hard, and his eyes narrowed. If he was going to be the underdog in this fight, he might as well make the first move and at least have the tactical advantage of surprise. In nearly all close-quarter firefights, the winners are almost always the ones who take the first shot. He quickly and silently cleared the other rooms on his level, searching each for a means to reach the loft above. Each room was empty. But in the last one, a small string dangled from the ceiling like an old-fashioned light pole cord. Sam grinned, because it led to an attic loft ladder. Chapter 38. Sam contemplated firing a couple salvos of 12-gauge buckshot straight up to clear the landing space surrounding the ladder. That's what he would have liked to do. But there was no way to be certain that doing so wouldn't send a rogue pellet Jordan's way. No, the best thing to do was to open the loft ladder and deal with whatever he found on the other side. With his right hand still gripping the shotgun's handle, aiming it straight up, Sam used his left hand to pull on the cord. The intricate series of mechanisms went into play, and the loft ladder opened downward in complete silence. Sam exhaled a breath and thanked the gods of war for his good fortune. Leading with the barrel of his shotgun, Sam carefully climbed the steps. With his feet about halfway up the rungs and his heart pounding in his chest, he carefully lifted his eyes above the opening's frame and scanned the loft. The big New Englander had a steep pitch, which widened to reveal a large standing space at the center and tapered to a narrow section at either end of the house. It was here that the attic loft ladder terminated, or commenced if one headed down, to a small, dark, and enclosed landing space. Sam didn't wait for a better chance to come along. He shimmied up the last 3 rungs and crawled into the loft. At the edge of the landing space stood a divider made of drywall. Sam felt the rush of fear rise in his throat like bile. This was it. Moment of truth. He stepped around the corner and stopped. A man in dark combat fatigues gripped a small boy, carrying him like a shield and smothering his mouth so that he could no longer scream. The boy's eyes were wide, his face unreadable beyond a look of abject terror. The man held a pistol to Jordan's head, smirking with a supercilious grin. "That's quite far enough." Sam kept the Benelli trained on the kidnapper. The kid whimpered through his muzzled mouth. Sam looked at him, speaking calmly and with confidence. "It's all right, Jordan. I'm here to help." The kid's ears pricked in recognition of his name, but his eyes remained focused on something along the wall. Sam's eyes darted left to right, sweeping the rest of the loft, tracing the path of Jordan's fixed gaze. He expected to see a second attacker. Instead, he was greeted with a strange, oversized Rubik's Cube. The puzzle was huge, at least 28-sided. No way! Sam had heard of these. With 43 quintillion possible permutations, it was one of those puzzles that were nearly unsolvable. Confident they were the only 3 in the loft, Sam returned his full focus on the man holding Jordan. The mercenary's eyes fixed on the Benelli shotgun before locking onto Sam's. He began to laugh. "What are you going to do with that? Shoot me? You'll kill the kid for sure. Then what are you going to do? You can't unlock the code from the brain of a dead child. So then you're back to square one. An indecipherable code that no one can break, and one less genius around to solve it." Sam's eyes narrowed, but he didn't lower the shotgun. "What do you want?" "The same thing you do." The man grinned, gesturing with his pistol toward Sam. "I want the rest of the code broken." Sam kept the Benelli trained on the man's head, knowing full well that he was right. He could never fire the weapon at such close range without killing Jordan. "All right. So, what are we going to do?" The mercenary shrugged. "You might as well go home now." I think that's unlikely. Sam grinned, and his eyebrows raised. Unless you're going to let me take Jordan with me.
Not gonna happen.
Sam kept the Benelli trained on the guy's eyes. You don't have a choice. That's the only choice I'm giving you. Give me the kid and walk away, and you get to be that guy, the only one from your team who gets to live.
And if I don't?
I promise you I'll put 2 bullets right between your eyes and still walk out of here with Jordan. There was a confidence to Sam's voice, his tone level and determined. It's your choice. That made the man laugh.
I'm afraid I see it differently.
Go on, Sam said. How do you see it?
It's like this. You want the code, and you want Jordan to live. If you kill me, you kill Jordan, and you lose both. There's no way to break the code without this little guy. So, how about you go ahead and put your shotgun down and get lost? Sam bit his lower lip, setting his smile into a wry grin of indecision, and shook his head.
All right, last chance.
You've got some nerve, the man snarled. I'll give you that.
Sam threw the Benelli shotgun at the man before he could decide what his next move should have been. The kidnapper turned the barrel of his pistol from the kid's head toward Sam, but Sam was ahead of him, his fingers already gripping the hilt of the Beretta. Sam brought it up and fired 2 shots in immediate succession. The mercenary dropped Jordan and slumped forward. As promised, there were 2 bullet holes in his forehead, killing him instantly. Chapter 39. Jordan fell to the ground and kept screaming. Sam tucked the Beretta into his pants and ran toward the kid. It's okay. They can't hurt you now. Jordan ignored him, or didn't hear him. Instead, he kept rocking back and forth, as though he were in some sort of unseeing trance. Sam had witnessed firsthand how the effects of PTSD can affect a person on the battlefield when he'd been in Afghanistan. Mental trauma, like its physical counterpart, seemed to affect people differently. No reason that a child couldn't suffer with the same problem after a near kidnapping from a team of highly trained and armed mercenaries. Sam tried to embrace the youngster, but Jordan didn't seem to respond to his efforts. If this wasn't PTSD, he had no second guess. His eyes were fixated on the wall. His ears, if they could hear at all, weren't listening to a word Sam was saying, deep as he was into his back-and-forth rocking routine. Unable to settle the kid, Sam glanced around the room, investing more than a soldier's cursory reconnaissance for the first time. It was like a secret sanctuary, filled with dozens of riddles and puzzles, everything perfectly in order. This wasn't just some random place the kid had come to hide from his kidnappers. By the looks of things, this seemed more like where a kid who doesn't quite fit in with the rest of the world sought out for solace. The kid's screams softened into a distraught moaning sound. Sam crouched down to the kid's level. It's okay. I'm here to help. The kid moved back, unwilling to meet Sam's gaze, instead choosing to fixate upon the massive multi-sided Rubik's Cube. Sam's lips curled upward with incredulity. Someone had just come into the kid's house and killed his caregivers, tried to kidnap him, and, rather than display fear, chose to focus on a silly mind game. You want to do the Rubik's Cube? Jordan didn't reply, but Sam thought he sensed a quick blip to the rocking, maybe a sliver of recognition crossing his face. Perhaps it was a slight approval at hearing his words. Sam expelled a breath and decided to take a leap of faith. He picked up the massive Rubik's Cube and held it out so Jordan could take it if he wanted to. Then, in a soft, comforting voice, Sam said, I don't really believe you can do this. I mean, Nobody can do these things, right? Jordan watched the Rubik's Cube without saying a word. He didn't snatch it, simply walked toward Sam and made the purposeful movement to take it. Sam smiled. You must be Jordan. The kid began rotating the sides of the Rubik's Cube in a series of fast mechanical and almost robotic movements. Sam watched him for a few seconds. He wasn't sure if the kid had heard a word he'd said, if he'd understood it, or if he'd simply ignored him. He grinned. My name's Sam Reilly. Jordan's focus on his puzzle solving remained unbroken. Sam said, I have no idea if you understand me, but if you do, I want you to know right now, at this very instant, you're the most valuable person in the world. Unfortunately, there are some very bad people who want to take you because of how important you are. Jordan didn't seem to make any response to Sam's voice. Sam said, Look, until we sort this mess out, I promise I'm going to stay with you. I'll protect you and make sure nothing bad happens to you. Each layer of the complex Rubik's Cube continued to shift under the power of Jordan's nimble fingers, revealing no logic in movement or process. As far as Sam could tell, Jordan might just be enjoying the feel of the puzzle's mechanical rotations. Or maybe he could, in fact, restore the cube's multiple faces to their intended factory settings. Either way, he was probably hours away from being able to tell. Jordan, buddy, we need to get away from here. He lowered his voice, adopting a soothing and comforting tone. Those bad men who were here before, they weren't the only ones looking for you. There will be others on their way. We need to leave. Jordan kept rotating the colorful sides of the Rubik's Cube. If he did comprehend what Sam had just said, his facial expressions weren't going to be the big indicator. Sam, unsure how to get through to the kid, put his hand on the Rubik's Cube and forced it to stop moving. Sam offered the kid his hand. Will you come with me? Jordan reached up and took his hand without saying a word. Sam grinned. Now they were getting somewhere. A moment later, something outside the window caught his attention. There at the end of the driveway was a whirling trail of dust dancing in the breeze. Sam's eyes traced the spirals to two more identical black Chevrolet Suburbans, and they were heading their way. Chapter 40. Sam held Jordan's hand and tried to coax him into speeding up. Instead, the attempt seemed to have the opposite effect, and Jordan seemed intent to slow down and focus more on his puzzle. Sam took the Rubik's Cube. I'm sorry, Jordan, but we need to go. Jordan instantly began twisting back and forth and screaming again. Sam handed him the Rubik's Cube. Jordan's posture relaxed. He stopped screaming, and the slight rise of lips in what appeared to be a previously withheld smile broke over his face as his robotic movements restarted without hesitation, working the cube toward completion. Unable to speed Jordan up, Sam took a different approach. He grabbed Jordan, carrying him like a sack of potatoes, and barked, Sorry, buddy, we have to go. Jordan seemed unconcerned with this shift and continued working the puzzle, undeterred, while Sam clambered down the loft ladder, raced through the second-level hallway, and then down the grand staircase, finally reaching the ground level. Through the front windows, Sam spotted the two new Chevrolet Suburbans park and a small militia of armed men in black balaclavas and body armor alighted. Sam cursed under his breath as the compact assault team moved in and surrounded the house with military efficiency. Still carrying Jordan, He ran through the kitchen to reach the back door, where he'd entered the house earlier. From there, he ducked down and skirted the Acer campestre hedge that surrounded the property's manicured gardens. He could hear boots on the ground, the sound of attackers moving quickly to breach the house. They made no effort to conceal themselves via stealth or distraction. Rather, they appeared to be making a show of force, intent on exerting their power to crush any and all that had been fool enough to attempt to steal Jordan from them. Sam stopped at the end of the hedge, where a large crabapple was in full bloom of pinks. He watched as the last of the elite team cordoned off the house before making a run for the Range Rover. The car beeped and the indicator lights flashed conspicuously as his proximity key fob unlocked his vehicle. He didn't wait to see if anyone had noticed. He opened the rear passenger door and dropped Jordan into the leg well. Jordan immediately stood up, clambered into the middle seat made of cream Napa leather, and went to hook his seatbelt. Sam unclipped the kid's seatbelt and tried to reposition him in the passenger leg space. "Stay there. You need to stay there, okay? It's more protected. You will be safer there." Without hesitation, Jordan climbed back into the same seat, clipped his seatbelt on, and continued to decipher the Rubik's Cube. His eyes darted from the cube up to Sam's I-mean-what-I'm-saying eye glare and locked in, sending his own message of unreserved defiance. Apparently, the kid had been well taught to wear seatbelts and not to break rules. Sam shook his head. He didn't have the time to fight over it, not when every second counted. At least Jordan would be safe if he needed to employ a safety swerve or two. Sam closed the passenger door and opened the driver's side door, pressing the start button as he moved. The powerful 5-liter V8 supercharged engine gave a deep, gravelly roar, perhaps a show of pride in its own capability, not to mention producing an impressive maximum output of 503 horsepower, on demand. Behind them, someone shouted, "Stop right where you are!" Sam threw the Range Rover into gear, released the electric handbrake, and planted his foot down hard. The supercharged engine had superb acceleration, better than turbocharged. No lag. The high-end sports SUV took off with a lurch. One of the drivers of the second Suburban realized what was happening and moved to position the Chevrolet to block their egress of the driveway by parking right in the middle. Sam didn't vacillate. He aimed straight for the driver's side door. It was impossible for Sam to outgun the small army of elite mercenaries in a fight, and that left one option. He and Jordan needed to get away right now, and the Suburban just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sam glanced over his shoulder. "Jordan, you better hold on. This is about to get rough." Jordan looked up. His eyes set in a quizzical expression, a mixture of bemused interest and sudden inspiration. An instant later, he made another move on his Rubik's Cube. The driver of the Suburban realized what was going to happen and made a last-minute attempt to wind his window down to shoot. He was too late. The Range Rover's reinforced steel grille collided with the front driver's side wheel, and nearly 3 tons of luxury SUV traveling at 30 miles an hour smashed into the Suburban's wheel arch, sending it spinning. The back end of the Suburban swung into a large poplar tree, causing it to nearly roll on its side. At the last minute, the driver managed to swing the wheel around and keep it from rolling down the embankment. The Chevrolet braked hard, missed a second poplar tree, swinging its tail round wide before accelerating again. Dust spurted from its spinning rear wheels, and the driver, despite his damaged SUV, took chase again. Sam held his foot down hard on the accelerator, and the Range Rover raced out along the dirt driveway. At the end of it, Sam turned left and headed south, navigating his way through a series of small rural roads toward I-80. He kicked himself for not checking a map before he came. He'd relied upon the GPS to lead him to Jordan's house, But now that he was trying to outrun his attackers, his mind was unable to produce a mental image of the local streets. Once he was on I-80, he'd know where he was going, but it would be harder to outpace his pursuers on an open highway. Sam took a series of turns, weaving in a predominantly southern direction. He came around a corner, swung the wheel hard to the left, taking a small side street, then jammed on the brakes. Up ahead, a large iron security fence prevented anyone from accidentally driving onto a pair of railway tracks that ran perpendicular to the cul-de-sac. He cursed his prior planning, or rather lack thereof. In his haste to reach Jordan, he'd neglected to scope out his access and egress routes amongst the local nearby roads. Sam threw the Range Rover into reverse and planted his foot to the floor on the accelerator. The quad Pirelli Scorpion wheels spun in the loose gravel, and Sam reversed back to the main road, slamming the brakes with a slide as he reached it, returning to drive. A glance in his rearview mirror showed the damaged Chevrolet Suburban catching up, and further back it appeared a second black Chevrolet Suburban had decided to join in the pursuit. Sam pushed the Range Rover up to 110 miles per hour, and the open agricultural lands and sprawling green grass raced by. He overtook a tractor that drove along at a leisurely 15 miles an hour. He kept heading parallel to the tracks, but would need to cross them to access I-80. Several minutes flew by, and with every one of them, Sam knew that his chance of being boxed in by his pursuers increased. Worse, if they were as well-resourced as they appeared to be so far, they could easily set a roadblock up ahead of him. He needed to lose them, and he needed to do it fast. In the distance, the road came to a T intersection. Sam brought the Range Rover down to 70 miles an hour, glanced at Jordan in the rearview mirror, and said, "You'd better hold on." He braked hard and turned left. He glanced at his GPS screen. It showed them driving east along Route Road, passing miles of open space and agricultural land. Big houses on seemingly bigger parcels of land with endless green lawns. A quarter of a mile up ahead, the road was intersected by train tracks. Sam's eyes swept the landscape. In the distance to the right, and rapidly closing the gap, a large TMA interstate train was running down the tracks at full speed. The cars in front of them had already slowed down, and the 4 rail gates had already dropped, flashing red. Sam pulled on the left steering wheel gear pad, dropping down a gear before accelerating hard on the wrong side of the road. He glanced up at the rearview mirror and spotted the omnipresent Chevrolet Suburbans. Sam held his foot planted all the way to the floor. "See if you can follow me now." His gaze slid toward Jordan through the rearview mirror. "I really suggest you hold on this time, Jordan. This is going to be close." Jordan, seemingly oblivious to the life-threatening dangers that were rapidly nipping at the heels of his universe, continued to move the various sides of his Rubik's Cube with robotic precision. His lips remained curled in an almost unsuppressed grin, as though he didn't have a care in the world. Sam didn't allow his thoughts to linger on the kid for long. His mind was focused 100% on beating the train to the railroad crossing. He'd shifted as far to the left as possible, on the wrong side of the road, in an effort to increase the distance between them and the rapidly approaching train. The Range Rover was cruising well over 100 miles per hour. A question nagged at him, though. Was he going fast enough? He tried to mentally crunch the numbers, but this equation had too many variables, none of which he had any control over. The train was moving slower than they were, but was closer to the railroad crossing than they were. At a guess, Sam thought they'd make it, but he was far from certain. It didn't matter. He had run out of options. Once that train reached the crossing, he'd be a sitting duck against the small army of hired soldiers on his tail. He might get lucky and take out 1 or 2, but a whole group of them, and while looking after Jordan? Impossible. No, he needed to beat that train to the crossing. Up ahead, the train driver spotted him and, guessing his intention, gave 3 sharp warning blows on its horn. Sam didn't hesitate. He struck the railway crossing gate at 110 miles per hour, sending it skyward in a burst of splintered wood. To Sam's right, the train raced forward, now no more than 30 feet away. Sam held his breath. There was going to be enough room. A split second later, the Range Rover hit the slightly raised incline leading up to the tracks. At this speed, the first bump sent him flying. The Range Rover left the pavement, sailing higher and farther than its creators had ever intended. Moreover, Sam bet that if they'd seen the amount of air he'd caught, there'd be an overwhelming sense of pride amongst the rover's talented engineering team. The 4-wheel drive landed hard on the side of the road with a crunch, fishtailing almost immediately. He tried to touch the brakes and straighten out, but at this speed the Range Rover had lost traction, and he was no longer in control, nothing more than a passenger at the wheel. Sam braced for the impact he knew was inevitable. The Range Rover swerved and gave a violent jolt before its raised suspension crossed opposing lateral forces, and the laws of physics won out, sending them rolling like a toy matchbox car. The sound of jarring metal on blacktop resonated in tandem to a visual cacophony of destruction, concluding in silence with the rover upside down and unlikely to traverse the open road any time soon. Sam's side window had struck the base of a utility pole. His head jolted round on the side airbag, whose cushioning felt more like concrete than air, and, unsurprisingly, been knocked out cold. Chapter 41. The sound of a train smashing through something metal roused him. Sam opened his eyes with a jolt. Dazed, he touched the side of his forehead with his right hand. It was wet. Confused, he pulled his hand away and glanced at it. Blood. His blood. Not enough to cause him to die, but there, all the same. He stretched out his arms and legs, relieved to see that he could still control his entire body. His limbs all seemed intact and mostly undamaged, bar a few bruises he'd probably feel for days. In the background, he could hear the slow-moving rumble of a freight train as it motored down the tracks. The sound brought Sam out of his stupor, and remembering how he'd gotten there, his thoughts turned to the kid he'd sworn to protect. "Jordan?" he asked, in a calm voice that appeared at odds with the calamity that had just unfolded. His eyes narrowed to the rear seats. The kid was missing. In an instant, Sam recalled how Jordan had refused to duck down into the leg space because wearing a seatbelt was the rule. What the hell went wrong? Sam leaned in and found Jordan climbing into the back of the Range Rover to collect his Rubik's Cube. He glanced at Jordan and asked, "You okay?" Jordan stared at him with those vacant eyes, which he kind of took to be his way of saying he was okay. Sam smiled. The kid seemed to be okay, but he sure had a hell of a one-track mind. Sam tried the door. It opened a little, but part of its locking mechanism had been damaged in the crash, allowing it to only open part way. Sam leaned back and kicked it hard. The door withstood the beating the first time round. He caught his breath, paused for a second, and then gave the door another forceful kick. This time, the small tether of steel holding it together gave way. He glanced back at Jordan. "Come on, let's get out of this wreck." Jordan picked up his Rubik's Cube, tried the rear door handle, which opened easily, and climbed out. Sam grinned. "They said you were pretty smart." Jordan made no attempt at a response. But again, Sam could have sworn the corners of his lips curved upward into the briefest of smiles. Jordan's eyes remained focused. his concentration heavily embedded in his damned Rubik's Cube. Sam squinted against the glare of the sun. The wreckage of a black Chevrolet Suburban rested opposite the train on his side of the tracks, and where the interstate train continued slowly rolling by. His face hardened. It appeared his pursuer had attempted to follow him across the tracks, but hadn't made it. Sam walked up to the wreckage. He took big, purposeful steps, with the defiant gait of a soldier marching onto a battlefield. He stopped next to the wreck and bent down to see inside. The driver was bleeding from his head and was in the process of trying to kick out the splintered glass of the front windshield. Sam met the man's eyes. They held a steely coldness. The same gaze could be found on any professional killer's face. The man drew his Beretta without saying a word, but Sam already had his out and aimed. He squeezed the trigger twice. The guy shifted and tried to fight. But Sam shot a third round, and the killer didn't move again. Sam stepped back and walked away from the wreckage. Through the flicker of moving train cars, he spotted another black Chevrolet Suburban on the other side of the railway tracks. A group of men, all wearing black assault gear, had gotten out of the SUV and were standing there, staring at him, their guns drawn. He turned and ran toward Jordan, taking him by his hand. Sam shouted, "Time to go!" Jordan held tight and followed him. A blue Tesla sedan pulled up next to him, and a young woman in her mid-40s with a kind face and narrow-rimmed glasses got out. She wore a plaid suit that made her look professional, and carried herself with the confident, erudite demeanor of a lawyer who expected to be in charge of every situation. The woman glanced at him, her intelligent, pale blue eyes darting between the two wreckages and the train, putting it together in an instant. "Are you all right?" Sam nodded. "Ever better." She made a move toward the mangled wreck of the Chevrolet. "They look like they need some help." Sam waved her off with a placating hand. "Don't bother. There's nothing you can do for the driver. The only help he needs is the service of a good undertaker." Her face paled, but she regathered her wits immediately. She reached for her cell phone and dialed 911. She glanced at the dried blood on Sam's face. "You're bleeding." "I'm okay," Sam reassured her. Her easygoing smile hardened into a frown. "No, you're not. You've been in a major accident. What do you need?" The freight train kept rolling by even though its driver had hit its emergency brakes. A train that size might take a couple miles to come to a full stop. Sam smiled. "Actually, we need to borrow your car." "My car?" Her lips twisted with incredulity. The dispatcher on the phone said, 911, what's your emergency?" Sam took the phone and ended the call. "Hey," she complained, "that's my phone." "I'm sorry. I'm really going to have to insist on borrowing your car." Sam took out his Beretta, his eyes darting between the Tesla and the long-haul train that was nearing the end of its cars. "I don't have time to negotiate. We have to go." "You're stealing my car?" "Borrowing. I'll try my best not to damage it." The woman crossed her arms and said, "No. No way, I won't let you." A puzzled frown formed on Sam's face. "Excuse me. I have a gun, and the people chasing me have even more guns." "It doesn't matter. I think you're trying to kidnap that kid." "Kidnap?" Sam asked. "I'm not kidnapping him." She ran her eyes over Jordan. The kid was moaning while rocking his head backward and forward. "He doesn't look like he's coming along willingly." Sam said, "Yeah, you're just going to have to believe me on this one. I'm one of the good guys." "Where are his parents?" "Both dead, killed in a car crash years ago." "And his caregivers?" "Killed today by the people I'm trying to protect him from." "I don't believe you." She studied him, eyeing him with disbelief.
You don't look very trustworthy to me.
My name's Sam Reilly. You can Google me. I assure you, I'm with the good guys. But right now, there's some bad people on the other side of that train, and we need to get going. I'll make it up to you, I promise. She glanced at his gun, and then at the men in black on the other side of the train tracks. Something in her mind just clicked.
All right. I believe you.
Thank you, Sam sighed. Wait, I don't even know your name.
It's Christine. Christine Lane.
Nice to meet you, Christine. I'll bring it back in one piece. She chucked him her keys, glancing toward the wreckage of Sam's Range Rover.
You'd better. Not a dent, dimple, or scratch, agreed? It doesn't even have permanent plates yet. I just bought it.
Sam grinned. I'll try my best.
Do you want my address?
No, Sam shook his head. I'll find it.
Really? How?
Then, glancing at the armed men still visible between train cars, she said,
Never mind. I don't want to know. Good luck.
Sam watched as Christine took off at a jog, taking advantage of the rows between the tall corn stalks running alongside a farmer's field. It was her effort to put some distance between herself, Sam, and his armed attackers on the far side of the rolling train. Sam opened the car door, and Jordan climbed inside, belting himself in. Sam didn't even need to check on the kid. He knew Jordan would put his seatbelt on. He just wasn't capable of breaking the rules. Sitting down in the driver's seat, Sam snapped his seatbelt on and looked in the cabin for a gear lever. The dashboard was futuristic in its simplicity, complete with a single large computer screen showcased in the space between the driver and passenger seats. But damned if he could work out how to get the thing to move. It was a brand-new Tesla P100D, all-wheel drive, a top-of-the-line electric car model, whose bragging rights included the distinction of being classed as the fastest accelerating production line vehicle in the industry today. Fortuitous, if he could get it out of park. He tapped at the touchscreen. It looked like something Elise would excel at, but not so much for a non-computer nerd. Looks like he'd be starting from scratch. With time he could ill afford, he searched painstakingly through screens of options. Ha! Perfect! His eyes danced as he eye-spied the phrase sports mode, followed by a ludicrous speed option. Sam pressed the ludicrous speed button, holding it for a full 5 seconds. He chewed his lower lip. The screen panned to a stars at warp speed animation, identical to the Star Wars spoof Spaceballs. He gritted his teeth. What the hell sort of car have I stolen? Behind him, the last rail car from the train rolled through the crossing. The lights ceased their flashing, and what remained of the 4 gates opened up. Sam glanced at the rearview mirror. His pursuers were already inside the Chevrolet Suburban. A new screen popped up, warning that enabling this mode may accelerate wear to the engine, gearbox, and battery. Sam had 2 options. No, I want my mommy, or yes, bring it on. Sam clicked, yes, bring it on. The screen prompt informed him that the battery was being warmed in preparation for maximum power. A moment later, a new image popped up, ready to engage, followed by a long, geeky list of values for the battery, front and rear motors, and longitudinal acceleration. What? No latitudinal option? Behind him, the powerful Chevrolet Suburban engine roared, and nearly 3 tons of steel raced toward him. Sam pressed his foot all the way down on the Tesla's accelerator. Ludicrous speed mode engaged. And with that, the Tesla took off, showcasing its faster than any other production sedan on Earth claim to fame. Chapter 42. The Tesla raced along Route Road. Up ahead, Sam swung the car around the figure-8 on-ramp and up onto the Ohio Turnpike, heading east on I-80. At low speeds, the Tesla raced ahead of the Chevrolet Suburban, but on the highway the car seemed to reach 90 miles per hour and then cut out. He doubted that he was reaching the Tesla's top speed, but guessed the owner had enabled a speed limiter. There was probably a simple way to switch it off, but he'd be damned if he could work it out. He cursed Christine Lane's choice of transportation. What sort of driver buys one of the fastest production cars on Earth only to set up a speed limiter for safety reasons? It made no sense. The traffic was thin, and he was able to easily weave his way through it. The Chevrolet Suburban, despite its size, didn't seem to have much trouble doing so either. Sam followed I-80 east toward Cleveland. He tried to think ahead to his next move. With the Tesla capped at 90 miles per hour, his pursuers crept up close behind. They were in a bigger SUV, unrestricted and free to accelerate as close to him as they wanted, or even pass if they so chose. He tried to predict how they would try and stop him. If their roles were reversed, he would try to clip the back of the Tesla, causing it to crash. Of course, that would be risky, and at this speed, it might prove fatal to the kid. No, they wouldn't risk harming Jordan. A moment later, he stopped guessing, because 3 shots went through the rear windshield, turning it into a splintered mess of fractured glass. Sam swerved, taking the exit ramp and accelerating off I-80. One thing was certain: he couldn't compete on the highway with a 90-mile-per-hour handicap. Sam shouted, "Jordan, get down!" Jordan, oblivious to the world around him, kept working on his Rubik's Cube. Having completed the puzzle, he now seemed intent on dissolving his hard work completely. Hitting residential streets made it a fairer contest as he raced along the narrower streets of downtown North Ridgeville. Thanks to an overabundance of orange construction barrels, traffic had thickened and slowed, allowing his pursuers to keep up with him easily. Sam swore, and another couple of rounds whirred past his head. Sam pulled the cruise stalk toward him, twice in quick succession, enabling the autopilot to engage. The Tesla had an autonomous driving function, a feature that allowed the car to operate without any assistance from the driver. The steering wheel, accelerator, and brakes seemed to come alive with a mind of their own. Sam grinned, tentatively keeping his hands off the steering wheel, anticipating manual corrections would be needed at some point. This was living in the future. A moment later, the Tesla braked hard for a slow car, and then the autopilot kept them stuck behind it, despite an empty lane to the left. That seemed less impressive and less useful to him as the next set of bullets passed overhead. He watched the autonomous system kick in, and the car began to operate of its own accord. Sam kept his hands close to the steering wheel, ready to take action if necessary, but the car seemed to be doing well on its own. The only problem was it didn't seem to sense the urgency of their situation. The car wouldn't drive as fast or as hard in autopilot mode. He tapped the autopilot button on the touchscreen. He studied the autopilot controls menu on the settings tab. There was a tab that read Auto Lane Changes. He pressed the button, and a new screen came up, offering a variety of different driving styles. He glanced over them before his eyes locked on the last one, fast and aggressive. Sam pressed the third option. Instantly, the car began to weave in and out of traffic, overtaking hard with the robotic and mathematical precision of a computer. Sam grinned. Now he was impressed. And still the bullets kept firing. Sam cursed his attackers, unbuckled his seatbelt, and clambered into the back seat, pulling Jordan down to protect him from any stray rounds. He used the back of the Beretta's handle to peel away the last of the splintered glass in the rear windshield. With a clear view behind him, Sam could see the Chevrolet Suburban swerving to overtake another car to keep up with them. He took the first clear shot he had, and put the last 2 bullets in the magazine downrange at the driver. The Suburban's windshield splintered, but the shots were too high to hit the driver. He kicked himself for not making the shot and quickly loaded the final magazine. The Tesla slowed, braking hard as it came around a corner. A new barrage of shots fired at him from the passenger side of the Suburban. He crouched down, wrapping his arms around Jordan and shielding him with his body. Above them, more than a dozen rounds whizzed overhead. The Tesla reached a T intersection overlooking Lake Erie and turned right onto Lake Road. The Tesla swerved in and out of traffic, crossing the divider lines to overtake the slower cars, and taking advantage of its unparalleled acceleration to put some distance between it and the Suburban. It worked for a time because Lake Road was too congested for either car to exceed the Tesla's capped 90 miles per hour, but then the traffic appeared to mysteriously vanish, and they were left with an open road. The Tesla reached 90 miles per hour and then steadied. Behind them, the Suburban increased its pace and caught up quickly. Up ahead, Lake Road turned into Clifton Boulevard as it crossed the Rocky River. A large sign for the Cleveland Yacht Club came into view. Sam's eyes darted toward the open door on the other side and back to the Suburban. They were running out of space to hide. He needed to end this. He aimed the Beretta directly behind him, waiting for a clear shot of the Suburban's driver. Sam swung on the back seat with a jolt, and the Tesla barely slowed as it climbed the bridge. At the crest, Sam felt his guts lift, the suspension coils expand, as the Tesla briefly became airborne, and Sam was gifted a direct line of sight to the driver. He squeezed the trigger, holding it down, releasing multiple shots in a row. One of them punched squarely through the driver's forehead, killing him instantly. The Suburban, no longer controlled by anyone, now drifted to the left, crossed the divider lane, and was running through the collision barrier at the top of the bridge. The Suburban, its steel heft weighing in at nearly 3 tons, destroyed the barrier and, now airborne, submitted to gravity's grip and broke the water's surface 30 feet below. Sam watched the destruction, followed by the tremendous splash as the Suburban struck the Rocky River. His gaze remained on the bridge for a few seconds, relieved to see that no other vehicle was following, then clambered back into the driver's seat. He watched the autopilot work for another 30 seconds, and then, unable to get comfortable with it, switched it off and took control of the vehicle. He expelled a breath and grinned. Looking back at Jordan in the rear seat, he said, "It's going to be okay, Jordan. We lost them for good this time. We're on our own." Jordan completed dismantling, or at least disordering, the Rubik's Cube. He stopped. "Not alone." Sam grinned. "Hey, you can talk." Jordan repeated his sentence. "Not alone." "What do you mean, not alone?" Sam frowned, glancing in his rear-view mirror. He couldn't see any cars behind him. "I don't see anything. Those bad people, they've gone away. They're not coming back, and they're not going to take you. I won't let them." Jordan began to rock back and forward again, continuously repeating the words, "Not alone." Sam swallowed and pushed the accelerator down with as much strength as his trembling leg could gather. Having settled back into the seat at the car's true-to-word sudden acceleration, above him, a black Boeing Sikorsky reconnaissance helicopter came into view. Chapter 43. The Boeing Sikorsky RAH-66 Comanche stealth program was axed in 2004 after modern increases in anti-aircraft measures made the craft obsolete. After $7 billion in research and development, the program was shut down without the helicopter ever reaching mass production. There was no way they were going to outrun the helicopter. The question was, who had the authority or power to control one currently? Sam frowned. That was a question for another time. If he didn't live long enough to get Jordan to safety, any thoughts about who was capable of orchestrating such an attack would be moot. He picked up his cell phone, scrolled down to Elise, and pressed the call button. Elise picked up on the first ring. "Sam, I was about to call you. The news sites are going berserk with stories about your car chase and destruction and havoc you've been leaving in your wake. Where are you?" In the background, wherever Elise was, Sam could hear the familiar drone of the Eurocopter's blades turning at speed. "Clifton Boulevard, Lakewood. Heading east toward Cleveland. Where are you?" "On board the Eurocopter. Genevieve's flying, and we're heading your way. Tom's still underwater on his dive, otherwise we would have brought him too." The rapid-fire staccato of Elise's fingers tapping on the keys of her laptop seemed loud as she searched for a live satellite feed. "Okay, I've got you. What do you need?" "I have a Comanche stealth helicopter on my tail." "You gave them enough time to bring in a helicopter?" Elise chided. "That was careless of you. Let me guess. You need me to find a way out." "Yes." Sam braced as he took the corner much faster than the engineers had ever intended when they designed the road. "Any idea who owns the Comanche?" "I was wondering the same thing myself. It's not our military, and it's not our government. There's no registration on its tail either." "Great. So we're being pursued by a rogue stealth helicopter." "What's new in your life?" Elise countered. "Touché. Do you have any ideas how I can lose the bird?" "All right, I'm on it." There was more rapid-fire typing on Elise's keyboard. It went on for nearly a minute before she asked, "Where did you score the Tesla?" "I borrowed it from a young woman." "Carjacking?" Her voice was stern with mock discipline. "Really, Sam? You stole a car?" "Borrowed," he argued. "And I told the young woman I would try my absolute best to return it undamaged." "Sam," Elise's voice maintained the chiding sentiment, "you know I have satellite imaging of you now, don't you?" "I guessed as much." "Yes, well, the car looks pretty beat up to me." Sam winced. "I'll get my accountant to deal with it. I promised the poor woman I wouldn't leave a scratch on it. With all the bullet holes, I'm pretty sure I wrote off her car." "All right. I don't suppose you happen to get her name." "Yeah, why?" "Because it will make what I need to do a hell of a lot easier." Sam didn't need to ask why. If Elise asked for it, she needed it. He was just happy she had a solution. He grinned. "Christine Lane." Elise started typing again. "All right, Sam. Head to the underground parking lot at the Jack Cleveland Casino." "Great." Sam's lips curled into a puzzled half grin. "And then what?" Elise spoke with her characteristic confidence, her tone reflecting the certainty of a machine. "I'll meet you there and clean up this entire mess that you've made for yourself." Chapter 44. Sam raced along the Cleveland Memorial Shoreway. Overhead, the Boeing Sikorsky RAH-66 Comanche stealth helicopter tracked them at a height of 20 feet. The helicopter's rotor blades whipped the air into a tempest, its downdraft wreaking havoc on the Tesla's steering so that Sam had to work hard to maintain control. No one fired any shots. It was obvious the Comanche was there for surveillance purposes only. Presumably, they had other teams on the ground, already setting up a roadblock. He just hoped that he could beat them to the casino first. Sam glanced up. The road was about to fork into two directions. A big sign which read Greater Cleveland Aquarium pointed to the exit to the north. He ignored it, taking the one to the right, down Detroit Avenue. He overtook a series of slowing vehicles before slotting in behind the congestion as he crossed the Cuyahoga River and accelerating again along West Superior Avenue. The traffic slowed, and he began to worry he was about to reach the roadblock. On his right, a sign led to the underground parking lot at Jack Cleveland Casino. He braked hard and swerved into the narrow entrance to the undercover parking lot. He pulled up behind the boom gate and took a ticket. The gate opened up, and behind him, the Comanche was landing on the road. Sam planted his foot back on the pedal, and the tires screeched as they descended the spiraling ramp into the depths of the casino parking lot. 5 stories below ground, Elise stepped out and directed him to park in an empty car space. Sam pulled into the spot, drew the handbrake, and switched off the car. He looked at Jordan and said, "Time to go." Jordan, still gripping the Rubik's Cube in his hand, opened the door and stepped out. Elise pointed to a vintage orange Volkswagen Beetle in the lot next to them. "The door's unlocked. Get in, start her up, and I'll be there in a second." Sam said, "Understood." Elise then opened the driver's side door of the Tesla, searched for a maintenance hub, and inserted a wireless USB device into the primary computer hub. Sam tilted his head, and Elise said, "I'll explain later. Let's go before they have time to shut this place down." Chapter 45. The man with the bleach-dyed blonde hair, black aviator sunglasses, and Ralph Lauren polo shirt over a pair of fashionable cargo shorts picked up his cell phone. "Yes," he asked, his accent distinctly French. The man on the other end said, "Delacroix. The Tesla's moving again. It's just been spotted driving out the south side of the casino and heading southeast along Ontario. Whoever's driving it is driving hard, and by the looks of things, they've worked out how to remove the speed limiter on that Tesla." Delacroix turned to the pilot. "Get me back in the air. They're on the move again." The pilot gave a curt nod of his head, opened the door, leaned in, and flicked the starter switch to on. "Understood, sir." The Boeing Sikorsky RAH-66 Comanche stealth helicopter's rotors whined as they increased torque, sending a barrage of leaves flying in its downdraft, and the Comanche rose like an invisible elevator. At 150 feet, the pilot turned to the southeast and began following Ontario Street. 30 seconds later, Delacroix motioned to the pilot at the blue Tesla. "That's it." The pilot set a course to track the renegade car. "You want me to stay up here or come down low?" "Keep us at this elevation. We've got a team on the ground who can execute the abduction when the Tesla's in a good position." "Understood, sir." "Just don't lose the damn thing." "Yes, sir." The Comanche raced southeast, keeping pace with the Tesla, which had reached its maximum speed of 155 miles per hour. Delacroix watched in awe of the driver as the Tesla negotiated the traffic, traveling at less than half its speed. The pilot noticed his half grin. "What?" "There's something I'll give Sam Reilly. The guy can drive the hell out of a car." The pilot arched his eyebrow. "Are you having second thoughts?" "Of killing him?" Delacroix shook his head. "No. The code is much too important to worry about an individual's life. I respect the guy, but this is bigger than him, bigger than us." The helicopter followed the Tesla for the better part of an hour as it made its way along 66, as the road meandered alongside Tionesta Creek, climbing deeper and deeper into the Allegheny National Forest. Delacroix cursed. His men on the ground had no chance of keeping up. "Stick with him. Don't you dare lose him." The pilot said, "I've got this, sir." "He's fast, but he's no match for the Comanche." "He got away from you the last time." The pilot opened his mouth to speak, and then, glancing at Delacroix's expression, closed it again. He took a deep breath and finally said, "There aren't any underground parking lots here for miles. I think we'll be okay." 10 miles out from Sheffield, the Tesla began to slow before coming to a full stop. The pilot pulled up the helicopter into a hover 30 feet off the ground. "What the hell's he doing?" Delacroix grinned.
I believe he just ran out of gas or electricity.
The pilot raised his brows.
What do you want me to do?
Delacroix picked up his Remington 12-gauge shotgun.
Get me down there now.
Understood. The RAH Comanche was fitted with retractable landing gear to keep its radar cross-section to a bare minimum. The pilot deployed the landing gear before putting the helicopter on the ground seconds later, bringing the wheels to the blacktop. As soon as the wheels connected, Delacroix had the door open. He was out, sprinting toward the Tesla at speed. He approached the vehicle from the left side. His eyes swept the vehicle from the rear seats to the front, taking it all in at a glance. Delacroix opened the driver's side door and cursed. He walked back to the helicopter. The pilot turned his hands outward.
What happened?
Delacroix vented a breath of air.
There's no one inside the fucking car.
He picked up his cell phone and dialed a number by heart. A man answered.
Yes.
Delacroix said,
Romano. He got away.
There was silence on the phone for a moment. The man spoke softly, but there was ice in his voice. I suggest you find him, Delacroix, or the next life the Minotaur takes will be yours. Chapter 46. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The vintage orange Volkswagen Beetle headed northwest along I-794 at a lethargic 55 miles per hour. Its aged 91.1 cubic inch air-cooled four-cylinder boxer engine, mounted in the rear, made a deafening racket as Sam Reilly tried to achieve every last one of its 44 horsepower. The Volkswagen Type 3, the third generation of the affectionately German-named Käfer, a.k.a. Beetle, had been surprisingly reliable on its long and impromptu trip. Sam spotted the exit he needed and pulled off toward Lake Michigan. He shifted down the gears and slowed as he reached the end of the off-ramp. In the seat next to him, Elise worked on her laptop, while Jordan slept in the back seat. He drove for another 10 minutes before pulling off onto the Lake Shore Drive, before eventually stopping in the front of a modern single-story house overlooking the lake. Sam switched the engine off and clambered out of the Beetle. Are you coming in, Elise?
Not yet, she replied. I'll wait for Jordan to wake up.
All right, I'll be back. Sam knocked on the door. About 30 seconds later, Katerina opened it. Her lips curled into a wry smile.
Well, this is a surprise. I thought you and Tom were working on that blue algae bloom in Lake Erie.
He leaned in to embrace her, their mouths meeting with a moment of unexpected passion. Her lips were soft, warm, welcoming. When he pulled back, he said, We were, but there's been some changes. In fact, several things have come up. Katerina glanced at Sam, her eyes darting toward the orange Beetle.
What's with the coccinelle?
Sam said,
The what?
It's French for ladybug. The car? Sam asked rhetorically. It's the only one Elise was capable of hot wiring.
Right, Katerina said. I understand.
Although her expression showed that clearly she didn't. Sam said, I need your help.
Yes, of course. What's happened?
Kat's eyes ran past him to where Elise and a groggy-eyed Jordan were climbing out of the Beetle. They moved toward her, Elise smiling, Jordan reserved. Sam said, Kat, I'd like you to meet Jordan. She squatted down to meet Jordan's eye level.
Hi, Jordan. I'm Kat.
Jordan looked shy, but didn't hide. If Sam had to guess, he would say the kid had almost taken an instant liking to her. Sam said, Jordan's probably the smartest person on Earth. She grinned.
He broke the code?
Yeah, which makes him the most dangerous and most wanted person, too. Kat asked, What do you need my help with? Sam ran his hands through his hair, expelled a deep breath, and said, I'd like you to unlock the secrets of Jordan's brilliant mind. Chapter 47. Sam observed from a distance as Katerina took the time to play a series of games with Jordan, all designed to test his cognitive and psychological function. Dr. Katerina Marcello was a world-leading neurologist, a brilliant neuroscientist, and watching her with Jordan, Sam guessed she was probably the only person capable of forming such an immediate bond with the boy. Elise had long since left, taking the beetle to the airport. There she intended to arrange to have the little orange bug towed back to its real owner, along with $10,000 in cash and her grateful thanks. From there, she was to head back to the Tehila to help Tom navigate the bureaucratic nightmare involved with his investigation into the Roman shipwreck. Katerina finished up after an hour, leaving Jordan happily solving a series of complex wooden puzzles designed to test a person's mechanical reasoning skills. As she stepped into the kitchen, Sam handed her a cup of freshly made coffee. He was already drinking his. Kat took it with a smile. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Sam waited until she settled herself on a couch, and she had a few sips. He joined her on the couch before he said, "Jordan's a good kid, isn't he?" "Yeah, he is. And you weren't wrong about him being bright. I mean it. His IQ is literally off the charts. I haven't formally attempted to rate it, but I can tell you already that his cognitive aptitude places him well past the genius category." Sam's eyes narrowed. "And his communication skills?" "That's a different matter." "Explain it to me. I'm interested. Not just because I need to know how to get through to Jordan and find out what he knows about the cipher in the stars, but because I'm genuinely curious. How does he know how to do things that I could never learn, and yet he seems to struggle with the most basic forms of communication and human interactions?" Katerina set her cup on the coffee table, placed her hand on his shoulder, and squeezed. It was an affectionate sign of their own connection, nothing more. She said, "Jordan has autism. But more specifically, his unique brain makes him an autistic savant." "I've heard of autism, but you might need to break down the savant part for me." "Of course," she said. "Autism spectrum disorder is a condition that affects a person's ability to interact with the world around them. It has wide-ranging levels of severity and varying characteristics. No two autistic people are alike." Sam asked, "What causes it?" "No one really knows. At a basic level, it's thought to be a neurodevelopmental disability with either neurological or genetic causes, possibly even a combination of the two." "That makes it difficult for them to relate?" "It can." Katerina looked at him. "People with autism generally have difficulties in two main areas: social communication and interaction, combined with restricted or repetitive behaviors, interests, and activities." "You said it was a spectrum," Sam said. "Does that mean different people lay somewhere along a range of abilities?" "That's right. Yet it's not a natural curve. I mean, some people with autism may be great at communicating, but struggle with new behaviors." "And savants?" "People with savant syndrome have a significant mental disability, but they demonstrate talents far in excess of average. These skills are usually found in 5 major areas: art, memory, arithmetic, musical abilities, and spatial skills. Generally, only one special skill is present, but they can have more. For example, a brilliant mathematician and an outstanding musician." "Right. The most common kind of savants are calendrical savants, known as human calendars, who can calculate the day of the week for any given date with speed and accuracy, or they can recall personal memories from any given date." "And Jordan reads codes as easily as you and I can sit down and enjoy a novel." "Exactly." Sam asked, "How many people are there like Jordan?"
Autism is extremely common. Roughly 1 in 100 men and 1 in 300 women have the condition. However, savant syndrome is exceptionally rare. Cases like Jordan are even rarer. In our world population of 7.8 billion, it's estimated that there are fewer than 100 savants.
Do all savants have autism?
No, she said. Approximately half of them. The other half often have some form of central nervous system injury or disease.
Her brows drew together in a pensive look.
Perhaps it's nature's attempt at balance, this combination of talent and deficit in savants.
Sam smiled. No theories as to cause?
Sure, plenty, but that's all they are. The most common one is that people with autism are biased toward detail-focused processing, and this cerebral approach may create savant talents. She smiled. Savants operate by directly accessing low-level, less processed information that exists in all human brains. The difference is that they have access while normal people do not.
Wait, you're telling me that Jordan achieves his superpowers by working at a lower level, less processed cognitive function than you or me?
Basically, she agreed, nodding her head. When we register a question, there's a world of unconscious and conscious information that our brains sift through. Mostly we're unaware of the unconscious mind mechanisms we use to arrive at our conclusions.
But in Jordan's case?
His brain focuses on fine details, then answers that one question. Think of it like a computer running thousands of individual tasks, competing against a separate computer that has been asked to perform a single task.
That computer is Jordan's brain?
Yeah, Jordan seems to have unique access to his unconscious mind. Now, she said, touching his hand, I want you to confront a disturbing reality, one that no one ever wants to admit. We are all by nature prejudiced. We can only see this world through our mindsets, our preconceptions derived from past experiences, known and unknown, and our prior knowledge. Put simply, it is extremely difficult to experience the world as it is.
Sam finished his coffee, put down his cup. Then he pushed to his feet and began to pace. He was his own man, and the idea of being trapped by the unconscious mental thoughts in his past disturbed him. He trusted his decision-making skills. But how could he know if he didn't know? Could you and I ever see the world like he does? Sam asked. I mean, without our unconscious decisions taking over?
In my opinion, there is no escaping this condition. Our brains have craftily evolved this particular strategy for good reason. Mindsets are a biological necessity if we are to dexterously maneuver rapidly in important and familiar situations.
So what do we do to improve ourselves? Sam asked, fascinated by these new ideas and intentionally deciding to take pleasure in the discussion. That was his conscious mind talking, he thought, the one he could access. But who knew? Mindfulness meditation? Or maybe by spanning one's attention to include other points of view? The more mindsets we imbue, the more snapshots our conscious minds have of this world. The lesson is clear. Master one situation, move on to master another. Sam said, everything we are, everything we think or do, works on a frame of reference?
Yeah, pretty much. Katerina smiled, clearly enjoying herself. Have you ever wondered why you can see meaningful pictures in what are obviously randomly formed cloud formations? And why two people who look at the very same cloud often see completely different objects? It all has to do with our frame of reference and our conscious and unconscious mindsets.
But mindsets are good, right?
Right. Mindsets facilitate rapid decision-making. They are the building blocks for acquiring expertise. Skilled medical diagnosis is a classic case. A paramedic automatically matches a constellation of symptoms to the most likely disease out of a finite number of known diseases. Interesting. Really, it is. There's so much about the human brain we still don't know, isn't there? You bet there is. So far, we've only just scratched the surface.
Okay. Philosophy discussion over, Sam said. I suppose the important question right now is, what are our next steps? How do we get Jordan to decode the cipher in the stars? Chapter 48. Sam downloaded the cipher in the stars onto Katerina's laptop and then printed it. The entire document came to nearly 200 pages of zeros and ones. He handed the document to Katerina and asked, "Any idea how we do this?" She took the thick folder filled with pages of random zeros and ones. "I don't know. Suppose I just hand this to Jordan and see what he thinks." "What if he doesn't take an interest in it?" "Then you're just going to have to wait, because I can tell you now that Jordan's not going to take kindly to being rushed." Sam nodded. "All right." He sat down on the couch and watched as Katerina showed Jordan the seemingly irrelevant pages. Jordan picked up the first page, his eyes registering interest and recognition. He turned it over and stared at the second page. Smiling, Sam sat back into the chair and sipped his coffee. And he watched as Jordan devoured each page, one after the other, as though he were reading a book. Chapter 49. Tom Bauer made his third dive of the Roman warship, the Minerva. He and Genevieve worked the dredging suction head around the bow of the ship, where an old figurehead depicted the carved image of a Roman deity holding a trident, most likely Neptune, god of the sea. Slowly, the shape of the ancient warship came into view. They kept working, removing the bulk of the sand in the forward section of the ship. Soon they reached what appeared to be a solid part of the deck, or possibly even a rower's bench. Tom motioned to Genevieve, who nodded, and began to pull sections of the soft sand away with her hands. A few minutes later, they found the remnants of a large stone. Tom fixed his flashlight on the stone. There were words carved into it in Latin. It took a fourth dive to retrieve the stone and get it up onto the deck of the Tehila. Veyran looked at him and Genevieve and asked, "What have you found?" "An ancient stone tablet," Tom said, hosing down the stone. "On one side there's Latin writings, and on the other, some sort of archaic text that I can't even recognize." He carefully took a photo of each side of the stone, scrolled down to Sam Reilly's contact number, and clicked Send. Chapter 50. Sam studied the image of the stone tablet. On one side, there was a long story about the author detailing a future event of great importance in a mural in the House of the Labyrinth in Pompeii before the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. The words were in Latin, which Sam could read easily enough. The opposite side depicted a similar length of writing, but the words were in ancient Greek, a language he knew very little about and was unable to read any part of. His mind instantly turned to Dr. Billy Swan, one of the greatest archaeologists he'd ever met. The two of them shared a tumultuous relationship based on their strong personalities and highly competitive behaviors. It didn't matter. Billy Swan knew more about the master builders than just about anyone on the planet. She also spoke fluent ancient Greek. He picked up his cell phone and pressed her contact number. The phone rang out, which might have meant that she was out of cellular range, or that she was ignoring him. He left her a short message, saying that he had found an interesting lead about the master builders. He then texted her the stone tablet with the ancient Greek writings and asked, "Can you please translate this?" He then sat down with Katerina's laptop and searched for the House of the Labyrinth, Pompeii. An image revealed a fine mosaic floor, the main part of which consisted of a black labyrinth on a white ground. In the center of the labyrinth there was a decorative panel which featured the mythological scene of Theseus fighting the Minotaur. In the history books, the Minotaur was a monster, half man, half bull, that devoured sacrificial victims thrown into the labyrinth. Born of Queen Pasiphae's god-inflicted infatuation with a bull, the Minotaur was eventually killed by Theseus. Strangely, the image he looked at showed the Minotaur to have a human face. He zoomed in until the man's face took up the entire computer screen. The picture momentarily stunned him. There was something familiar about it. He sat there, staring at the image, still trying to think of where he'd seen that face before, when he opened a second document and tried to see the face of Theseus. He couldn't. That entire section of the mosaic had been damaged and was either in pieces or destroyed. He searched to see if he could find if there was a museum that housed any of the broken pieces of the artwork, or, better yet, if anyone had created a likely rendition of the original masterpiece. The Museum of Ancient Rome came up, and Sam casually called the number. He spoke with a professor, explaining the strange set of occurrences, and how he was currently researching a Roman shipwreck in Lake Erie. He mentioned that one of the people on board the ship had created the mosaic of Theseus and the Minotaur. The professor sounded interested. "We've often wondered whatever became of Aurelia," he said. "She was famous in Pompeii at the time of the eruption, and like so many on that day, she disappeared. The history books have been starkly blank when it comes to what became of her. If you do find out anything more, I should be delighted to hear about it." "I'll be sure to tell you," Sam promised. "But I was hoping you might be able to help me with something." "Oh, what can I do for you?" "I'm interested in the mosaic that she was working on prior to the eruption. I can see that part of the pieces are missing." Sam held his breath. "I don't suppose the museum has a rendition of the final image." "I believe we do store the old pieces somewhere. What exactly were you after?" "To be honest, I don't really know. I see that the image of the Minotaur is incredibly detailed. I was wondering if the one of Theseus was too." "Ah, as a matter of fact, I recall it was." "You saw the original image?" "Yes, it was intact at one stage. I even have a photo of it somewhere. But unfortunately, it was damaged by some damned tourists. I can try and dig the image up for you. What number should I call you on if I have any luck?" Sam gave him his cell number, and he followed with the Secretary of Defense's number in the event he couldn't be contacted. Afterwards, Sam glanced at the original photo of the Minotaur. There was something so familiar about it. He just couldn't shake the thought from his mind. Katerina came in and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that the photo of this man looks strikingly familiar," Sam said, withholding the fact that the image was roughly 2,000 years old. He turned the laptop around to face her. "Here, what do you see?" Katerina looked at the image and smiled. "I can see why you find the face recognizable. He's quite handsome, in that sort of handsome, powerful way. I'm surprised you didn't identify him immediately. Then again, you're a man. Your mindset is in the wrong place in these matters." "Who is it?" Sam demanded, his interest now high. Her lips pursed, teasing him. "I'll give you a hint. He's from the White House." His eyes narrowed. My God! It's President Romano? She laughed. No, goodness, no. That's the first gentleman, Romano. Suddenly he cursed. Holy shit. It can't be possible. No, it is, she said. I'm certain of it. Why? Sam zoomed out of the image to reveal the total mosaic depicting the Battle of Theseus and the Minotaur. Because this was made nearly 2,000 years ago. Chapter 51. Sam contacted the Secretary of Defense. Without preamble, he said, I need you to arrange for me to speak to the First Gentleman of the United States as soon as possible. She said, I'd love to, but I'm afraid that's impossible. What? Sam frowned. Why? This is a matter of national security. Because he's off the grid. Apparently he does this disappearing act regularly, skips out on his security detail and goes off on his own. Sam frowned. For how long? Generally only an hour or two, but he has gone missing for as much as 3 days. Why doesn't the media have a field day with it? No one knows, and besides, if they did, I doubt it would be big news. The president does her bit to keep his actions in the dark. I think she figures he just needs the time to be free, to not go crazy under the constant surveillance of the White House. All right, Sam said. As soon as his security detail finds him, let me know. I think someone from Pompeii was trying to warn me about him. Why? We found a shipwreck in Lake Erie. There was a stone tablet written by a woman named Aurelia, a well-renowned mural painter in Pompeii. We traced her back to an artist who painted a famous mural in the House of the Labyrinth in the ruins of Pompeii. And the mural depicted a labyrinth with Theseus fighting the Minotaur. The face of Theseus was damaged during the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, but the Minotaur's face is still perfectly visible. You can see the Minotaur's face? Yes, and what's strange is I thought the face looked familiar. In fact, I was certain I'd seen it before. It was common, but not famous like a celebrity, more like an old history painting or something that I would have learned about as a child. I showed it to a few people, and everyone shared the same feeling until someone just said it. What? It's Romano. Madam President Romano? No, First Gentleman Romano. The Secretary of Defense caught her breath. Good God! It's him! How can you be so sure if you haven't even seen the photo yet? I'm certain. Why? Because Albert Romano picked his own code name. Sam frowned, momentarily caught off guard by the subject change. His code name, Sam. You know, the name the Secret Service use when they're referring to their protectee. Reagan was Rawhide, Clinton was Eagle, Trump was Mogul. You want to have a guess what name the First Gentleman Romano picked? Let me guess. A sardonic smile of incredulity formed on Sam's lips. Minotaur. Chapter 52. Sam watched as Jordan, having completed his reading of the cipher in the stars, began to mutter something about needing to go somewhere. Sam asked, Where, Jordan? The kid looked away, his eyes darting to a distant land, visible only to himself. Sam persisted. Something about that code is telling you to go somewhere, is that right? Jordan said, Must go. Have to complete the machine. Okay, he said, drawing out the word, unsure of how to proceed. Must go there. Have to complete the machine, Jordan repeated. What machine? Sam asked. Must go there. Have to complete the machine. Sam nodded, turning to Katerina. Jordan gets pretty fixated when he wants something. It's all right, she said, adopting a soothing voice. She asked, Where do you need to go to complete the machine? Jordan said, Must go to the mountain. Her voice continued to be direct, her tone calm. What does the mountain look like, Jordan? Must go to the mountain. Sam said to Katerina, Look at him. He can see the mountain as clear as daylight in his mind's eyes. If only we had a way to see what he was looking at. She smiled. There was a motherly kindness and an empathy about her that Sam hadn't quite seen before. It made him somehow more attracted to her, as she knelt down to Jordan's eye level to speak. Jordan, do you think it would be possible to draw the mountain? Must go to the mountain. Must draw a mountain. Katerina closed her eyes and exhaled. That's right. Jordan said, Must draw a mountain. Katerina handed Jordan her notepad and a pencil. Just draw us an image of the mountain, and we will take you there. Jordan took the pencil and paper, placing them both on the ground in front of him. Then he began to draw. Sam and Katerina watched for nearly half an hour, without interrupting, as Jordan focused on his mission. When he was finished, he pointed to the drawing and said, Must go to the mountain. There was an image of a large mountain with snow on its cap all the way down to the tree line, 2/3 of the way down the mountain. The conifer fir trees filled the image all the way down to a stilled lake. Within the lake, Jordan drew a mirror image of the snow-capped mountain and trees. Must go here, Jordan said, pointing to the image. Katerina picked it up and sighed. Okay, Jordan, we'll do our best to get you there. It might take a while. There are a lot of mountains that look like this. Jordan began to rock back and forth, his face etched with concern. Sam said, Any luck, Kat? A little, but it might be difficult, she said, handing him the drawing. This looks like any snow-capped mountain in the world. Sam took one look at the image and grinned. No, it isn't. Don't tell me you recognize this place. Recognize it? Sam's eyes lit up. Hell, that's Oregon. I learned to ski right there at Mount Hood. Chapter 53. Mount Hood, called Y-East by the Multnomah tribe, was a potentially active volcano in the Cascade Volcanic Arc. It's located about 50 miles east-southeast of Portland, on the border between Clackamas and Hood River counties. In addition to being Oregon's highest mountain, it is one of the loftiest peaks in the nation based on its prominence, and it offers the only year-round lift-served skiing in North America. The glacially eroded summit area consists of several lava domes. The eroded volcano has had at least 4 major eruptive periods during the last 15,000 years. The last major eruption was 1781 to 1782, with the most recent episode ending shortly before the arrival of the explorers Lewis and Clark in 1805. Sam, Katerina, and Jordan made their way to Mount Hood by car at first, then continued the arduous journey up the mountain's steep slope using a snowmobile. Sam managed the controls while Katerina sat behind Sam, with Jordan in the middle. It quickly became clear that Jordan intrinsically knew where they were headed. Katerina landed the difficult task of making sense of his protestations and demands, until they reached the upper slopes of the mountain. The glaciers on the mountain's upper slopes may be a source of potentially dangerous gases when the mountain next erupts. There were a series of vents near the summit that are known for emitting gases such as carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide. In 1934, a climber suffocated in oxygen-poor air while exploring ice caves melted by fumaroles in Coleman Glacier on Mount Hood. The most recent evidence of volcanic activity at Mount Hood consists of fumaroles near Crater Rock and hot springs on the flanks of the volcano. It was in this place specifically that Jordan insisted they go. When they arrived, Sam turned off the snowmobile. They climbed off, and Katerina had to hold Jordan back. He knew where he wanted to go. Sam watched as Jordan edged next to the remnants of an ancient fumarole, which was now little more than a seemingly dark hot spring, surrounded by snow. Jordan said, "Must finish the machine." Sam said, "Sure, kid, just point us in the right direction, and we'll take you there." "Must finish the machine." Katerina said, "We want to help, Jordan. Can you point where we need to go?" Jordan, always eager to respond to Katerina, pointed to the hot spring. "Must finish the machine." Katerina swallowed hard. "Do you mean you need to go down there?" With unusual certainty and a direct level of eye contact that neither of them had come to expect, Jordan turned to face her. "Yes," he said. Sam stepped forward to prevent him falling into the water. He stepped up to it, his gaze descending into the depths of its void, disappearing into the darkness. "All right, Jordan, we believe you. The Obsidian Chamber is in there. The machine that you need to build is in there." "Yes?" "Okay. We'll need to go back and get some scuba diving gear." Sam frowned, realizing he might as well have been speaking a foreign language to the kid. "We need some equipment to breathe under—" Sam's cell phone beeped. He glanced at it. Distracted, Katerina turned to him. "What is it?" she asked. "Just a text message I've been expecting," he murmured. Dr. Billy Swan sent, "Check your email. Urgently." Sam went to open his email. Jordan, sensing his opportunity, stepped forward into the hot springs. He couldn't swim, or perhaps he didn't want to. The child immediately sunk, disappearing into the void of dark water. Chapter 54. Sam didn't hesitate. He dived into the water right after Jordan, and Katerina, true to her motherly instincts, jumped into the water a split second later. They both fell deep into the darkness. Hands swinging, desperately trying to find the boy, Sam felt the pressure in his ears build as trapped air began to squeeze his middle ear. At a guess, he knew he descended at least 50 feet, maybe more. The darkness was disorienting. A few seconds later, his feet reached the ground. Before he could push off again, an underwater current pulled him through to another cavern. Thinking that he'd lost Jordan, he suddenly remembered his flashlight. Switching it on, he frantically searched for the kid. Above him, he spotted Jordan kicking his legs in long, slow strokes, strokes that would make a professional freediver proud. But he wasn't going back the way they came. He was going somewhere else. Sam followed him to the surface. He gasped as his head broke free of its watery constraints. Next to him, Jordan swam to the edge of the hot spring and pulled himself up and over the edge onto what appeared to be a volcanic lava tube. A few seconds later, Sam was surprised when Katerina arrived, gasping for air. He hadn't even known she had also jumped in. He helped her to the edge, and the two of them climbed out. "Jordan!" he shouted, and immediately wished he hadn't. The kid started to scream. Sam altered the tone of his voice. "I'm sorry, Jordan. I was just frightened, that's all." Katerina stepped in, holding Jordan. "It's okay. We were scared. But we're here now." Jordan settled. After a few minutes, Jordan appeared to completely forget his grievance. Pushing to his feet, he began walking through the lava tube, deeper into Mount Hood. The passageway went for the better half of a mile before opening up into what appeared to be another obsidian chamber. Sam recognized all the pedestals with near-identical inventions. It made him wonder just how many obsidian chambers were throughout the world. What's more, his mind returned to a bit of history about the human race. Despite oceans between each continent, almost simultaneously, Homo sapiens on every landmass began to give up their hunter-gatherer lifestyle, trading it for agriculture and domestication of wild animals. Could it be due to the cipher in the stars? Had it triggered some sort of primal part of human brains, sparking unnatural changes in evolution? Jordan seemed less concerned by theories of human development and more focused on reaching the end of the obsidian chamber. He was still focused on finishing the machine. Sam watched as Jordan found a supercomputer the size of a small cottage. He instantly went up to it and began to type into its ancient keyboard. They watched for several minutes before Sam remembered the text message Billy had sent him. His mind returned to what she had written. "Check your email. Urgently." He opened up his email on his smartphone, but being trapped inside a mountain, there was no reception. Sam looked at Katerina. "Are you all right here for a few minutes? I need to get back to the surface to check this email." A puzzled frown formed on her lips. "Now?" "Afraid so. Billy Swan messaged me before we followed Jordan into the hot springs. There's something she wants me to urgently see regarding the ancient Greek text found on board the Minerva." "Okay, sure. I'm not really doing anything here. Jordan and I will be fine." "I won't be long," Sam promised, handing her a second flashlight. She took it, kissed his lips, and then smirked. "As far as we know, Jordan might be at this for hours." Chapter 55. Tom Bauer looked at his cell phone as it rang. The number was unidentified. He hit the answer button, and the Secretary of Defense spoke without preamble. "Do you have any idea where Sam Reilly is?" "Yes, ma'am. He's headed to Mount Hood to follow a lead about a second obsidian chamber. He must have made it underground because I can't get through to him. Why?" "A professor from the Museum of Rome just called me. He said that Sam asked him about some tiles, and that he had a photo of the missing tiles that made up the face of Theseus in the labyrinth mural in Pompeii." Tom said, okay. The secretary said, "We have the image of Theseus, and we know who it is. I need to let Sam Reilly know." Tom asked, "Who is he?" "Not a he, it's a she. Her name is Emily Gebhardt, and she's a special agent with the Secret Service. In the ancient Greek story, Theseus kills the Minotaur." Tom felt his heart hammer in his chest. "And you think the Minotaur wants to kill Sam?" "I don't know, but I do know that the Minotaur and Emily Gebhardt have both disappeared." Her voice turned hard. "Tom, head to Mount Hood as fast as you can. I need you to find Sam and Jordan. Make sure they get the message and keep them safe." "I'm on it, Madam Secretary." "Good man. I just hope to hell that you reach them in time." Chapter 56. Special Agent Emily Gebhardt followed the Minotaur to Portland, Oregon. Having lost him once before, she had taken the highly illegal step of inserting a GPS tracking beacon into his clothes each day. The bug was a CIA device used during secret intelligence gathering missions. Right now, the GPS tracker moved toward the base of Mount Hood. She waited, using binoculars to keep a visual track of the man as he hired a snowmobile. She didn't let him get far before she approached the rental operator. "How much to hire a snowmobile in winter gear?" she asked. Chapter 57. Sam took a couple deep breaths and dived back into the hot spring. He swam to the bottom. Retracing his swim from earlier, he ducked under the cramped cave and rose to the outside surface on the other side. Sam clambered out of the hot spring. Steam rose from his shoulders as he stepped onto the snow-covered ground. Without the nearby hot spring, they were going to be cold when they eventually got out. He discarded the concern as a later problem and opened his smartphone, thankful that the device was waterproof to 100 feet. Sam opened the email from Dr. Billy Swan. There was no letter to go with the email, just the translation, and a single heading for the email that read, Urgent. Sam began to read Aurelia's ancient Greek writings. They destroyed their homeworld long ago. Trapped by the troubles of the infinite distance of space to all mortal creatures, they found a way to digitally transmit their genetic codes to distant worlds so that their species may live on. Throughout the ages, their extinct homeworld has transmitted a code into the galaxies. When this code is picked up by a susceptible species, it triggers a part of their brain, instructing them to build various engineering feats, progressively improving their evolution until they develop a supercomputer capable of receiving the data of these ancient demons. Do not let them come. They will multiply, and like locusts, they will consume and destroy everything our world has to offer. They will decimate every species on our planet until they have nothing but themselves to contend with. And when everything is extinct, their resources depleted, the planet no longer suitable for sustaining life, they will wage war upon themselves until our planet is reduced to a wasteland. There has been a total of 6 obsidian chambers built. Each of them is beneath volcanoes because they require extreme energy sourced from molten lava. My goal in life is to destroy them all. In this I have achieved the destruction of all but one of them. The final one is on this continent. But I fear that I am now dying. I have become weak and may never achieve the destruction of the 6th and final obsidian chamber. With this, I want to confess my sins. I caused the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, killing thousands of Roman citizens, slaves, friends, and my family, in order to stop the transmission and prevent this disaster. It was all a terrible waste, but I would willingly do it again to prevent the nightmare that would ensue if these ancient demons from another world were able to bridge the gap between our planets and destroy us. At all costs, you must do the same. Prevent the supercomputer from ever letting them through. Do not let them come. Aurelia. Sam's mind whirled. How do these aliens arrive? In our minds? In our bodies? Are they coming to take our souls? After all he had been through, he'd never known that terror could feel like this. It was like ice freezing in his veins, inhabiting every cell, threatening to fracture and burst out from his skin. Sam thought about Jordan and Katerina inside the obsidian chamber. The boy must have been in the process of completing the transmission. The question was, how long did the gateway take to open? How long before these demons from another world came through to haunt them? Preparing to dive, Sam took a couple quick deep breaths and came face to face with a minotaur. The monster raised his double-sided battle axe, ready for the kill. Chapter 58. Sam turned the palms of his hands skyward. Albert Romano. It's okay. We're both on the same team. The Minotaur shook his head. No, we're not. You have no idea what I'm trying to do, what my family has been trying to protect for nearly 2,000 years. Yes, I do, Sam said. Your ancestor was a man named Angelo Romano. He died trying to hide the location of the Obsidian Chamber from Ernest Shackleton. The Minotaur smiled, but he didn't lower his axe. You do know my history. I also know that it was you who released the lava flow in Italy, destroying the Obsidian Chamber. Guilty as charged. That must make you Sam Reilly. Sam gave him a small bow. At your service. The Minotaur still didn't lower his axe. My family, along with Aurelia, have now destroyed 5 of the last 6 obsidian chambers to prevent anyone gaining their unlimited power. Sam said, You don't understand. It's not unlimited power. It opens up the gateway to another world. It lets evil into this land and destroys everything. That's why you need to let me go. I need to stop it. The Minotaur grinned. Don't you see? My family had it wrong all this time. We were supposed to open the gate. I want Jordan to succeed. Sam said, No. And the Minotaur swung his double-sided axe. Sam dodged the first swing, but the Minotaur recovered quickly, setting up for a second strike. The man was insanely quick on his feet for his age, or even that of a much younger man. He dodged a second attempt, but this time Sam slipped on the snow, landing hard on his back. The Minotaur raised his double-sided axe, prepared to swing it downward for the death blow. Sam felt ready to greet death. But instead, he heard 3 shots fire in rapid succession. The Minotaur, shot through the heart and torso, slumped to his side, dead. Chapter 59. Sam looked up at the woman. She was roughly 6 feet tall and lithe, with long arms and legs more akin to a professional model than a trained shooter. But there was strength behind those arms and legs. There was also something hard and piercing about those eyes, something he'd seen before. He sat up and said, Thank you. I owe you my life. You're welcome, she said. Are you hurt? No, I'm okay, he said. He met her eye. There was something familiar about her. I know you, don't I? That's right. My name's Emily Gebhardt. I met you in the Tillamook State Forest a few years back. You and your dog, a golden retriever, I believe, probably saved my life. That's right. I remember you. You were the sheriff. Well, we can call it even, given you just saved my life. Thank you. You're welcome. Sam said, Look, I need your help. Emily shook her head. No way. I just shot my protectee, the first gentleman of the United States. There's going to be hell to pay. I need to call this in. Do what you like. I have to go. Where? Jordan is about to do something that will endanger the entire world. Who's Jordan? It doesn't matter. What does matter is if we don't stop him, he's going to release... Sam paused. Talking about supercomputers and aliens wasn't going to cut it. He'll release a plague we have no cure for. Emily looked at Sam like he was crazy, but she seemed to play along happily enough. Anything to put off reporting the death of the president's husband. She asked, Where is he? Sam said, Come with me and I'll show you. And with that, he stepped forward and dropped into the hot thermal pool. Chapter 60. Sam retraced his steps, along with Emily Gebhardt, back to the Obsidian Chamber. The machine had finished its strange alignment with the images of the stars on the ceiling, just as they arrived. Sam shouted, Jordan, you need to step away from the machine. You don't understand. It's going to do terrible things. Emily leveled her gun at Jordan, but Katerina stepped in her way and shouted, No! He's just a boy! Sam said, It's okay, Emily. it's over. Jordan turned to face him, his tone even and unraised.
It's all right, Sam. The machine's finished.
You stopped it? Sam asked.
Yes. It's over now.
Jordan looked drained, but relieved.
I've done what I needed to do.
Sam noticed Jordan's eyes had changed color. They had turned purple, his DNA irreversibly altered. Part of his brain that triggered the cognitive and social disabilities of his autism had been repaired, and he seemed capable of looking him directly in the eye and conversing without difficulty. Katerina said, "What happened to you, Jordan?"
"Nothing. I'm the same person I've always been. But your eyes have changed color."
"Have they?" Jordan asked, his tone curious. Sam said, "Tell me you didn't let the machine complete its data transfer."
"It's okay, Sam. It's all finished now. Besides, there's work to be done."
Sam said, "But the machine you just activated, it opens up an interstellar gate, allowing demons from another world to ravage our planet." Jordan took a breath, his lips forming a patronizing smile. He said,
"Nothing bad happened, but there is work to be done. The master builders are already here."
Sam felt his heart in his throat. "We're too late?"
"It's okay, Sam. Like I said, nothing bad happened."
"I don't understand. I just broke the code that Aurelia left us. It showed that this message had been transferred before. They've tried before, and they will try again. The whole thing, a deadly ruse used by an ancient race to colonize Earth."
"Say what?"
Emily demanded.
"Yes," Jordan replied. "In that you're correct."
Sam took a step back. "What have you done?"
"They're not a threat to us,"
Jordan said, his voice infinitely understanding and somehow calming. "How can you be so certain?" Jordan's eyes met him with incredulity.
"You still don't see it, do you?"
"See what?" Sam asked.
Jordan said, "They've already succeeded."
"I don't understand. How have they succeeded?" Jordan squeezed his hand sympathetically.
"Think about it, Sam. Didn't you ever wonder, if we really did evolve from apes, why are apes still around?"
Sam's eyes narrowed. "What are you saying?" Jordan looked him in the eye.
"Sam Reilly, we are the demons from another world," he said. "Those who came to colonize this natural Eden. We are the ones who are not so slowly destroying the planet in our unholy quest for resources, eradicating every other natural living species on Earth in the process."
"Good God," Sam said, realization suddenly hitting him. "Humans! The prophecy is coming true then. We're like locusts, and we're destined to destroy the world." Jordan nodded.
"Yes, but there's still time. It will be hard, but it's possible."
"For what?" Jordan grinned.
"For us to go against our genetic programming."
Chapter 61. Sam asked, "What are our chances?"
Jordan said, "Not good. There are two distinct factions of master builders who lay in the shadows like puppeteers, pulling the strings that act upon governments, high-ranking bankers, politicians, political activists, and news agencies, promoting their side of the battle. Right now, both parties are gridlocked."
"In what?"
"In what to do about this planet."
A strange smile flickered across Jordan's face. Sam assumed it was meant to be reassuring, but somehow it came out creepy.
"Picture a battle between good and evil that's raged since our ancestors first invaded Earth."
"With what stakes?" Jordan said callously.
"Every living thing on Earth."
And the two options?
One group are traditionalists, meaning they consider it's our genetic purpose to colonize Earth until we are the only species left. They believe we should accept that our only goal is to continue promoting the survival of our DNA by building a new Obsidian Chamber, one designed to transmit a new code to distant galaxies in which to invade.
Okay, let's call that the evil party, Sam said. What about the good guys? What do they believe?
At the other end of the feud, there are the nonconformists, a group of master builders who believe that our original ancestors, who lived on a distant world, never envisioned a species capable of achieving symbiosis with the native inhabitants of newly conquered planets. Thus, by finding equilibrium, we can be that species.
Sam's lips twisted into a wry smile. They think we can get our shit together, stop killing off the flora and fauna, and quit destroying natural resources in the name of greed. Jordan paused, his computer-like mind processing Sam's assessment. After a few seconds, he nodded, seemingly accepting it.
Yes, that's right.
Great. So where do we find these people?
The good master builders?
Yeah. Sam grinned. It seems to me like they could use some help. If there was ever a battle worth fighting for, this is it.
Jordan said, I don't know. They're most likely hiding in the shadows of the world's most formidable men and women. Somewhere they can keep attention off themselves, but still close enough to wield control over those in power.
Great. So, all we have to do is go hang out with a bunch of rich and influential people until we see who's really running things?
Alternatively, there's a place I discovered where they all meet sometimes, a place of peace.
Sam asked, You mean like a sanctuary?
Yeah, something like that.
Do you know where it is?
No, but I know its name.
Sam bit his lower lip. Great, a name. It's not much to go on, but it's better than nothing. What is it?
Jordan said, Shangri-La.
Sam said, You're kidding me.
No.
Sam asked, How do you know all this?
When the code downloaded parts of the master builder's DNA into my brain and my body, I was also updated. I know everything that's happened on Earth since our arrival. Picture it like an inbuilt set of modern battle plans.
Oh, yeah? Handy. So, what do you know?
A lot less than you would imagine. Jordan smiled his creepy smile. I know there are others like me. I can feel them. I'm unable to envision where they are, but I know they exist.
And Shangri-La?
I sense it exists. It's not just metaphorical.
But you've no idea where?
Exactly.
Great. Sam asked, What about you?
Me?
Jordan replied.
What about me?
What side are you on?
I don't know all the relevant data yet. I can't be expected to make an educated decision without the facts, but...
He grinned and offered Sam his hand.
I believe that I, too, would rather be on the side of good instead of evil.
Sam took it. Welcome to the team. A moment later, the ground trembled. Sam paused for a moment, still taking in all that Jordan had revealed. Alarmed, Jordan snapped,
We have to get out of here if we want to live.
Sam thought about what Aurelia had written, about what happened to Mount Vesuvius as soon as she stopped the transmission from the cipher in the stars. Immediately afterward, the Obsidian Chamber was activated, spewing lethal lava, ash, and poisonous gases. Sam swore. Don't tell me. Mount Hood is going to erupt? Jordan nodded, still unperturbed.
Yes, I believe it is.
I asked you not to tell me, muttered Sam, as all four of them turned, racing back the way they had come. Behind them, part of the Obsidian Chamber began to crack. Through the splintered fragments of stone, burning magma and liquid lava began to flow. They kept running. Diving into the hot spring, they made the 50-odd-foot U-bend and climbed out into the snowy surface. This time, the crest of Mount Hood had begun to smoke and smolder. Sam and Katerina climbed onto his Arctic Cat snowmobile, and Jordan got onto the back of Emily Gebhardt's. Splitting the load, evened weight distribution. The four of them were going to need every bit of help possible to get off the mountain with their lives intact. The earth began to violently shake. Trees fell, and snow avalanched from the top of the mountain, sending down torrents of billowing white. Behind them, large cracks appeared in the crest. Engines roaring, both snowmobiles raced downward. Fighting to avoid rocks and trees, they rushed to get out of the danger zone. Escaping at speed was a hazardous undertaking, especially as they had to avoid clusters of terrified, bounding deer with the exact same idea. For the first time since 1907, Mount Hood was going to erupt. Sam pulled the throttle open as far as it could go. The snowmobile's engine whined, and they surged forward as fast as possible, flying down the mountain. Two thick rivers of gushing magma began to chase them as they descended. Sam knew that lava flow varies, based on viscosity and slope. They had been recorded with exceptional speeds of over 60 miles per hour. These flows were exceptional. There was no way to outrun them. Sam tried to cut around the mountain, fleeing the molten river by maintaining their elevation. The idea was that hopefully the lava would travel along the straightest route to the bottom of Mount Hood. Unfortunately, the lava, like the devil, had a mind of its own. It appeared to be following them. Reaching the end of the trail, Sam slid the snowmobile to a complete stop. Not far ahead was a 200-foot drop. He turned around, searching for an alternative route. But more lava streamed from the crest, creating a series of magma cascades that draped across every ridge and trail. Forming a small island among the burning lands, these red-hot rivers blocked their every escape route. Sam had stopped about 100 feet back from the cliff. He met Emily's wide eyes, who nodded with understanding. They were out of options. It was unlikely anyone could survive such a fall, let alone safely land. But they had to make the attempt. Anything was better than being burned alive. Behind them, Jordan said, "Listen, do you hear a chopper?" Sam looked up and saw the Tequila's Eurocopter speeding to their rescue. "It's Tom and Genevieve." There were tears of relief in his eyes and grin to match it. "We're going to be okay." But then, nearby, the lava spurted up into the air like a fountain. Orange and yellow molten rock directly in their way. To Katerina, he said, "Hold on." Her hands wrapped around Sam's waist, squeezing tight. She whispered, "I trust you." Sam kicked the Arctic Cat into gear, revved the engine, then accelerated as hard as possible. Behind him, Emily did the same, keeping pace, following on her ride. Tom, aboard the Eurocopter, quickly seemed to gather what was happening. He swung the side door of the helicopter open. Just then the lava burst its temporary banks, coming closer. Sam hit the end of the cliff and flew through the air. Both Sam and Katerina separated from the heavier weight of the snowmobile. In a perfect shot, they slammed inside the rear internal cabin of the Eurocopter. Winded, Sam turned to Emily and Jordan, also flying through the air. But they were going to be short of the Eurocopter's open door. Sam grabbed the monkey harness, a mobile seat belt that goes around shoulders and waist, and is clipped to points in the floor. There was no time to strap in. He leaned out, holding onto the harness with his left hand and extending his right as far as it would go. Tom, already belted into his harness, simply reached out. One after the other, they caught Emily and Jordan. As they pulled them into the Eurocopter, their snowmobiles crashed violently into the ground far below. After dragging the last two refugees into the chopper, Tom swung the door shut. Genevieve, avoiding the smoke, banked the helicopter, moving away from the erupting mountain. Sam looked back, watching the lava knock down massive fir trees, wiping out snow, roads, and everything in its path. Soon the red and yellow glow grew fainter and receded into the distance, along with Mount Hood. Chapter 62. On the flight back to the Tehila, Sam contacted the Secretary of Defense and brought her up to speed on the whole Obsidian Chamber fiasco. When he was finished with his debrief, he said, "There's something else you need to know." The Secretary of Defense asked, "What is it?" "The Minotaur." "Is he dead?" "I'm afraid so." His eyes turned to Emily Gebhardt, who had the grim appearance of someone condemned. "He nearly killed me." "What happened?" "I shot him dead," Sam lied. "You shot him?" "You can put that on an official statement. It was self-defense, but I had to do it." The Secretary of Defense exhaled. "I don't think that will be necessary. I'm pretty certain the official report will show that, unfortunately, Albert Romano, the first gentleman of the United States, was killed by the eruption of Mount Hood during a recent ski vacation." Sam looked blankly at the smoke-filled sky, his eyes lost in the events of the past 24 hours, his lips held in a firm line. "Yes, Madam Secretary, I'm sure the people of America and his family will be sorry for his tragic loss." Sam was about to end the call when the Secretary of Defense asked, "What happened to the obsidian obelisk?" "The one we found on board Shackleton's shipwreck?" Sam asked. "Yes, unless there's another one I should know about." Sam said, "It's still being analyzed, but so far we have no idea what it was or what it means. Our best guess is that it is some sort of cipher that could be applied to a coded message by the master builders. Of course, that's just a guess. I promise to keep you up to date with any developments in that area." The Secretary of Defense held onto that for a moment in silence. "There's just one thing I still don't understand." Sam said, "Shoot." "If Ernest Shackleton had maps of each of the known locations of the Obsidian Chambers and this obelisk, what the hell was he doing taking them to Antarctica?" Sam sighed. "Madam Secretary, that's precisely what I want to know. What drove Ernest Shackleton to keep going to Antarctica? What was he really looking for? Find out that, and we'll find the purpose of the obelisk." Epilogue. Los Angeles, USA. The summer sun baked the asphalt jungle of Los Angeles. Cars rolled by at a standstill, blinding drivers in the June afternoon. Heat seared the air, and the smell of tar and sweat and scalded metal rose up to haze the clouds and smog. Ben Gelly didn't have time for this. He watched his sister leave the library building with her laptop hung by a strap over her shoulder. "Ben Gelly!" Elise cried, dodging the pedestrians in the busy sidewalk and jogging over to the Chevrolet Camaro, double parked at the curb. "What are you doing here?" "Can you get in?" he asked, already leaning over and opening her door. "I've been out here for 15 minutes, and I swear if I'm here again when the cops cruise by, they'll arrest me." Elise jumped into her brother's slick ride and slammed the door. He rolled his eyes as he searched for an opening in the busy street, and finally cruised away from the curb with a bright grin and a jaunty wave at the cop car Elise could see approaching in the rear-view mirror. Ben glided out behind a Jeep and snaked his way in front of a limo, slick moves for such a big car. The cop fell out of view, and he grinned. "Ben," she asked, "what are you doing here?" "Do you remember our parents?" "Not really," she replied. "I remember always feeling loved." "That's nice. I don't even recall that much these days." "Yeah, well, I'll never forget when that love was taken away." Elise turned to meet his eye. "Ben, what are you doing here?" "I think I found our parents." "Our parents are dead. They died in a car crash when we were little." "No, they didn't. That was a ruse to protect us both." "They're alive?" She spoke the words tentatively, as though the mere sound of them might take them away from her. "Yeah, they're alive, little sister." "Ben," she breathed, the words barely a sound. "Do you know where they are now?" Ben grinned, and it was like the world was born fresh in that moment. "Yes." Her purple eyes lit up. "Can we go there to visit them now?" "You bet we can." Ben smiled at her, a quiet triumph in his eyes. He ran his eyes across his watch. "But we should leave straight away if we want to make it." "Why?" she asked. "Where are we going?" Ben laughed. "Oh, this is going to be great fun, Elise. You and I on one hell of a road trip." "Where are we going, Ben?" He planted his foot on the accelerator of the Camaro and said, "We have a long way to travel to reach Shangri-La." The end. This has been The Obsidian Chamber, Sam Reilly, Book 20. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2020 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2020 by Christopher Cartwright.